Electric.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. is where the story been waiting for it to happen. Didn't think it would come. Nowhere to run. The sky begins to blacken. You had your fun. There's no time to change it, no time to change it. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. 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 Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't defend. not say it. No one knows why. We don't have the answers. There are shadows in the darkness. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if this is right. There's something in the air Can't quite understand if we are gonna make it. No way to plan, but what's about to exist? There's a storm on the horizon. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if I'll make it through the night. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if this is alright. There's something in the air tonight. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just
Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck, looking at the ceiling, I've been stuck, since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. This is wonderful, 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 wonderful. I didn't think that I would see the light, but now I'm looking at a starry night. It's shining bright. I used to think I was the only one,
乱成一锅粥了。
你从家里到对面，从家里到对面，然后就送，
然后现在滑出来面对的这个罗伊亚泰的晕到，但能往前打，马被火布连击举了起来，但是闪现过去一 A 再加大回复。后面当他球女的护盾，现在伊维利亚是一个能打3个的，知道打不了 DCG 人赶紧撤退，这波打回罗伊亚剑仙将士。
哦，吉米又想1打4，阿卡丽冲了进去，现在火影准备要上演吗？一个羽毛并没有打出倒钩，但接着变成瑞了进场，再飞回去切掉瓦口了，瞬间的一个雷霆爆发，然后还有竟然可以再拖时间，这波焰绝大绝并没有发挥太好的效果，然后一个大快果一救出吉米。
又被蓝眼给照到了，可是看到想绕后又被看到，而且已经有一个假眼在对方的他们的野区了，卡伤，直接踹上去想来个阿反，踹到 AD 了，菜的被留住了，被顺给拿到这个刷到，而且看起来插合的位置看起来也走不太掉，拼死一波把卡萨给带了回来，但是卡利进不了，扛不住对方的所有伤害了。
这一波尝试里面并没有视野，中路位置665冲了出来，这是他没有选择 R 技能贴近，
可以哦，
等待队友的时间。此时 Q 技能敲往前留住刃以后，再继续刃也打出了伤害，右边一对2千甲被打了出来，左边魔豆插口直接闪现，这次直接握到是后面的凯特琳，但他好像打不赢凯特琳，走过去一技能拉到凯特琳上面，将军的拖时间，而且直接进来往前推2个人，路线3接棒打下 double kill，后面再继续升级拿下吹爆，泰坦开始连续收割，右边位置魔豆击杀掉了凯特琳，剩下的茶酒也没有机会，来自泰坦夸抓 kill， 比赛要在这里结束。
好，打得好。就是这么大胆，这里中路的2塔也没了，
展开，
闪现过来，带球卷2个减3个，这里又一手反手推4个人，而且 drive 的大绝阳撞出去，把所有人给撞出场外，3连杀1就砍下来了，哇！
Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
乱成一锅粥了。
从家里到对面，从家里到对面，然后就送。
然后现在滑出来面对的这个罗亚泰的晕到，但能往前打吗？被火布连已经举了起来，但他闪现过去，一 A 再加上回复。后面当他球女的护盾，现在伊利亚是一个能打3个的，知道打不了 DCG 的人赶紧撤退，这波打回去罗亚剑仙将士。
哦，吉米又想1打4，阿卡丽冲了进去，现在火影准备要上演吗？一个羽毛并没有打出倒钩，但接着变成瑞尔进场，再飞回去切掉挖口了，瞬间的一个雷霆爆发，然后还有竟然可以再拖时间，这波焰绝大绝并没有发挥太好的效果，然后一个大快朵颐救出吉米。
又被蓝眼给照到了 ，Chris 看到想绕后又被看到，而且已经有一个假眼在对方的在他们的野区了，卡上，直接踹上去想来个阿反，踹到 AD 了，菜的被留住了，被顺给拿到这个刷到，而且看起来他和的位置看起来也走不太掉，拼死一波把卡上给带了回来，迎击不了，扛不住对方的所有伤害了。
这一波尝试里面并没有视野，中路位置665冲了出来，这是他没有选择 R 技能贴近，
可以哦，
等待队友的时间。此时 Q 技能敲往前留住刃以后再举起了刃也打出了伤害，右边一对2千甲被打了出来，左边魔豆塔口直接闪现，这次握直接握到的是后面的凯特琳，但他好像打不赢凯特琳，走过去一技能拉到凯特琳到对，将技能拖时间，阿强直接进来往前推2个人，出现在接棒板拿下 double kill，后面再继续升级拿下吹爆，泰坦开始连续收割，右边位置魔豆击杀掉了凯特琳，剩下的茶酒也没有机会，来自泰坦夸抓 kill， 比赛要在这里结束。
好，打得好。就是这么大胆，这里中路的2塔也没了，
展开
闪现过来，直接带球卷2个，减3个，这里又一手反手推4个人，而且 drive 的大绝阳撞出去，把所有人给撞出场外，3连杀1就砍下来了，哇！
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to day number 2 of week number 2 here in the 2024 spring split of the PCS. Brought to you, of course, by Carry International and Riot Games, and some exciting games ahead of us. But first of all, I will once again be your host, Veshian, and alongside me it will be Lo joining me once more.
Yeah, happy to be here and excited to get started today. We've got CFO versus West Point coming up first, and
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty important series, honestly more for CFO than for West Point. They've had a pretty shaky start for CFO. Not terrible. They got the 2-0, but they also lost to Beyond.
Yeah.
So they'll be looking to have a pretty decisive game, I imagine, against West Point, who's looked a bit weaker.
Yeah, for sure. I think West Point have been not looking the strongest, and of course I think this is the second time we'll see West Point. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the third. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, we will see them, of course, going up against each other in the first game. And I think, as you said, very important for CFO because a bit of a rocky start, and they have the massive names, as we've touched on many a time before. And you'd really like to see those guys perform. You want to see Casa absolutely pop off in the jungle. He's had the opportunities to. He's been on some of these carry champs, not been able to get it done. And it's really sort of, when you're against a team like West Point, you have to show that you are able to get the job done.
Yeah.
And I think they should be able to do so today. Of course, it is an easier opponent. On your screens there is yesterday's games. 2 very quick series, both 2-0s, PSG and Frank taking it. Not overly surprising. I will say that I'm a little surprised with how weak J-Team currently look. I mean, Junjia was just completely running through them, finding kills top constantly, and just running the map entirely as Nocturne 2 games in a row. And
Yeah, and the trend of yesterday's games was definitely these Orianna Varus picks, just looking really weak, especially the Varus. Orianna, you know, you can get away with the pick. It's maybe not as high priority as the teams are putting on it, but yeah, the Varus looking really weak.
For sure. And obviously now on your screen is the current standing. So West Point have played 2 games before. They're going to be playing their third now. Up against CFO, have also played 2. CFO looking definitely stronger than West Point. West Point definitely having the opportunity to at least take 1 game and bring the DCG series to a third. But I mean, 4 Barons, a Hextech Soul, and an Elder Dragon was not enough to get it sort of across the line. So concerns there for sure when you look towards this roster. But again, for them, if they want to really make a run to get to that sort of upper bracket coming into the second round robin, they're really going to have to start that now. We'll have to get it done against CFO, which is definitely not an easy opponent.
Yeah, they got their work cut out for them. Yeah, I didn't even remember that they had played a second series because that game, that final game against DCG was just stuck in my mind.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else. You know, Elder, Soul, Barons, it didn't seem like anything they
really
did
do
was
it.
ending the game. Yeah.
Speaking of that, it is the team they went up against going to be in our second series up against BYG. We'll have BYG versus DCG. And I said this yesterday for anyone that wasn't there. I think one of the things I'm most excited about is seeing Driver go up against Taco, because I think these two typically seem to be the strongest top laners in terms of being able to single-handedly carry a game. If you give Taco a favorable matchup, often does very well with it, and Driver, of course, very much the same. And I think obviously it's going to be our second series of the night, but when we do get there, the 1v1 that is played for that might be even more important, because red side, I'd have to feel for these teams, would be high in priority, because it does afford them the opportunity to be able to counterpick that top lane.
Yeah, I'm still blue side all the way, honestly, even with the counterpick, though, yeah, the top lane could be a very pivotal matchup. We saw actually Taco in their last series. He, I think it was against West Point. He had a game where he was 6-0 and a game where he was 0-6.
That's
so
right.
He's a very polarized player.
Yeah.
So maybe the counterpick is really high priority as we're gonna head into the 1v1.
Sure. We have it between Rest and Rallia, so this will be the first series, of course. CFO going up against West Point, and I think Rallia seems to be a player that you'd want in a 1v1, because this guy does like the sort of bruisers, the champions that tend to do well. Rest as well, he's very much the same. Tryndamere going to be the lock-in, so Tryndamere looks like it might be the Lucian.
Lucian will probably be quite good into Tryndamere, I imagine.
Yeah, can be scary, of course, once maybe even one item comes through, or even just the level 6. We'll have to see what Rest chooses to build. He's gone for the Bramble.
No Ghost on the Tryndamere.
Yeah, has Snowball though, so definitely has a way to gap close and get onto the Lucian.
Bramble,
be interesting to see what he chooses to max if we get the opportunity to, because it might even be where he wants to max that W, lower the attack damage that's coming through from that Lucian, gives him a little bit more survivability.
Maybe with these items, with the Doran's Shield and the Bramble, he will Like, I could see him going for a Q max and just trying to out-sustain the
Yeah.
Lucian.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's
He managed to
sneaking up on
sneak
him.
his way into that bush, so we'll be able to get at least somewhat of a trade here. Of course, he doesn't have the Fury stacked up, and so won't very likely be able to land any of those crits, but
Yeah, didn't get the slow on the W, so he doesn't commit.
yep, for sure. Just going to back out. I think he should be fairly safe. Honestly, Tryndamere is one of the better bruisers of being able to deal with these ranged matchups because he does have that inbuilt sustain on his Q, and then, of course, has a gap closer. Even with the flash and snowball, has the extras.
Yeah, he did ban the Vayne during the pick phase, so I'm thinking maybe Lucian fills a pretty similar role to the Vayne. Probably better at kiting, but it's just gonna... Yeah, I can't imagine him doing much, but just sitting under his tower for the majority of this.
I wonder how the ring interacts with Tryndamere ult. Can he just do nothing all game except make sure his tower doesn't go down, and then simply uses ult in the ring? I mean, I've never seen it before, so maybe. I mean, it might be.
If it's anything like the arena,
Yeah.
like the arena ring, he
True.
can.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would be, right? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Well, we'll see, though. For now, name of the game really is just surviving up against this Lucian.
I mean, he's doing a good job of it. He's still got both his refillable charges, reasonably healthy.
Well, he's finding a lot of trades here, but importantly does take one tower shot. Is able to, though, of course, with this pressure, get himself the Health Relic. Not an easy matchup, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to go for on the first base. Maybe just tier 2 boots, and then he can try run down the Lucian.
Could be. I mean, what else could he go for? A lot of Anathema's chains have been coming out, and maybe that's a way where you can just bully out the Lucian by him not doing as much damage to you.
Yeah, I wonder if Tryndamere has the base stats for that, though. Like,
Yeah.
if he's going to have damage for the kill.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I still think there is always just the win con where you sit there and,
Yeah.
and just take it and play for the ring.
Yeah, he could be going for that. What does he have to prevent? If Lucian takes the tower, it's over, right?
Yeah, that's all he has to prevent is not dying twice and, well, not dying in the ring, and then, of course, not losing his tower, which, to be fair, right now, his tower won't be taking too much damage to Lucian, but as the game progresses, Lucian will start to do more damage. Of course, not the worst at taking towers with usage of that passive. Double shot certainly helps out.
Yeah.
Rest will have his opportunity now to push this lane in, get himself a recall as well, as we see Relia back. Picks up a Warden's Mail. So, an extremely good item against Tryndamere specifically, but I also wonder if perhaps the plated steel caps might have been worth more, just additional
some move
kiting.
speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also offers similar, if not more power this early into the game.
I
in
wonder
terms
if
of
he'll
all
be able
attacks.
to pick up some plates here.
Maybe, yeah.
Probably. Tryndamere does get back to lane very quickly.
For sure. Warden's Mail also going to be picked up here by Rest, so maxing out on armor
Yeah,
is
okay.
this Tryndamere. I'm starting to think there might be a game plan of
there's
the
there's a
ring.
win con. There's a very specific win con here, I think. And no boots here, I think, gives that away. No damage item, no boots. He's just planning to sit under his tower. Do you know what time in game the...
I have no idea. I think it might be something like 8 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like we usually see people maybe around level 10, 11. The ring is coming in.
We'll see, though. It does feel like, as things stands, Rest might be in the favorable position. It isn't easy for Lucian to be hitting the tower because Tryndamere, despite having full tank stats, actually does a fairly decent job at being able to clear these minion waves and stay nice and sustained up, as well as Relia can never really auto-attack Rest under the tower. The range on Lucian isn't all that amazing.
Yeah, Tryndamere, even though he's probably not planning to go for the all-in, he can, especially if he finds you under his tower and just chase you down.
Yeah.
Also, the W reducing AD will actually help him protect his tower.
Yeah. For sure. This is possibly the least exciting 1v1 we've had yet.
I don't think Relia has any idea what the Tryndamere
What's
is
in
planning
store?
to do here. Yeah, he hasn't played enough arena.
Yeah. Telling me he hasn't gone up against,
Shaco Pike.
Shaco Pike, Gragas Yumi.
Yeah, Poppy.
Okay, well, Rest might be able to just get at least one kill here. He's going to very successfully trade there onto Relia. And again, has a sustain, so the sort of return damage as Rest walked away will just be healed up if Rest chooses to, but he might be looking for a recall, see what he's opting towards. It does seem like Frozen Heart. Maybe, no, yeah, it does seem like Frozen Heart.
He'll stay once he sees Relia,
Yeah.
This is a good state for Rest if his plan is to take it into the fog.
For sure. Rest maybe a bit of a battle royale, sorry, enthusiast.
Yeah.
I think as things stands, it's a very good sort of state of the game for Rest now. You see his trades are very successful. Relia can't really step up anymore.
Yeah, I can't imagine Relia killing him twice at this point or taking his tower.
Yeah. Rest hitting level 11 now. Not the most important, in fact, likely to not even put a point into that ultimate. He doesn't? Well, he hasn't yet. The Nexus will do it for you. All right, Randuin's is completed for Rest. Wow, that is... He's got a Elixir of Iron.
Oh.
Black Cleaver for Relia, so he's trying to do something to get through this armor that the Tryndamere currently is wielding. I'm not sure that the Black Cleaver will be enough, but
yeah,
maybe.
I think you actually don't put a point into Tryndamere. I think it doesn't give you
all
any
it does
duration.
is kill. Yeah, it just gives you cooldown.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be using it twice in this game.
No, he did put a point into it, but yeah, I think he's only using it once this game.
It does give you extra fury. I think it goes from 50% to like 60% or something like that. That is the only additional bonus. But again, I don't think that's all that important.
Yeah, here comes the ring.
Yeah, ring is now closing in. I guess we will find out the interaction. I have a feeling that Relia might not be too happy with what is about to occur.
Does Rest even have to fight is the question. And how small does the ring get? Does it just vanish?
I think, I think you'll
out.
just start burning in like just the same as Arena, I imagine. Rest is going to be forced away from his tower, though he is taking quite a lot of damage. Culling will come out. Snowball does connect.
Oh, if he has to ult early.
Yeah, you don't want to be ulting early. This is a problem, for sure. Rest now, he doesn't really have the best way to get much health back. He's forcing Relia a little bit into a corner. Is still yet to use that ultimate. Flashes forward. He's actually onto Relia. Pops the Undying Rage. He's finding the damage. Is it going to be enough? Relia's trying to kite around.
Oh, wow. Wow, that actually ended up being very close.
Yeah, that was insane. Ooh, yeah, that was a close one. We'll see if it matters, though. Of course, it might just not end up mattering. And the side selection, blue side will be selected. So, I think what we feel is currently the stronger side, especially if you have the stronger bot lane. I feel like it's even better because that way you are able to just continuously pressure and feel a lot safer.
Yeah, but as we talked about, I'm sure West Point aren't too upset with Red side either. Counterpick for their top laner.
Yeah, for sure. And now, of course, on your screen will be the team of CFO, Rest, Kasa, Gory, Shun, and Sora. A lot of big names there. Rest and Shun remaining on the roster from last year. And I mean, so far, I think Shun has possibly had the best split out of everyone.
Yeah,
performing,
Shun's played really well, especially on the Lucian.
Yeah, he looked very good on the Lucian. He's looked pretty good in general. Gory,
yeah,
not so much.
Yeah,
did get solo killed out in his first series, which was a big breaking point there, allowing Beyond to be able to take that one. And so definitely looking for that to not happen again. Kasa been relatively quiet. Early game, a lot of pressure coming out of him, but hasn't really turned into much, while the rest of his map has tended to suffer.
Sword Art on the screen, though, and he's been playing pretty amazingly, as you'd expect from Sword Art. Karsa may be underperforming a little bit. He hasn't had terrible games, but in their series with Beyond, it was actually Husha
absolutely.
who was just taking over games.
Omega gapping on Sejuani.
Yeah. Oh, and the Viego.
The 11-0 Viego.
Yeah,
that was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Off the bench to an 11-0 Viego game. That's that's almost unheard of. And now on your screen, West Point. I think, for me, they've had a very, very clear game plan for the most part. Renier chooses a lane, and he never leaves that side of the map. It has found them opportunities in games. Their first series, which was up against DCG, it got Relia very, very far ahead on their Relia. It also got Ching9 ahead in their first game, which did end a lot quicker as the rest of the map kind of fell apart. But it is, I mean, it's a valid game plan if you're able to make it work and just close out the game from then on in. But not a lot of attention around mid, and Nuli's kind of been suffering for it in many ways.
Yeah, he's honestly been putting out pretty solid performances, just not dying, keeping up in farm, and putting out damage in team fights. Just doing what he can with the cards he's dealt, the position he's put in.
He has played a lot of Orianna, and I want to see him not play the Orianna because the main reason is he did look very, very comfortable on other majors in the last split, as well as the Tristana and Jace, which have kind of fallen out of flavor. But there are things like the Ari, which have been played internationally, and he looked very good at that champion. So it's something that maybe we can look towards. Stats comparison, not surprised to see it between these two. They just had their 1v1. But also, the only time that West Point really looked like they were contesting for a win, it was off the back of a Rallier. That Rallier was piloting. Rest, of course, he's just pretty solid.
That is a ridiculous KP stat, considering they've played 2 series. For a top laner to have 70% KP.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, a lot of that would have come from the Rumble.
Yeah.
I remember his Rumble getting pretty absurdly ahead. But that, again, we've talked about it before. It's just a champion you can't really afford to let over. Both top laners, even in solo kills, Rallier, I believe all 3 of them would have been on Taco up against DCG. Where
on the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser. Yeah. I think he was 1-6 because he did kill Rallier at some stage. Yeah. Just ban Mordekaiser, I suppose. But yeah, I think the other 3 kills were definitely all in that game.
Yeah.
Rest, though, he's got 3 for himself.
Yeah, probably on the Rumble.
Yeah, maybe even the Cassante. Cassante often just finds himself a random solo kill for fun.
I wonder if West Point will ban the Udyr just because they do have the top lane counter pick, and we haven't seen a counter pick that's beating this Udyr consistently.
Yeah, maybe. There is the possibility that they leave it open because Rallier does like champions that are sort of more bruisery. He tends to like Camille, Fiora, obviously Gwen, sort of in that wheelhouse as well. A Rallier we've already seen, and maybe a champ like that, you can rush the Blade of the Ruined King. It gives you a little bit of pressure there. Not sure that Udyr will be too phased by it, in fairness, but maybe it's something they're willing to try for game number 1. Of course, it is a best of 3, so you can, in theory, drop 1 game and still look to win the next 2 out. It would cost you a point, though, in terms of the standings.
They do actually end up banning the Udyr, and 2 mid bans coming out from CFO makes a lot of sense to me. I think if West Point are going to win, it's going to be through mid, with Gory being the weakness for CFO. So they banned 2 very strong laners, just to make sure Gory's going to get, a good matchup.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by the Orianna ban, and the reason is, again, Nully piloting it.
Lucian is open.
He didn't die a whole lot or anything like that, but he didn't really have that much impact. And now, yes, as you said, Lucian will be open. Shun looked really good on that pick. Wouldn't be overly surprised to see it just taken, and it will be. So now, do you do something like DCG did and try and take away that Milio, force the Nami?
So. Yeah, I think the Nami Lucian is a much weaker lane and just scaling than the Lucian Milio.
Really? I feel like the Lucian Nami has a way stronger lane, but weaker scaling. I think that
maybe
you have way more damage if you're the Lucian Nami. You don't get the added bonus, of course, of the range, but your damage, your upfront damage is insanely high. Now, on the other side, West Point do get their hands on Rumble.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about Rumble.
Yeah, that's Rumble is open. So most likely will be going up in the top lane for Rallier. Of course, won't be going mid now that we see the Azir. In theory, Renier might be able to play it similarly to how Jinjir did. But I don't feel like that is all that likely. Now, Rest will be locking in his Cassante. Feels pretty good to be able to buy some magic resist, but ultimately should be going down.
Trading power picks, but I maybe would have liked to see the Corki. Yeah, here's Varus. I maybe would have liked to see the Corki over the Cassante. I don't think Cassante does so well into Rumble that you're in a rush to pick it.
Yeah.
And Corki's been picked a lot internationally as a counter to the Azir. Not a counter in the sense that you're going to be killing him a bunch, but you match
scale
scaling.
Is way harder.
You match scaling, you do well in the lane.
Yeah, no, Corki definitely outscales the Azir. Not so much in just raw damage DPS-wise, but he can just do so much damage from so far away. He offers you, similar to Rumble in terms of the equalizer, but the package offers you a lot of sort of control over objectives as the game progresses on as well.
Yeah, anytime you can get away with picking the Corki, it's really nice just to have the package every single dragon.
Yeah.
You can time it and have it every single dragon. It's really frustrating to play against.
For sure. And now I want to come back to this Varus pick because I don't tend to like it all that much thus far. I mean, I believe it's 1 win, 9 losses so far in the spring split.
Yeah.
And I will admit that I think it's a little bit better here. Of course, you want something a bit powerful in the lane, but this time you have a lot of damage. You have Rumble already shown, Azir already shown. You need some just straight up brunt physical damage. Varus will absolutely offer that with the Lethality build.
Yeah, and importantly, it's 2 AP champs, 2 high damage AP champs.
Yeah.
So lethality is going to be, it's going to feel a lot nicer because magic resist is going to be very important for this Cassante to build and whatever goes in the jungle for
Yeah.
CFO as well.
And for dealing with the Cassante, Azir does tend to, as the game progresses, do fight.
Yeah, and that's if he makes it out alive against this Rumble as well.
Yeah. So I do like the Varus where it is in this game more than I usually do. Leona,
Would be
not the worst pick, I think, and the reason why is obviously they're set up with Varus, but
Yeah.
ultimately the Breath of Light can come out to sort of counter the Solar Flare from Leona, but there is also a lot more CC, and so it's very, very difficult for Sword Art to optimally choose when to use that Milio ult.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see the Leona just into the Milio.
Yeah, I think Nautilus would make more sense, but it's of course was banned, so
Yeah.
at that stage it's kind of hard to find what you'd want.
Oh, they end up maybe getting the Corki anyway.
Yeah, I think locking the Corki in makes a lot of sense. You don't match Varus's range, but you have a lot lower cooldown on your poke coming
Yeah.
through from the missile barrage, and as the game progresses, it just starts to hit like an absolute truck. So
I wonder what they'll go for in the jungle. They maybe need something active from Karsa here. With
yeah, Xin Zhao is open. There's a lot of magic damage, so you can absolutely make something more physical damage work. I would be kind of surprised by the Rel, and the reason being is you do have a lot of magic damage on your team. Obviously, the Lucian paired with Milio actually does a lot of magic damage. Corki does, I think it's something like 90% magic damage, regardless of what build you go for. And so now your main physical damage comes from sort of 60% of Lucian's damage, and then your Cassante. We'll see if you can make it work.
Yeah, I think Rel has. I think it was Frank who were using Rel really well on blue side, just wrapping around. You've got the Varus Leona, pretty immobile lane. If you can ever get a wrap, your follow-up is a Milio Lucian, who aren't, going to be too strong. And it is the Wukong locked in for West Point. I have not liked this Wukong pick when we've seen it.
I mean, we've only seen it once, right? I believe Kong Yue is the only one to have picked it. And
Yeah, I think he went for it twice.
oh, all right, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, it hasn't found any wins, and ultimately it just feels like it's not currently the strongest pick. I mean, it does have pretty good setup alongside the Rumble, and then, I mean, you've got a lot of team fight set up there. You've got the Leona, you've got the Wukong, you've got a Azir. There is a lot that you can do here in terms of starting a fight and making sure it ends quickly.
Yeah, that will be his role this game probably. Just peel, maybe set up Rumble ults and Azir engages. But yeah, just as a champ on his own, the Wukong feels really weak at the moment. You're seeing him land ults and do 0 damage with them.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe it's the builds as well. We're seeing Titanic Hydra that doesn't stick out to me as really a Wukong item.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can be fine, right? But there is stuff like the Sundered Sky that you'd wonder if maybe it's just slightly better.
Just make more sense into a Black Cleaver or something.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, back in the day, we used to even see people just rushing the Black Cleaver on things like the Wukong and the Vi, so may have its place in the right team comp. And admittedly, you're against Rel, you're against Cassante. This might be the right team comp to do something like that with. But we'll have to see as we now load into Rift for game number 1 of our first series of the night between CFO and West Point Esports. It's going to be CFO trying to pick up their second series win. They're going to try and do it in 2-0 fashion, of course, because that means they get more points, and as the season progresses, those points just become more and more precious. On the other side, similarly, West Point trying to pick up their first series. It's going to be hard, though. Big names against them.
Yeah, this is a tough time to, try kick it into gear. It's actually lethal tempo on the Varus, which means he is going on hit, which is pretty surprising. You end up doing a lot of magic damage when you do the on hit builds. He does have the setup for it, but all of the champs on his team are doing some kind of CC, some kind of disruption. So he's going to get time to free hit in these fights.
I think the concern now is that generally, so the good thing about Varus generally is that you've got a lot of build variety, right? You can go on hit, you can go theoretically AP, you can also go the lethality, but you tend to pick which one to do around both your team comp as well as what support you have in lane, and the lethality Varuses tend to go in pair with the likes of the Leonas, the Nautilus, something that can set it up, find a lot of damage, a lot of burst early on. Whereas if you're playing the on-hit, it tends to be better if you have some form of safety, and Enchanter can help. Renata, of course.
Like if you had maybe picked away the Milio, I could see a better angle for the on-hit Varus. Either way, we're in for probably a very slow early game. Not a lot of setup in these lanes, except maybe the Leona.
Oh, yeah, Leona's going to Zenith Blade in, see if CFO can trade back. Not all that much, of course, level 1 Lucian isn't really where Lucian thrives. He's likes his level 2, really likes his level 3.
Yeah.
And honestly, so does Sword Art. Xenoblade will once again connect. It's going to force out the flash, but Char has taken a lot of damage, and Shun is continuing on forward.
Instant heal out from CFO.
Yeah, I like it though. They found a really favorable trade afterwards, and it is Shun who still maintains both of his summoner spells, should get level 2 first, and that will just open them up for maximum pressure.
Yeah, I think Leona's going to have a really hard time finding impact this game with the cleanse on the Lucian as well.
Ooh, one thing I want to point out. So 2 things actually I want to point out. Relia has gone for first strike on Rumble. I really, really like this when you're against the Cassante, because in general, the other runes of choice are Phase Rush, which can help against champs that you want to sort of either gap close into or run away from if they get onto you.
Yeah.
The other choice is often Arcane Comet. And Arcane Comet against Cassante makes almost no sense because you will land a little bit extra poke, but ultimately he's going to have the Doran Shield, he's going to have Pots, Biscuits, as well as Second Wind, and you're not going to find all that much headway in your lane.
Yeah.
First Strike allows you to just continuously trade in. You never really feel at risk of dying, and you're just constantly getting more and more money. You're going to be able to pick up those first items even quicker. And as the game progresses, that equalizer will drop sort of Karthus levels of first strike if you're able to position it correctly, and feels really, really good here for the Rumble. The other thing I wanted to mention is Nuli's gone for the Halo Blade, so a bit more lane pressure if he's able to get those soldiers near the Corki as trades coming out. Flash forward, Shun's going to use that cleanse. Shouldn't be much more. A lot of damage returned, but ultimately it's going to be CFO winning that trade.
Yep.
Back as I was saying though, it does offer you, if you're able to get your soldiers onto Gory on this Corki, a lot of damage in lane.
Yeah.
I would wonder if maybe Fleet is better against the Corki for the simple reason as it allows you to dodge out of the Corki Q, the Corki ults, and just gives you a little bit more survivability in the lane.
Yeah, it looks like pretty even. He maybe forces Gory to back here. But I think even with the Hail of Blades, Corki should probably be fine in this lane. He has to back on a pretty bad wave state. He's actually going to stay. But with Karsa recalling, this could get pretty scary for Gory. This is where the Hail of Blades might have an impact if he finds an all-in here with this jungler.
Renier might be able to look for this. Gory should have Valkyrie available, so not in too much risk, of course. Oh, but maybe. Nuli will be able to go forward. Renier does have Flash available, but will not be committing it. Now, admittedly, terrible wave state for this Corki. Is going to have to use that teleport.
Yeah, I'm surprised Karsa didn't, come around to help his Corki out. But honestly, ultimately, he's doing okay. He can just TP back. He's going to lose a few minions, but should make a massive -1.
-1.
Yeah. As Karsa seems like he's maybe just in a rush to get back to the spot lane and play with the original game plan of, we've got Rel on blue side. You kind of want to live in the enemy blue side jungle and just make it so that the enemy bot lane can't play, especially when you've got a Leona and their jungler is always on your side of the map. It's very frustrating. You can never go in, so you're not really even a champ.
Yeah, both junglers, though, they're really liking this mid lane. It was Gory picking up the Cull on his recall. Fiendish Codex. Finoli.
Oh.
Ooh. That might have been scary. I don't think much happens there, though.
Yeah, it's hard to commit there when you don't know where Wukong is.
Renier, though, using this timing to pick himself up the Void Grub. See if Karsa wants to start auto-attacking the Dragon. Does have bot priority. Ooh, big trade from Nuli.
Yeah, that's the Halo Blades coming into effect. But even with the Halo Blades, the trade doesn't look all that amazing.
Yeah. Now, Rest is in trouble. Relia will have Equalizer available as Rest is still not quite reaching that level 6. But this is far too hard to pull off.
Yeah,
it's a full health Cassante. Oh, Xenoblade will land. The kick doesn't hit the char 9 out of that, as Piercing Light misses from Shun. He's going to be forced to flash. Almost has his cleanse back up as heal will once again be used by Sword Art.
They found their moment as his cleanse was pretty much seconds away. It's about to be up right now. And they blew his flash. That's pretty good going forward, especially if this Wukong can hit 6 before Lucian gets his flash up. The cleanse isn't going to do much for him.
Yeah. Now, it is worth noting that despite sort of all these trades that are coming out from West Point, and they look fairly decent most of the time, it is actually still Shun who leads in the CS in terms of this bottom lane.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice Q.
I don't think you win that Wukong 1v1. Ching9 and Char will be able to get here first. Xenoblade will come out. It connects. The flash is not going to land in time, but it might be Char that goes down for first blood as Shun picks himself up that one. Renier, they're going to answer back. 1-for-1 is the trade. Wukong picking himself up one, but first blood there to the Lucian.
Yeah, really nice Zenith Blade. I wonder what happened to Karsa's flash there. Did he predict the flash, or did it just hit after?
Well,
Or
it
did
just
hit before and
followed.
then he flashed
Yeah, it
and
just
him?
followed.
Yeah. Karsa maybe overzealous here. Probably having a hard time keeping track of this Wukong, as he honestly hasn't hit a camp in such a long time.
Yeah.
He's actually a level down on Milio. As, yeah, Zenith Blade lands. They do pick up the Leona, but you're taking that trade all day if you're West Point. Varus does have to, get by in lane by himself for a little bit, but as you see, the CS has evened up bot lane. Double support item seems to be the go-to on the Lucian. He uses, I believe it's called Blood Song.
Yes, right.
Yeah, he uses Blood Song very well. Is able to weave a lot of spells between his autos.
For sure. Basically, it's just press the attack and an item.
Yeah.
And so Lucian already a good champion at using press the attack. This time he doesn't even need to land 3 autos. It's just a single auto.
Yeah.
So all follow-up damage is even better. Level 6 is going to be tapped. Cheng9 turning around, hitting that minion. Going to force out Sword Art's flash. It's a summonerless Milio now. Cleanse still will be available for Shun, but certainly a scary lane state.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the way West Point have been playing this lane. I wonder if they can get another engage on Milio before he hits 6. Try punish him not having the ult. But with Leona no flash, it might be pretty hard.
I think this is also the first game that we have seen Karsa just constantly having his jungle pressured. Usually it's the other way around, but usually he's playing a carry champ. This time he will be on the rail.
I think Ranier is really focused on just protecting his Rumble, making sure Rumble is farming up and farming his first strike off the Cassante.
Ooh. I love Hex Flash,
Yeah.
except when I'm at the AD carry against it.
They're going to see Karsa soon, and they'll know they can play more aggressively bot as they bump into each other. But yeah, nothing much happening there.
Now it looks like... Ooh. I'm pretty sure... Well, actually, I can't remember what Titanic builds out of, but I think this should be a Sundered Sky game.
Yep.
I do think it's just going to be better than going for that Titanic. Although maybe the Titanic does more against the tanks. Shun going to get stunned up. Does have cleanse available. Chooses not to use it. Culling will come out there. Nice usage of the solar flare, but it's going to be immediately cleansed away from as Cheng9 is going to flash away. It's going to be Char now, though, who's getting run down. Managed to get back in, but Shun's picking himself up a second.
That was a really nice cleanse.
Yeah.
Pretty much instantaneous. I think, honestly, Leona is going in just to see if he can bait out a cleanse. Just going for the EQ, baiting out a cleanse. They actually hold on to the cleanse through the EQ, and turns out Karsa's here. And it was what I was saying, once they see Karsa, they'll feel like they can fight, but Karsa actually, they saw Karsa for a second, and he ran straight to bot lane.
Yeah. Now, a bit of pressure coming onto Rest. Ultimately, Equalizer will not connect, so Rest feels completely fine. In fact, a little bit less pressure on him now as he's trading aggressively.
Yeah, it denies the cannon minion.
Gory will be out of mana now, so this lane is a lot harder. Of course, playing Corki without mana, not the easiest thing to do in the world.
Yeah, and you know it's a safe lane for the Corki when he's got first strike, cull, tier.
Yeah. Yeah, we scaling.
Yeah.
And on the other side, Nully with the Halo Blades is quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Will still, of course, scale
TP
completely fine.
behind Varus.
Yeah, Varus, you're in trouble. Here comes a package. Chain of Corruption will come out, but it's not going to mean all that much as Shun is going to reap the rewards now.
Yeah, no flash on the Varus. Probably too far up with no one anywhere near him. And meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, they're picking up the Void Grubs as well.
Yeah,
so
winning everywhere.
Yeah, it's all CFO.
Winning absolutely everywhere. They're now at the 11-minute mark, fighting themselves up. Pretty much 2k gold, which is not insurmountable by any means, but when their entire team comp is just going to continue scaling into the game, it feels pretty good. Of course, if Rumble can join for something like the next Dragon, then maybe there is the angle of which West Point can win it, but his Equalizer's on cooldown, Ignite's also on cooldown, so even if he joins, not entirely sold on the fact that they would win.
He was recalling, but got his recall interrupted. If he had a full item, maybe he could have finished that recall and run straight to drag, but I think Cassante is going to just try keep him in lane.
Yeah,
as
also
it's actually West Point hitting the dragon.
Yeah, they're going to have first move here just because the time it took to take out those Void Grubs. Now, Renier will be spotted by Karsa. Just going to get that ward down. Be taken out. Shun is alone down the bot side, has to be a little bit scared. Of course, has his flash available, and the culling coming out is going to chunk Ching9 really very low, and Magnetic Storm is going to confirm at least one kill. Char9 should be going down next. It's going to be Shun who picks up that one.
Yeah, Cheng dodges the culling, but walks straight into a rel and just gets one shot there. They grab a Leona kill too. Yeah, and as much as I was liking how West Point were playing in the bot lane, they are 0-5 now, as we're going to get a replay. Yeah, Cheng is trying to move to the fight here, and if he was the lethality Varus, I think he wouldn't feel like he had to walk this way. I feel like he could just walk around, and he's still going to be impactful with this Q. Yeah, just has to walk straight into the rel to not get 100 to 0'd by the culling.
Yeah. Now back to live. Not sure what happened, but Renier is taken out.
He did go for the Sundered Sky. Maybe he had his item completed and thought he could take out the Lucian, but with Milio there, they're able to just pick him up.
Oh. Shun. He's going to get locked up. Piercing Arrow won't have the damage, of course, on hit. Varus. Not the biggest amount of damage coming through from that. Does force out the cleanse. Not sure it was necessary, but ultimately it is just going to be more kills over to this Lucian. Shun now sitting at 6-0.
Yeah.
Feels like, I said it wasn't insurmountable before, but a 6-0 Lucian starts to feel a bit insurmountable.
So Renier is actually a level down on the Lucian. He hasn't been farming very much this game. I think he thinks he's found Lucian on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite able to pick up the kill with the Milio there. Milio still has ult, and I think he did heal. Yeah, he got heal out of him, but probably not what he was looking for there.
For sure. Now, Leandries will be completed for Rallier on the Rumble. That is a big pickup and could swing a fight if he makes it work very, very well. But ultimately...
Yeah, with Rumble in such a good spot, you kind of hope that... You kind of wish the bot lane was just, you know, maybe staying even and the game was going to be a bit slower, just because he's going to farm a lot off of Leandri's first strike on this Cassandra.
Oh, every time Char looks for something, it's completely turned around. Wow. Shun now 7-0. In comes the equalizer, though. It doesn't really find its mark, as only just clips Shun on the outside, and with Milio around is going to be able to ensure Shun stays nice and topped up on health.
Yeah, meanwhile, Gory's just taking a tower on his own. Looks like Azir's going to be here in time to stop him. But yeah, I think it might be too late to stop the solution.
It's going to be very, very difficult. Does complete the support item now. Still yet to click the upgrade, but should almost certainly turn into a Blood Song. I don't even think he realizes it's complete yet.
Yeah. Looks like a Rift Herald for CFO. West Point have no business contesting it.
Yeah, should be going down. And in the meantime, we just have Ching trying to farm up some waves. It is Nuli and Renier down on the bot side, maybe looking to pick themselves up a tower, which a bit of a consolation prize, although this tower is very high on health, so not even sold that that's going down.
Yeah.
Teleport available. Did he pick up the package? He didn't. Okay.
Oh, he's just left it. Maybe he's leaving it for next Dragon, which is in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I believe it's 5 minutes between each.
I think it's 5:30 now. I think they changed it, but yeah. Oh, Charles looking for something again. Xenoblade won't connect. Valkyrie is going to assure Gory gets out of there nice and safe. Although Renier turns around, is going to go flash for flash with the Corki, but now Casa and Sword Art have arrived. And those are some pretty low health bars on West Point. Emperor's Divide comes out, but not before Magnet Storm connects. And Gory picks himself up his first of the game there. Renier being once again taken out.
Yeah, Renier trades flashes, but ends up just going down on the Carso rotate. Yeah, looking pretty rough. So they Hex Flash, and this is what I was saying. It feels so hard to be Leona into any of these champs. The two targets you want to go on are a Lucian and a Corki. It's really difficult to get onto them. Flash is traded, Carso's coming in. And the Emperor's Divide, I guess, isn't enough to save the Wukong here. Yeah, he just gets perma-CC'd, stunned by the Milio as well.
That will be mid-tower now going down, Refuel being used. Chig9 going to be flash away! Wow, that was close.
Yep, this is getting pretty grim. CFO are going to look for, I'm guessing not an inhib. They'll be happy with the tier 2 and they'll collect the other tier 2.
Yeah, there's just a lot of gold going down for now. They don't really need the inhib.
Yeah, there's
Almost
no
feels
rush.
too early.
Yeah.
Oh, Gory's gonna find a massive chunk onto this Azir.
Yeah. Just being annoying. Farming some first strike.
Yeah, headed towards his Eclipse, of course, the new age of Corki build.
Yeah.
Eclipse and then Malignance, oftentimes what is being picked up.
Yeah, and the Corki rockets will insta-proc your Eclipse off of the Malignance proc.
Yeah.
So you end up just having a lot of added damage onto your poke from your rockets.
Spear Shojin also often picked up, and now out will come the Solar Flare. Breath of Light is going to be used, and Sword Art's just surviving. He does go down. Equalizer comes through. Sort of zoning away Shun, but not all that well as Rest now arrives in the back line. Ching9 has been completely annihilated. Rest popping that ghost. Will be continuing on forward. Nuli going to have to flash away, but Char is not going to have that same capability as he gets taken out. Gory and Shun now both very, very strong, and it feels like a bit too little too late for West Point to really do anything in this game.
Yeah, West Point had to use 3 ultis just to take out the Milio. CFO were ready to respond, as I think maybe the Varus ult was overkill on the Milio here. I'm gonna see what happens. This is just Leona getting on him. Yeah, nice Leona ulti onto him. Yep, they end up using a bunch of flashes and ultis, maybe unnecessary, all onto the Milio. And watch Varus as Gory gets onto him here.
Ooh.
Yeah, just vanishes.
Yeah, I mean, Nuli did his best there with the Azir ult, but
Yeah.
not a whole lot really he could do. Oh,
Yeah, there's a kill somewhere.
there is a legend on the Rift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, especially because you've got this double support item, and Vision is going to be always in favor of CFO now.
Shun is actually getting about 6 CS per creep right now, though.
Yeah, but he also has 8 kills, so...
Yeah, I think he's doing okay. Doing okay on gold, probably.
I think that's one thing that is notable, of course, is that if this game isn't this sort of poor and out of control, then it actually would be Shun who isn't receiving as much gold.
Yeah, it would be detrimental. If this game was a bit slower, I could see the Rumble farming up a lot with his first strike against the Cassante too, but it just kind of fell apart in the bot lane, right?
Yeah. It started off okay, of course, but once Castle was around, it became a lot harder.
Yeah.
So Eclipse and Malignance both now completed for Gory, and his ults will hit like an absolute truck.
Yeah, he's actually 2 items up, so they're 2 items up mid, 2 items up. Well, almost 2 items up if you count the Blood Song on AD.
Yeah. Well, that thing's basically an item. It just happens to only cost 500 gold.
Yeah.
And earn you gold while you're getting it. Aurelia, though, he's in the back line. He's looking for Shun. Is going to be able to be taken out. And Shun, honestly, down to half HP, but doesn't feel like he's ever under all that much threat. As with Aurelia down, really does feel like the strongest person on the Rift. Although it's a nice Cyclone. It finds 3. Shun is going to have to flash on out of there as the all-out comes through. He's going to keep Shun nice and safe. Well played by Rest. And on the back line, Gory is going to absolute work on these health bars. Ching9 as well as Nuli will escape with their lives, but it should be Baron now being looked at for the side of CFO. 16-2, 11k up. This game should not be much longer for the Bucks.
Yeah, and you saw Wukong get a great ult there, and like one of the targets he was hitting, I think he hit 3 or 4 people. One of the targets was a half HP Lucian, but by himself, he just doesn't have the damage. This champion doesn't seem like he has the stats right now to really justify being picked, but I mean, if there was a Rumble there, I could see it being a lot more impactful. We're going to get the replay. Karsa is just walking into the enemy jungle, and they do not have the damage to kill him. They're just lacking items. And Rumble fighting the Lucian, when the Lucian is this fed, you're just a punching bag.
Yeah, even
for the
flashing
Lucian.
forward for it.
Yeah.
Confidence.
Yeah.
We love it.
And we're going to see the Wukong engage here. It's an amazing engage.
Yeah.
But he needs follow-up. He doesn't do enough by himself.
Yeah, really well played by Rest there.
Yeah, that was beautiful. He flashed behind the Wukong to ult him into the pit. They take out the Wukong. They can stress-free take a Baron.
Gory's in the middle of a lot of people. Does get taken out. Ching9 going to claim that one. But now Shun has arrived. He's picked up 2. He's on for a Penta here if he can continue on forward. Looks like Nuli's going to receive his first death of the game. It's a triple now for Shun as Nuli completely explodes. Rest continuing on forward. Misses the first Atofu strike and the second. But still, he doesn't really care. He's still running forward.
Yeah, too few items on West Point. They can't kill Karsa, they can't kill Rest.
Yeah,
They
Shun.
can't really kill Shun
Wow.
either.
Yeah. This guy is able to do whatever he wants, really. There is Chain of Corruption available, but Breath of Light as well as Culling still remains to the bot side of CFO, and so they feel completely safe. They're going to take that bottom inhib. Now, headed towards mid, they can probably look for something more.
So we're going to get a replay. Oh, this is just Gory TPing and doesn't realize West Point is just all here, I guess.
Why bot 4?
He's maybe a bit fast on the play. I think they want to push 2 lanes. But finds himself in the middle of 4 people, but it ends up not mattering. Rest comes in with the TP, and then as soon as Shun arrives, he takes out Wukong immediately, and then, I mean, the fight's over just as soon as anyone from CFO really shows up.
Yeah,
Especially this 12-0 Lucian.
for sure. Back to live, mid inhib tower going down now, mid inhib being looked at as well. Should just be going down nice and simply, and now with 2 inhibs dead, you do have the option to back out and reset before this Dragon Soul, but honestly, CFO probably can just get it done. They're going to try to. 3-man Magnet Storm. It's going to be Rally absolutely annihilated. Nuli is also following suit as Char flashes away with his life. Ching9 also losing his flash in the conflict, and those rockets are hitting like an absolute truck.
Yeah.
Down goes the second Nexus tower. Down will go the Nexus, as there's still some shenanigans to be had here, but it will be CFO picking up game number 1 in, I think, the cleanest fashion we've seen this split.
Yeah, what was that, 24 minutes maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, not really any stutter from CFO the entire game, looking clean, and we wanted a statement game out of them, and we got one.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think very important that they are able to do that, because, again, we saw West Point get so many advantages, not be able to do it, which sort of proves to me they're not the strongest team, of course, in the league. Yep. CFO, they come in, they've picked up these massive names, they really needed to get done. Absolutely did.
Yeah.
Proved that there's something in there. There's something absolutely in there. I think their bot side has been the shining light, all things considered here so far for the split. Shun looked fantastic on the Lucian. Sword Art doing everything he needs to do as the Milio, and of course, Rest up on the top side had the hardest matchup out of all of them, and it made it completely work.
Yeah, he went completely even.
Yeah.
Gory doing the same thing. Everyone just kind of doing their job on CFO.
Yeah, putting in the big shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Not very well played there by CFO, and I think, I mean, for West Point, there's not a whole lot to say other than I think the early stages of their game, especially in the bot lane, was actually pretty decent. They were trading back very well. They were actually pressuring the Lucian Milio a fairly substantial amount. I do have questions around the draft, though. Again, the Varus, I mean, I just don't really like the pick at all.
Yeah.
And at this stage, it's 1 win, 10 losses, which...
Yeah.
Which, like, given most of the time the team that is sort of picketed to lose has picked the Varus and lost. So it's like, it's a little bit biased in that regard. But it's still, I think you've picked the Varus here. You have what is, you know, a lot of damage in your team. You can actually finally go for that lethality build. You've got a Leona, which works well for lethality Varus. And you've gone for on-hit. And you saw as soon as he was at all behind, you're never trading with this Lucian, because all he has to do is dash in, auto, Q, and you've lost half your HP bar. You don't have the heals. Milio will be able to heal up.
Lethality is a lot safer in that regard, and it would have been nice to see the lethality. It is a bit of a chicken or the egg thing with Varus. Is it bad because the weaker teams are picking it, or are they the weaker teams because they're picking?
No,
they're picking terrible champions.
I mean, I think it is generally the weaker teams that are picking it, and it does seem like maybe that could be sort of part of it, of course, as you said, but I don't think it's like they're weaker players, so they're picking Varus. I think it's more like maybe if it's that angle, it'll be the drafting is not so certain for these teams, and they do end up just with some sort of weak. I don't even want to call Varus weak in general, but he does seem weak in the PCS at least, and so I think that's maybe why. Of course, the trade-off was they gave over the Lucian. I assume they knew they were going to be giving over the Lucian, and their thoughts was, well, we're going to get the Rumble now, we can get the Azir. Those are 2 massive picks in the meta. But unfortunately, it just didn't matter because Shun ended up so strong. You never really had an answer for the Lucian after what was some great ganks from Karsa, and so following up from that, it was just kind of over.
Yeah, I'm surprised they took the Azir rather than the Milio, especially with the Azir not really getting up too much. With the Corki pick there to neutralize it, you're just going to have even scaling, even lane, so no real rush to pick the Azir unless they don't have the Corki prepared. to answer the Azir. Maybe they could run into trouble trying to match the Azir.
Yeah, that's definitely true, but I know Nuli does play the Ahri, which while it does scale worse, it wins in at least the laning phase. So there was always the angle of something like that, but...
Because this is where Sword Art gets caught, but they maybe just blow too many cooldowns onto him.
I'm surprised he just held his ult there. Or did he not have it, maybe? He must not have had it if he didn't use it.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't have it.
This was a good Azir ult, but it just didn't matter. It's the unfortunate truth of the situation.
Yeah, Corki doing so much damage once he gets just this 2-item spike. Just the Eclipse spike is enough. And he scales up really well as he gets more items.
Yeah, I think he backed off that and got the Malignants.
Yeah, Corey did his best to keep it close, but yeah, of course Shun is going to be running away with the damage graph this game.
Yeah, a lot of gold I think Shun had there. A bit of an unfair amount. And of course, I mean, the gold graph really does tell the story. They were pretty competitive for the start of the game, but it ballooned out of control. I mean, what was it at the end? Something like 17k, if I can read that graph somewhat accurately. Yeah. About a 17k gold lead. They could have just taken the Infernal Salt whenever they wanted to, but obviously didn't need it. Just walking in the base, flashing under their Nexus. No one even went down and just picking up the win. And
yeah, you barely have to hesitate on the rel at that point when you're just dealing with one item carries.
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
sure.
your carries have 3, 4 items. Even your tanks have 3 or 4 items.
Yeah, things that are absolutely blown out of proportion. And now, I mean, again, going into the next sort of champion or pick bans, I don't even know what I want to see. I don't want to see the Varus. And honestly, there's something like that can be said that you want something more safe that can pressure the bot lane against something like the Milio Lucian. But there are other bot champs that do it, and they're not so traditional in terms of the AD carry. But you can play things like Seraphine, Senna, even Senna Tarm. While it may be a struggle streak for the start of the lane, it does find its feet where the Lucian starts to struggle to actually pressure the Tarm out. Yeah,
we saw a bunch of Senna bans yesterday, and we've actually seen a few Senna bans today in the LCK. So that is definitely a lane people are looking to play, and whichever team can add another bot lane to their repertoire.
New stat dropped: most damage taken per death. Oh. Yeah, I actually like that. I think.
Yeah, better than strictly damage taken.
Yeah, but then like if someone's just absolutely giga running it down, maybe it would be like interesting to see. Not like you know, not like that they're actually running it down, but they're just going straight in, like a Nocturne going straight in and just absolutely taking the brunt of anything. That's always pretty interesting to see.
Yeah.
Yep, Shun going to be picking up the MVP here. I mean, not a whole lot that Ching9 could do. He was following up on Char's engages, and then eventually they did just get caught out by the Kasa gank.
Yeah, they were playing the engage lane on the red side, which meant it was just always going to be really dangerous, and CFO punished it well. An amazing game by Shun, who should probably not be allowed onto the solution.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that if he's against a team like Frank, he's against a team like Beyond or PSG, I think it's a lot more doable. I think those teams, especially their bot laners, they've got massive names there. I don't think Shun's just going to get away with sort of running around the rift and killing everyone. It's a lot harder when a bit more organization, as well as, you know, players like Jinjia, players like, well, at least we've seen so far, Husha is very good at being able to control the pace of the bottom lane when he chooses to do so. So
yeah, I imagine he's not going to be like getting 5 kills in lane on a Lucian Milio lane. But yeah, he still just plays it very well. He pilots it really well.
I mean, no criticisms for it at all. I think he's played it fantastically. I do wonder how much of it is them playing really well and just the team West Point not playing around what could potentially be Kasa ganks or things akin to that. But fellas, game number 1, it's done and dusted. We will be going to a break very shortly, and once we're back, we'll have game number 2 between CFO and West Point Esports.
We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find is where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Most of you wanna got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle.
Back already for game number 2 after a very, very quick game number 1. Extremely decisive by CFO. And of course, now it's up to West Point to prove that they are not completely out of the series. They've got to try and return a win here. And how do you think they get it done? Because I'm not sure.
Honestly, it was just a complete disaster in the bot lane. You're up against a scaling lane with an engaged bot lane, and you just end up throwing... I think they threw more than 6 kills their way in the bot lane. And yeah, well, once that happens, you just don't have the champs to deal with it. Rumble was a key component of that comp, and one of the strongest champions, if not the strongest champion on the patch, but he cannot deal with a Lucian.
No.
Especially not a Lucian Milio. When they're that fed, he can't do anything to them. So it just fell apart from the beginning. I think, yeah, deny Lucian from Shun. Let's see him on some other champs. He's no slouch on the other champs. But yeah, get him on something else. Maybe see if he'd like a Varus game.
Oh,
see if we can pick something away from him.
If I know anything about the current state, West Point chose red side. All right,
Yeah.
well, I think they have to ban the Lucian now. And something that Lowe said to me during the break was that he noticed in the champion select that West Point actually banned Kalista and Ashe. And generally, if you ban the Ashe, the other team is almost forced into banning the Kalista because...
Yeah.
It's just that is the counter to Kalista, and it becomes a lot harder to deal with. And so maybe that's something they drop one of those two. Maybe I feel like
Probably
they're going to
drop
ban
the
the Ashe. I think they'll ban the Ashe because it's almost been religiously the red side banning Ashe. Because I think in general blue side will just first pick it, and so maybe ban the Ashe, leave the Kalista open. Worst case scenario, maybe CFO pick it, but then you still get the option to pick up the Rumble, pick up the Lucian as well, and then at that stage you feel pretty safe.
Yeah, if they do first pick the Kalista, you can take away the Renata. Maybe like a Renata Rumble first rotation seems really strong, and that takes a lot of power away from the Kalista. I'm not sure who you'd pair with the Kalista. We've pretty much only seen it with the Renata. I'm not sure who you'd pair it with. I'm sure Milio is fine. I'm sure Engage supports, bread and butter with Kalista.
Yeah. I mean, things like the Kalista Alistair have always been a thing, but for sure in terms of pressuring lane and just outright power, the Kalista alongside Renata seems to be the strongest. And now
What's the Renata
CFO
ban?
have banned the Renata, so that might make things interesting. We'll see if West Point choose to ban the Kalista here, and they will. So Lucian remains open, and I have a feeling I might know what Rest is about to lock. Oh, insta-lock.
Yeah, let's see if they take away the Milio this time. I don't think there's a rush to pick up the Azir. You can let the Azir go and pick the Corki. I'd be surprised if Nili can't play the Corki. He's not a particularly difficult champ
No.
to play, I don't think.
Okay, Ophelio's locked in, which means we probably are about to see the Milio. It will go up against... Ooh.
No, they're really prioritizing the Azir.
Okay.
So last game CFO left and they've actually left the Rumble up
They
for
have.
CFO to take. I'm not sure what the rush to get the Aphelios pick was.
I have a feeling that we're about to see an absolute Exodia comp from
Yeah.
CFO. Now,
Yeah.
they do have the option of taking either the Corki or the Rumble.
They seemed happy to let the Corki go to second rotation, not worried about it being banned, so I assume they will just take the Rumble here.
Yeah, and ultimately there are other picks you can just pick into the Azir. It's not like you have to pick Corki as an answer.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. This might be very telling of...
Oh.
Okay. Will both remain open? Rest is a very good Rumble player. I'd be surprised to see it just be let through. Okay. It will. So now West Point have the option. They can take that Rumble away before the next set of bans. Alternatively, they could pick something else. Something like the Lulu on your screen here. And
Yeah,
Enchanter,
the
buff
Lulu
up
makes sense. You
Yeah.
kind of run out of stuff to pick with the Aphelios if you don't take the Lulu here and they ban it. Yeah, I'm not sure what you'd go for after the Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, in times of old, Thresh was always a good pairing with the Aphelios, but I'm not sure that you'd really want Thresh into the Lucian Milio. It feels very difficult for the Thresh to really pilot in that lane. But
Yes. So they've decided to try and match the scaling bot lane. We'll
Yeah.
see how it goes. If it goes even, we might get to see which lane really outscales.
Yeah, West Point do not have to ban the Rumble here, by the way. They do get first pick
Yeah.
coming through for the second phase, and so might opt to pick it for themselves. Poppy will be the ban here.
Yeah, it makes sense. Poppy does well this game against Lucian and Vi.
Does.
I wonder if they'll ban the Corki.
Poppy also just runs around the map, one-shotting people, whilst being full tank,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeeting people away from objectives and claiming it as their own. We'll see, though. Second ban... Rumble. Okay, so they don't want the Rumble, and honestly I think that makes sense. Relia does tend to do better when he is on these AD bruiser type champs. Xin Zhao will be the ban here, so jungle pool is being taken fairly light. Wukong, Viego, Balvef are all champions we have seen. Not saying I want to see them, but
Oh, maybe the plan is to
Rel?
last pick an Irelia here. Yeah, Rel seems good.
I think Rel here would make a lot of sense. You already have damage, you definitely do not need more. Maokai, very similar in concept, controls a large portion of the map. That ultimate, that grasping, what is it? Oh, I forget now, but it
Roots
is
or something.
an absolute abomination of a champion.
Yeah, it's actually pretty underutilized in the PCS so far. It's actually picking up bans, first rotation in the LPL and LCK.
Yeah, no, it is a very strong champion still. I wonder what build Ching9 will opt for, if he's going to go for more AP heavy, more tank heavy. I think both are viable options, because ultimately if you are a tank, you can just play disruption. If you do damage, it sets up for objectives well. Being able to set up the saplings makes it very hard to clear.
Yeah, usually the rune will give it away. If he goes for first strike, he's probably going one damage item into full tank. Otherwise, you know, maybe if he takes Glacial or Aftershock, we'll know that he's just going full tank.
Yeah, there is also Phase Rush. I think Phase Rush is quite often used on Maokai.
Oh,
Quite
yeah.
easy to just jump on in, jump on out. And now we will see Yone here for Relia. I actually like the Yone here. I think you are very heavy on damage, and so this means that the Maokai should almost certainly be just a full tank.
Yep.
Not sure what you'd want first. Possibly even the Hollow Radiance wouldn't be so bad, because Talia might be offering a lot of damage, and Lucian, we know, does a fairly substantial amount of magic damage.
Yeah, there are a lot of... It used to be when you played like support Maokai, you'd go for a lot of move speed builds.
Yeah.
There's that new support item, or supportive item, I can't remember the name of it, but it gives your teammates move speed as they run behind you.
Trailblazer.
Yeah, Trailblazer,
Yeah.
Swifties, Deadman Plate, that used to be the go-to on your support Maokais, just to get in range for Ws, but maybe he'll go for something just strictly tanky.
Yeah, and obviously Frozen Heart's very strong.
Yeah.
And then the current meta, and so you can just pick up a little bit of health on your first item, go for that second item, Frozen Heart, so you are lowering attack speeds, you're taking less damage from auto attacks. Does very well, of course, against the Lucian. And honestly, it even works against the Azir. We'll see, though. West Point yet to pick up a win in the season. I think they will eventually, but I'm not sure that this is the game they'll do it in, because so far, at least game number 1, CFO completely dominated the entire map.
No, I don't think they quite put together the Exodia draft this game either, but
Yeah.
maybe lean towards comfort picks.
I think if you're winning this game as West Point, a lot of priority has to be put around, and a lot of jungle pressure towards this Yone.
Yep.
I think if he can get ahead, starts being an absolute menace in the side lane, Cassante never will be able to deal with him all that well. Shouldn't be too bad and shouldn't be solo dying or anything like that, but
Yeah.
it isn't the easiest thing for Rest to pilot.
And your bot lane should be okay this game, even if Karsa goes for a similar game plan of camping bot, because you're just going to be a lot less aggressive on the Aphelios Lulu.
Risky attack, by the way, on Karsa's Vi.
Oh.
Not something we often see. Generally, we see something like the Conqueror or
Yeah.
even Aftershock, even Hail of Blades occasionally.
Yeah, a lot of squishy targets that he's probably just going for one-shots on. It will be Aftershock on the Maokai, so he's probably just going for a full tank build. We'll
Yeah.
skip the damage item.
Does have the red jungle item, though. See if that means anything. Probably not. Total gold, completely even.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Nicely done.
That is something you do want to see. Now, Shun's gone this game for the Ignite. I believe last game...
Cleanse.
Yes,
Cleanse
he
into
did
the
have
Leona.
cleanse. Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, so Ignite this game. Often we have seen the Lucians running the barrier alongside the heal of their Milio, but we'll have a different look.
I think the plan is to get Karsa bot, so they probably want the Ignite to be able to aggress on their
Yeah.
lane. Otherwise, it's a pretty stale lane in the bot lane. Just both teams looking to scale.
Yeah, it is important to note that Casa being on the Vi this game means that it isn't exactly the easiest for him to find gank angles prior to hitting level 6 and getting access to that cease and desist. But
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if he can make it work. He certainly has been thus far, as Relia
Getting ahead.
for sure, winning a trade there. Gory as well got himself a very nice matchup in this Talia versus Zia.
Yeah.
Kind of akin to the Corki versus Zia, but instead of playing to scale much harder, you do just tend to win out the lane a lot more as the Talia.
Yeah, you almost have to as Gory, because I'm imagining the CFO team comp from behind, and it might be a bit of a struggle
Yeah, for
to
sure.
do damage.
And West Point's bot lane will outscale the bot lane of CFO as well. Of course, Aphelios, once he gets to those sort of 4 items, he just absolutely shreds everyone, no matter how much armor you have, no matter pretty much anything.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 items just does take a long time, and the solution Milio is going to be spiking, you know, at
2, 3, yeah.
half an item, 1 item, 2 items. Yeah.
It's a lot easier for sure. Relia, though, certainly doing well for himself in the top lane. Got himself absolute priority, going to be able to go down. Look for a ward to spot out where this Vi is, and even has the Scryer's Bloom there if he chooses to use it. Oh, he's actually going for an aggressive trade now. Casa going to be using that Vault Breaker. He should be completely fine. Smites away the blue. Nothing really to complain about. But it's important to note where the Vi is, of course. It means that West Point's bot lane, who are aggressively pushed up right now, are feeling a lot safer. Oh.
So it's going to be a trade of crabs, it looks like this game. No aggressive moves from Kaisa, just Karsa, just a full clear.
Yeah, wanting to hit 6 as soon as possible where Vi really hits her stride. Ching9, though, being traded on aggressively, does find himself a little bit of damage in return, but mostly shielded up by Sword Art on the Milio.
Scary trades, but they feel completely safe to just walk up, hit this wave, because they know Karsa's top side, they know Maokai is bot side.
Yeah, they have lost barrier and heal in the bot lane. I'm not sure exactly at which state that happened. We did see, of course, Ignite ticking down on Ching when it was the level 2 trades, but I didn't notice the barrier heal at that stage.
Yeah, a lot of the time you end up just using heal early in some trade, just so that you're sure it's not going to be cut down by the Ignite. So you just get your heal value and win a trade off of it.
Sure.
Kind of the same with barrier.
Now, this is not good. This Yone really wants to be winning his lane, and okay, now he might be okay now because of that. Gonna have to look for the shield. Is gonna be able to find it. He's gonna likely trade one back. He flashes away. He's not going to. Maokai's in the area. Casts are very, very low, but should be okay to just run this one on out, and that is a massive minion wave. Teleport maybe means he can get it. Renier might be able to find this. He does flash forward, is able to confirm himself one. Relia as well, picking up the assist. Quite big.
Yeah, at least Relia gets something for that. That was so well played by CFO. I did not see the dive. Once the VIQ missed, I thought it was over.
Yeah.
Maybe greeting his flash a little bit on Relia.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it does feel like it's pretty hard for him to play. He dashes in there.
Gets a good trade. Massive minion wave.
Yeah, this is almost a problem. Yeah, that was a big problem, getting hit by that as well.
Takes a lot of damage from the wave. But Karsa actually misses this Q, and I thought the dive was over at this point. I think he greeds his flash here. He maybe just has to flash. But he was probably just in disbelief that they were still going for the play.
Yeah.
I was.
Karsa as well. Greeds his recall here a little bit. Not expecting Renier to be up here. Able to return one at least. Which is pretty nice, of course.
Yeah.
Getting your Maokai some kills
And the
isn't
assist
all that
on the
bad.
own.
我知道，挺好的。还行还行。
Look, I'd love to tell you what he's here, guys, but unfortunately I can't.
Looks like he took it pretty well, though.
Yeah. Oh, Char, he's getting ignited, and are we going to see a second dive? We are. Gory's down here. Weaver's Wall comes out. Flash from Char, but he will be taken out, and now Ching9 is not in the happiest of positions. Renier's on his way down, does not have access to Flash, of course, using it in the last engagement.
Dead,
Yeah, may be able to turn one back if Renier's able to get that twisted advance. He won't be able to. Oh. Yeah, disastrous start.
Yep. And, I mean, CFO needed to turn the heat up, and they have. Just back-to-back dives on opposite sides of the map. Probably enabled by West Point just getting the worst of these trades in the bot lane. They're already really chunked. CFO know they can trade really hard here because they've got, I mean, the whole team showing up.
Yeah, and Gory just will permanently have prior over there, Zia, outranging and out-pushing.
I think Gory does trade back a plate, but yeah, there's not much Aphelios can do here, even with Maokai showing up.
Yeah, maybe if he flashes and lands the snare.
Yeah,
But
there's always
ultimately,
Gory.
he will be going down, but maybe it means they can trade back one onto Casa. Rallia now, after what happened, a lot of minions lost.
Yeah.
Ooh, good buffer on the queue there. I think he would have been going down if not.
Yeah, he's a level down with his wave pushing away from him. It's pretty tragic in the top lane for this Yone. He does catch up, get level 7, but he might need some help to get this wave in.
Yeah, I think he might. Renier, though, see how close he is to level 6. It can be a game changer, the Maokai ult.
Yeah, usually around the objectives, but with no cleanse on the Lucian, if he can get down to bot with his ulti before Milio's hitting 6, they can maybe do something in this bot lane.
Yeah, Casa has cease and desist here. West Point have to be so careful.
Yeah, and their wave is pushing away from them.
Yeah, this is horrendous. Nuli, he's not going to come down. He's just putting a ward down.
I think Karsa's going to be patient enough here to pick up the kill.
Yeah. Yeah, this does seem like it's inevitable. He's just... Yeah, he's going to find it. There it comes. Season Assist is coming out. Ching9 is just going to immediately be blown up.
Yeah, he has flash. No point in using it, though, because the Vialt is going to follow him through. Yeah,
we have a problem, and that problem is Shun being on Lucian for the second game in a row after dropping 12 kills on your head in game number 1.
Yeah, it might be some deja vu here, as he's probably just going to be taking over this game. All you've got to really stop him this game is a Maokai W.
Yeah. Well, and in fairness, if you do get locked up by that Maokai W, there is a lot of follow-up. The Yone can get to you.
Yeah.
Aphelios has quite a bit of range, as well as... He is easier to play this game than I think the Varus was from behind last game.
Really nicely played trade from Relia there, pretty much dodging everything from the Cassante.
Yeah, doing his best.
Yeah, playing for his life.
Oh. Okay, Shun is able to get out. Sword Art, though, he'll have his back cancelled.
Shun has finished his Storm Razor. I can't imagine Cheng is going to be recalling for anything similar.
No. No, he will not be. Okay, he's going to maybe pick himself up a plate, which is definitely much needed gold. And honestly, Renier being in the area may make it a little bit more scary for Shun to be walking up here. Both mid laners are also headed down. We'll turn around. Yeah, Storm Razor on Shun is very, very scary.
Yep.
Doesn't feel really like Cheng and Cha can do a whole lot.
Yeah, at this point, they just need to keep up and farm. They're actually up a bit of CS. I can't imagine it'll stay that way for long with an item advantage on the Lucian. But if they can just keep up and farm, they'll be okay.
Yeah, Cheng has walked onto Shun's screen and lost half his health and his barrier.
Oh, I thought he was going to recall, but I guess he's used the barrier just to preserve his HP and decided to stay in lane. He's got the Maokai nearby and the Lulu on her way, so he should be okay.
For sure. Will cost them the Void Grubs, of course, but yeah, I don't think that is the biggest of your concerns if you are West Point. Oh, Rallia, you... Okay. I was a bit scared when he decided to dash towards where Casa was.
Yeah, he does have the ult up on the buy. Let's see what Aphelios can pick up on this recall, as Relia's taking a pretty good trade. Making the Yone counter pick work, despite a terrible start.
For sure. We'll likely go for one of Blade of the Ruined King or Kraken Slayer. Of course, the recurve bow gives that away. But yet to see what... It kind of changes depending on what he gets as to what playstyle he'll opt for. If it's a Blade of the Ruined King, certainly feels like it's more of a look to side lane, as Nuli's getting taken out very, very low here. Does not have anything to get away from Casa, who will last at that kill away with that cease and desist.
Yeah, I think he maybe had a moment there just to flash away over the Raptor camp, but thought he could maybe walk it out.
Yeah, every lane now kind of just losing. Even Rallia being down on CS in what should be a fairly decent lane.
So what happens here? Gory just decides, no, you're not TPing there. You see the fleet footwork keeps this Azir so safe.
Yeah. Picture in picture, though. Dragon's going to be taken out by CFO.
So Maokai
Looks
ult.
like, yeah, teleport was committed from Nuli to get to this, and doesn't feel like there's going to be a whole lot of follow-up. You definitely shouldn't be fighting if you're West Point. Item advantage heavily in favor of CFO.
You have to wonder when this Aphelios is going to feel like he'll be matching the Lucian. You know, definitely at 4 items, but when is that coming? It seems even further away with the Lucian accelerated now.
Yep, definitely a very difficult game.
If you look just across the board, we've got full items on pretty much everyone on CFO and components across the board for West Point.
Yeah, Black Cleaver also is the first item here for Caster on the Vi, which means the armor we see on Maokai will be a little less meaningful, although still absolutely very relevant. And Rallier is doing a fantastic job of buffering those Qs to not find himself getting ulted and just taken out by this Cassante in the top lane.
Yeah, kind of playing for his life just to survive in the lane at the moment. It will probably be changing once he gets his Blade of the Ruined King. He'll outscale the Cassante, definitely. It's about if he'll have time to, though. Interrupt on the BYG with the Lulu ulti.
Gonna have to use his ult as well, and now Cheng and Char might just get dove again. It isn't the easiest to dive the Lulu, of course, but without Wild Growth, it becomes significantly easier.
Yeah. Karsa actually decides just to not ult the Lulu there. Kind of surprising, but worried about maybe the Lulu flashing him into the enemy team.
For sure. Now, Nature's Grasp available on Renier on this Maokai. Flash as well, and of course no cleanse on Shun means he is a little bit vulnerable. Breath of Light will be available, and that culling has shredded through Cheng's life bar. Renier now will be here in the area, just allowing this Aphelios to pick up this minion wave, although Karsa might not be so convinced that he's getting out.
Yeah, Maokai can be very punishing on these dives. So it's making CFO hesitate, but honestly, as things are going, they've already done the work. You know, they don't need another crazy dive to work or anything.
For sure. Although, still in the area, teleport also coming through. This is going to be Rest joining the fray, and will be matched by Rallier here. This is a little bit scary as Cheng 9 at least goes down very, very quick. Out comes the Fate's Call. He's going to be able to land onto 2. That's 1 kill. Castle being taken out very, very quickly. It's a 1-for-1 after both top laners teleporting to the play.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be happy with that result as West Point, though it's not really that amazing. You're still happy to trade a buy for an Aphelios, but with the state of the game, you kind of got to take those.
Yeah. Anything's good, and of course, the gold going on to Rallier is important because it means that he now is a little bit stronger, which should help him up in this 1v1.
Yeah, he's got his Blade of the Ruined King finished up.
Yeah.
Maokai should have his Frozen Heart finished. As we see Cheng already chunked out from that Lucian ulti. TP starts and Yon hesitates on the TP.
Yeah, very early usage of Lulu's shield, and Moonlight Vigil gets a little bit of health back. But
yeah, really nice Aphelios ult there, keeping him alive for a bit, and they trade the kill back with a big Yon ulti. See if he can do anything with the kill gold he's just gotten. The Toll Order, though, he's going to be up against a very strong Lucian, so maybe he's going to opt into just a split push orientated build.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to. I don't know that you're ever feeling that confident in these fights unless CFO make a huge misplay. Should be Rift Herald picked up here by Caster, and most likely will eventually get driven into that mid lane as, of course, opening the mid lane tower, one of the hardest jobs of the early to mid game, and it just opens up the map so much.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not just using it straight away, but maybe just waiting for Gory to get to bot lane. Yeah, there it is.
He should be. Someone should be surfing this. Oh,
Sword Art's
he's clicked the right way. That's big.
They can definitely go for another charge. No, maybe not. Definitely. Maokai's here now. Okay.
Oh, okay. That culling wasn't the best.
Yeah, maybe just a little overzealous trying to defend the Rift Herald, but he will be okay without it, I think.
No, seen this one before.
TP
Oh, Nully's.
flank, actually. He's
Yeah,
put the, he's put
okay.
the maneuvers on him.
This was a 2-for-1, really. He escaped, and Shun's flash
wow.
will not dodge the knockback. And Nully, I thought he was teleporting away from being dove, but turns out he's just teleporting in to secure themselves a massive shutdown and potentially a dragon. It's a
follow-up
4v5. Nully, importantly, is not very high on the health bar and will be taken out almost immediately if this Vi chooses to use an ult on him. And Rally is maybe finding an angle. Doesn't quite make it over that wall.
I feel like you almost have to go for this as West Point.
Yeah, Relia, he's stacking up Qs.
Denying this third drag is going to be a really big deal.
Yeah, we'll give them an extra 5 minutes in this game for your Aphelios to get items, for your Yone to also. Jing9 does have okay guns to try and keep himself at a distance and stay away from potential harm, but now Shun has had time to respawn and come here, and while he did get shut down and that was gold over, you didn't manage to spend it, and he is still the absolute strongest unit on the map.
Yeah, West Point may be feeling like they used too much to catch the Lucian. They probably did use a lot, as we're going to see the ankle breaker from Nully here. So CFO are rotating onto him, and he just finds a TP angle, leaves CFO in the dust, and gets onto the Lucian.
Oh,
Kill going over to Nully.
that was a close call.
Yeah.
Shun very close to getting away from that. Now we've got Nully coming up here to match the Cassante, which I don't hate. If Yone can get some time alone in the bot lane, he's going to be able to take out this tower, which is gold for the team. Nully shouldn't feel too pressured by Cassante at least.
I guess he's not trading the tower. He maybe doesn't realize they were rotating Talia up top. Will Cassante commit the TP here? There's not much up, so he maybe can. If he doesn't, I think the tower just goes down, which will be nice for West Point.
For sure. This will be a tower. Rally picking that one up. So definitely quite a lot of strengths on the own, but is it going to matter? We'll have to see. The hard part about this, of course, is that West Point have to play very well around Rally's timings, and Rally has to play well around sort of the pressure the map has. And with the two support items, once again, there is just so much vision for CFO that West Point will never have access to.
Yeah, if you've got a split push win con against the Talia Vi, that can be pretty difficult.
Uh-oh. All right.
Nully has flash.
The
and
kitchen
ulti
sink
here.
is coming. It's going to be the seasons of this first. Oh, this is turning out a little disastrous. Renier being the target. He gets Wild Growth. He's staying nice and healthy. Is going to be able to maybe get out. Everyone so far is surviving. Low health bars across the rift as Rallier will have to recall. Does have access to his teleport, of course, if he wants to return to the play.
I guess Karsa goes on the Maokai there because he's got no flash.
Yeah,
Thinks it
through
might be
come
a
the
free
Weaver's
pickup.
Wall is going to force out Rallier's teleport once more. Moonlight Vigil is available. Is it going to be used here by Cheng? He could find the angle for a nice stun, but Nully gets absolutely eliminated there under the tower. Rallier, though, going forward. It's on to rest. Not too much damage to talk of. Is massive shove there. The seismic shove coming out of Gory's Talia will secure them a Maokai for their troubles as Shun fearlessly continuing on forward.
Yeah, it was a shove onto Nully too. Gory finding two really good Talia Ws there and picking up 2 kills off of a botched play by CFO under the enemy top tower.
Sure.
Looks like they'll pick up this tower, maybe more.
Ooh, yeah, they should be able to get it. They might be able to get West Point's bot lane as well. Char definitely did. Flash will mean that Cheng at least survives, but just more and more gold being funneled over into this Lucian once more. And the game has ballooned. This gold lead certainly heavily in favor of CFO, and they're still one dragon away from being able to pick up that Infernal Soul and probably just run away with it at that point.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes on this dragon, and I don't know how we are going to fight this with the state of our Aphelios items. We'll get to see it in a second. I'd be surprised if he's picked up a second item. Lucian definitely has.
Yeah, plus the Blood Song.
No, not yet, yeah.
Yeah, no Infinity Edge on this Aphelios means that his damage is going to be almost laughable.
Yep, Frozen Heart on Karsa, full tank on the Cassante. Yeah, they are not worried about this Aphelios at all.
Yeah, and with Dragon being up in what is only 1 minute, you don't really have the time for Yone to find any headway against the Cassante, of course. will be favored in that 1v1, but just doesn't have the time to make it matter as Nuli's going to get ulted by this Vi. Locked up. There is a bit of lock up back towards Casa, but he's going to be okay to get out. No follow-up. It is just the clean kill given over once more to the side of CFO.
Yeah, Karsa really justifying this Vi pick. We were a bit skeptical and he picked it over the Rumble. But yeah, he's justified. He had a great early game and he's making great use of the Vi ult with this lead now.
Oh wow, Shun is just jumping
Dashing
into
forward.
towers now.
Yeah.
We're at that point of the game, are we, fellas?
Yeah. Seems like this point always arrives when you've got Shun on the Lucian.
It does feel that way. He's even getting quite close to his Voltaic Cyclo sword as we see the Brutalizer in his inventory. Certainly very, very far ahead of Cheng on the Aphelios.
And I doubt CFO will even fully rotate for this dragon.
Yeah,
I'm
Weaver's Wall
assuming-
comes out. Cheng's going to get caught up by that, but does manage to stay out of harm's way, just runs on out of there. Now, Talia ult will be down for the dragon, of course, being that it was just used. But are West Point even going to contest it? They're pushing down mid, and they're going to get looked at by Shun, who goes on forward. Fate's called, will find Shun, but immediately the Yone is completely blown up, and cease and desist from downtown. Cheng9's in the middle of the team. Shun is dealing all the damage he would ever need to. There's a double kill now for your Lucian. Only 2 members left alive here for the side of West Point as CFO head towards the Baron.
Relia thought he had found an angle onto the Lucian that fight, but blew up immediately. And then it was just a matter of Vi ulting backline, and we're going to see it here. Probably overzealous by Shun here. Relia finds him, but just vanishes. Lucian is still full HP. Shove doesn't connect, but Karsa flash ulties the Aphelios. And CFO make light work of the team fight.
Yeah, never really looked all that close, did it? So, both objectives being picked up here. It is the Baron, as well as Gory doing the Dragon. Picks that one up. That is the Infernal Soul. This is the Baron buff, and I think we might be looking to end now if you are CFO. 8-1-2.
Yeah.
Oh, we've found Renier. Renier thought he could do his Raptors, but that was a divine mistake as he's just taken out in very quick fashion. Said 8-0, I lied, it's now 9-0. Nuli though, oh, he gets stunned up there. Casa, he's on the wrong side of the map, so he will be going down. It's Nuli who claims himself that gold. Yeah. Lots to do here for the side of CFO. I mean, just waiting on Casa. Casa, obviously down for 20 more seconds. Wait for that respawn to come through, and I believe we will see.
Yeah, they probably can't pressure 2 lanes. They'll just pressure 3.
Yeah. So, I mean, Gory actually went down, really finding himself the solo kill there up in the river. So that will slow down the progress of the game, of course, as Relia picks himself up some much-needed gold. Yeah, you don't really stand a chance, unfortunately.
He's actually 2 levels down and still just... Yeah, it's not even close.
And Relia landed 1 Q and then auto-attacked Gory to death. Classic. He's being looked at, though. Will he be able to take out Shun? Fate's Call will miss. He's going to be absolutely annihilated. But can he get one?
Close.
Not quite. It does force out the heal as well as that Breath of Light, which is certainly key abilities and whatnot for Sword Art and also for keeping Shun alive, in all honesty.
Yeah, they've kind of successfully wasted the CFO Baron. We'll see if CFO can still get anything done with this Baron. There is still the Weaver's Wall on the Talia, so she can get to any fight. They can set up a siege.
Yeah, and Cheng9, importantly, very close to his Infinity Edge, and while certainly will still be a lot weaker than this Lucian, it is important. It means maybe, with all things going exactly as you'd want, they could potentially find something.
Yeah, Relia has decided to just go full damage. There's not going to be any split pushing for him this game. He is praying for a one-shot on the Lucian, who definitely needs to be taken out.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not winning the game if Shun is able to continuously weave in these auto attacks with how much the energized auto attacks will be doing and just how it synergizes with the Lucian passive. Now, top and hit does go down. Looks like mid will be the next target. Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
still managed to get some value out of the Baron. I believe it's running out in 15 seconds, so maybe they get one more wave on it.
Yeah, one more wave. Should mean there's inhib. Obviously, it's just so scary for anyone on West Point to move up. Even Renier at this stage will be taking immense damages from Gory and Shun, in all honesty. Not a whole lot of magic resist available. As Culling comes out, Nuli will have to shift on back into his base.
Yeah, just zoning them away from the tower, and CFO are going to go for the tutorial end here.
That's
all
right.
3 inhibs.
Yeah, got the Dragon Soul, got the Baron, got 3 inhibs. And now, will they look for a dive again? Nature's Grasp will come out here. It does connect at least onto Caster, and Caster is being taken quite low here by Nuli on the Azir. Next target is Rest. Not the 2 targets you'd want. It is going to be Relia going forward. He does have to come back there, and Gory also taking a substantial amount of damage. So at least they have lost their entire base in all honesty, but they've kept themselves within the game.
Yeah, it's tower defense time. They did manage to get Shun's flash on the Lucian, so maybe if CFO come up to end, we can make some heroic play and take out the Lucian, but at this point, Gory is very strong too.
For sure. Now we're at the point of the game where it just becomes plants versus oysters. Really going to have to put their work out to try and defend this. Obviously, some key items. We need to see Ching get his IE, which he does right now, and Crypt Bloom would be very important for Nuli. And we saw in the last fight, Nuli doing a very sizable amount of damage.
Yeah, he found Karsa and chunked him out. Karsa going for...
Trailblazer?
Yeah, not really the tankiest item, just a bit of utility, and not going to be useful in the enemy base at all.
Does allow him, obviously, the extra movement speed it grants himself, so maybe just that much more range to find a cease and desist onto either Nuli or Ching. And I have to start to feel like I think Nuli might be the more important target, as Renier is going to get absolutely chunked out. Wildgrove is going to come through. Culling is being used, and it's going to be Gory who picks that one up. Crypt Bloom explodes all over the base of West Point as Rest flashes forward. Third Natovu Strike will land and cease and desist also, but it's a nice Emperor's Divide which finds 2, but the shove is even better. It's going to be a clean shove out of Gory after multiple throughout the game. 2-0 in favor of CFO in what was exceedingly clear fashion.
Yeah, just pretty clean games all around from CFO. I think it was the Storm Surge on the Talia that actually ends up picking up the Maokai kill, and from there they just commit under the enemy towers, into the enemy fountain even, kill everyone and end the game.
Yeah, job's done. Those guys on your screen there now, after, as we said, a rocky start, going down 2-1 to Beyond, they now find themselves winning the next 2 series 2-0, and truly starting to look like they've found form. So I think promising signs now for CFO, and they've still got some big games ahead of them, PSG being the biggest one, of course. So it's good to find form. They're certainly showing that against the weaker teams, they aren't going to falter.
Yeah.
Game number 2, maybe not quite as clean as game number 1, but certainly wasn't exactly all that bad. And I think Gory as well in game number 2 really was a bit of a standout. A couple of important shoves there in the mid stage of the game up in top lane.
Yeah, though honestly they didn't snowball as hard game 2 as they did game 1. Game 2 was equally clean, and it was a different look from them. They picked an early game jungler where they had to snowball early game. They had to play around their early game champions, and they pulled it off seamlessly.
Yeah.
You know, without much resistance from West Point.
Yeah.
And yeah, just really well played. West Point, on the other hand, I think Relia probably shouldn't be too upset with himself. Pretty much everything was just going on in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Just falling apart. Lucian getting a massive lead. Shun on the Lucian getting a massive lead every game and converting it beautifully. Not really making any mistakes. He got caught by that one Azir teleport.
Yeah, that was really well played by Nuli in fairness. I think there were signs of life again for West Point. It's kind of similar to Halpigs, right? Where there's signs of them being able to really get something done. And you can see that there is absolutely a world in which they can succeed in some of these games. But unfortunately just not clean enough as the game sort of progresses. And that's where you kind of find Shun being... Was it 9-1 at one stage? I don't know what he finished, but he was 9-1, and then I mean, game number 1 it was 12-0, I think. And even on that note, I think maybe Shun has to be either had that Lucian targeted away from him, or you just have to find something that you can stand up to it against. And not only him, but also how the team plays around it, because Kasa spends quite a lot of time in that bot lane ensuring that Shun gets ahead. You've got the 2 support items, extra vision absolutely everywhere. Makes the game so much harder to play. And I'm not sure why we're consistently giving over the Lucian for pretty much nothing in response. Because
and at least take the Milio. At least don't give him, don't
especially
give him the
if you're
whole
picking their Felios anyways, you may as well just take a Felios Milio. I don't know that the Azir was much of a power pick. Admittedly, Nuli was doing a lot of damage, I think.
Yeah.
Was it because of Azir? Partially, but not really. He found himself at a disadvantage pretty much that entire game.
Yeah, he had great ults throughout the whole series, but the problem was the great ults were like, rather than all of us dying, just 3 of us die and we lose the fight. So if that's your great ult, maybe it's not, a first rotation worthy champion. Sacking the Rumble, sacking the Milio Lucian, it's probably not worth it.
I absolutely think Azir is a first rotation worthy champion, but the problem is when you're giving over so much to get that as your first rotation, and you're not really getting that much, right? Aphelios, he's strong, but is he as much of a power pick as the Lucian feels like he is right now?
Yeah.
I don't think so, at least not here in the PCS. And the Azir, of course, is strong, but then you're just matched with a counter pick. You're going to have a hard lane. Yes, later on in the game, you might be able to find more damage, more impact in these team fights.
Yeah.
We just never make it there. Yeah, we're yet to make it there. And sort of on the note of it, he did have good ults, as you said, but the problem was he was really like 6,000 gold lead too late, and it was literally just these ults were trying to save his team more than set up for things. And
you have to feel for the solo laners on West Point in general. The game was just decided through bot, before 10 minutes, usually.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's hard, right? You're going up against such a strong team, and they're a really strong team. And I think, for the most part, their very early stages of the game weren't going too poorly. But have a look at the highlights here. This was... Okay, this is bot lane. I've been fooled. Was this where they did burn both sums? Because I remember seeing both sums. Oh, it's the dive.
This is the dive, yeah. They get very low on West Point.
Yeah. Gory getting, obviously, the push advantage as that Talia. Just Weaver's Wall. There's no way out for you anymore.
Flashes the shove, but just ends up dying to the Talia Q. And, not much Chen can do here.
No, he's dead.
Yeah, there's actually just another identical dive later in the game as well, where Aphelios is just stuck alone under this tower. They do get TPs in that time, but...
Yeah, and damage graph is honestly much the same as game number 1. Not overly surprising either. It's just Lucian got ahead every single time, and he just ease forward, auto attacks you, cullings you, you've lost all your health, you can no longer contest anything. And I mean, we saw that, right? I don't know. Did West Point pick up a single neutral this whole game? I don't think so. Obviously, they didn't get any dragons. Did they get any of the Void grubs? I don't think they did.
No, I don't remember that they did.
Yeah. Maybe
they
game
did,
1.
because I remember the tower turning purple when Yon hit it. So they must have picked up 1 or 2 Void grubs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they were able to get 1 then, at least. But yeah, not really finding a whole lot of value.
Yeah, and they're not making it easier for themselves with the drafts, with the picking red side, with the champions they're going for. But kudos to CFO. They have a big advantage in the bot lane, it seems, in the 2v2.
For sure.
That is where the biggest gap was. And they capitalized on it.
Yeah, in all of their series so far, I think their bot lane has been the standout performance. Obviously, against BYG, they got their win through Shun's Lucian just popping off. They've done it again in 2 games here.
Yep.
Key matchup will be the same as last game. It will be Shun picking up that MVP. And I mean, look at those stats. The damage between the 280 carries, 20,000 damage gap.
Yeah.
That is really, really horrific.
Yeah, you don't see that often.
No, that is an insane amount of damage to be doing more than the opposing AD carry. And it is cause for concern, of course. I think West Point are going to have to do something about the bot lane in terms of maybe we have to just start putting some more pressure there. Maybe if we can strong side our bot lane, they can start to look to carry. They tried it once up against DCG, and they admittedly didn't do too poorly. But definitely in this game we saw Kasa punishing that bot lane, Gory even coming down to punish the bot lane, and they really just never were able to do anything the rest of the game.
Yeah, they just punished the Aphelios Lulu, never gave them a chance to scale at all. Tough game for West Point. Yeah, I don't think we did say it was going to be a hard matchup from the start, so the bounce back for West Point doesn't have to start now. It would have been nice to see some closer games out of them, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And they still do have, in terms of their schedule, who is it? They have Helpigs, they have Inverse, they have JT, and they have Inverse, and they are also yet to pick up wins. And so there is obviously the angle where perhaps against those two teams they might be able to find something. Not entirely sure yet, of course. I mean, they could also just, as we get to the second half of the split, really pick up the pace and look a lot better, because in last year's summer split, we had CFO who started the split going 7-1 or 8-1 or something, and then lost 7 in a row. So as the season progresses, it can really change a lot how these teams look. But that does do us now for at least the first series of the night. We're going to go now to an interview with Patty and Casa, so please do enjoy.
Let him say hello to the audiences first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。来到今天赛后采访的是 CFO 的打野选手 Karsa， 请 Karsa 先跟观众们打声招呼吧。
好，我是 CFO 的打野卡萨。
Congratulations for your win on this match after you fully recovered. How do you feel about the game you played today? 恭喜你康复后非常顺利的赢下今天的比赛。想问你自己对于刚刚的比赛有什么样的感觉？觉得自己打得如何？
自己打的就勉强及格吧，但就感觉也是，就感觉大家状态也回升，然后我们 BP 也调整到就是团战会比较容易的一个阵容吧，然后我感觉我们整体都提升了不少。
I think I did okay, just went over the 60% average. I think my team actually, our BP got better, and so our composition can use champions that are very strong, very aggressive. So I think overall our team improved, and our condition also improved in this game. In the first game, you guys won with a fast 23 game time. How did you finish the game with such fast tempo? 你们刚刚第一局23分钟迅速通关，想知道是怎么带起这么快的节奏的？
主要其实我们的阵容是一个比较偏后期发育的，但感觉对面一直想找我们打架，我们也只能接了。
Actually, our composition is more for the late game, but our opponent really want to fight with us, so we have to be aggressive to face them. So that's why it was that fast. You haven't played in PCS for such a long time. How do you rate PCS overall strength? 这么久没有在 PCS 打比赛，你怎么评价现在 PCS 的强度？
其实还有很多支队伍没有交手过嘛，所以就整体强度我也不太清楚。但就是发现这里就是其实我离开了这么久，发现就对手跟队友都还是那一批，挺怀念的。
Actually, I haven't faced that much teams yet. There's still some teams I haven't faced yet, so I can't really tell right now. But I realized that a lot of players, I already know them, and our opponent also are very familiar. I'm very familiar with them, so it's pretty interesting so far. Do you have anything you want to say to fans that supported you all this time? 有没有什么想要对一直以来支持你的粉丝们说的？
就我们今后会继续努力吧。就其实好像也没有什么，就因为这种话也讲得挺多。就我们今后会继续努力，然后会尽量带给大家更好看的比赛这样。
So I don't really have that much to say, but overall, we're going to try our best and to improve our performance and all the things I said before. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Karsa 来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们先进广告，再回来是 DCG 与 BYG 的精彩对决。
That's when I reach for you. Push me down, but I'm already there. Try to bring me close and tell me that you care. Was it all so real? Dreaming's all I had. Was it all so real? Dreaming's all I had. And dreaming's all I had. But is it really true? Learning to take a stand. That's when I reach for you. And if dreaming's all I had, but is it really true? Learning to take a stand. That's when I reach for you.
Drawing to a conclusion. It's a final lie. No turning back. Erasing all the confusion. We can't pretend. No time for goodbyes. So look in my eyes. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent. This is where the story ends. Been waiting for it to happen. Didn't think it would come. Nowhere to run. The sky begins to blacken. You had your fun. There's no time to change it, no time to change it. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. 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 Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent.
turn to find out why. Round and round the world is spinning. Used to just give in. Now there's only one thing that I hear. Say it louder, say it for louder. We are stronger than we were before. We've traveled further, struggled more, but now we're stronger than we were before. Now we're stronger. Now we're stronger. I feel the weight, but I still fly. Nothing can stop me from soaring high. Round and round the world keeps spinning. Used to just give in. Now there's only one thing that I hear. Listen to these words, I promise you that you will win one last time. Say it louder, say it for longer. We are stronger than we were before. Travel further, struggle more, but now we're stronger than we were before. Now we're stronger. Now we're stronger. Now we're stronger. Now we're stronger.
Dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting, blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting, blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes soon enough. Let's go for it. say it. No one knows why. We don't have the answers. too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person like you. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person like you. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've
Welcome back, everybody, ahead of our second series of the night, of course, between Beyond Gaming and DCG. And I think this is the game that you should have been waiting for, because we get to see what is possibly one of our top 3 teams up against a team that's a little bit uncertain, right? Because they have Taco, who's had a really good game. He's had a really bad game. Chris Carter has played fantastically, and then Tide as well, I think. In general, I'm pretty happy with how he's played. The Felios maybe left a little bit to be desired, but other than that, pretty happy.
Strong performances by DCG. I think they've picked up 1 loss and 1 win.
That's right.
They did end up losing to CFO. It was, I believe. Their win against West Point. Their win against West Point was decisive. It was good. There was
game 1.
Yeah, decisive in game 1, and then game 2. I guess you can give them some credit for being able to win down a Soul, down Elder, and a couple Barons.
Four Barons it was that they withstood.
Yeah, so they showed the wherewithal to, you know, maybe
mental
outclass,
fortitude even.
Maybe outclass and take over. On the other hand, you've got Beyond, who have had an amazing start to the season, and yeah, we'll be looking to carry that on as we're about to get into the 1v1.
Yeah, and this was the matchup I was most excited for in just the regular sort of best of 3, but we're going to get to see it in the 1v1 too. Driver taking on Taco. I said it earlier on in the night, possibly the 2 most notable carry top laners that we have in the league. So getting
Before
to see
you
them.
see the pick, who you got?
Driver.
Driver.
Yeah, that guy gets crazy. He's won multiple different ways now. He's won by just battling the opponent. He's won by mind controlling the opponent to teleport into his base while the ring is coming in and just dying to the ring. And now Volley Bear will be once again.
Usually ban the Volley Bear, but it's come through. And interestingly, the Poppy.
Yeah. Oh, there's an interesting. Oh, I know what's happening here. There's going to be a Poppy ult.
We're in the arena meta. We are just in the arena meta now.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking to utilize the final countdown.
I do worry, though. I think Volley Bear might actually be able to take down a tower. Now, Flash Cleanse doesn't strike me as the greatest Volibear
Yeah,
setup.
I wonder what he was expecting to be against. Maybe Ignites, Exhausts,
Yeah.
and any form of CC would make the cleanse worth it. But in this matchup, I can't imagine he's going to get Poppy stunned.
No?
He might be able to cleanse the Ignite off.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, definitely in terms of a fight, just a straight up 1v1, I think you always have to take Taco. But
Yeah.
I don't think Driver is playing to win a regular fight,
Yeah.
although he's certainly winning
Not an honorable fight. No.
No. But I mean, hey, if you want side selection, this is what it takes.
Oh, wow. It actually... The Volibear stun looks like it has a little dash on the end of it, so the Poppy W actually interrupts it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of weird interactions like that with the Poppy, but yeah, I mean, obviously things going as you'd pretty much expect for so far, although Driver did manage to take out quite a lot of Taco's health. And
Yeah, he's actually winning some of these trades, and with 2 combat sums, he might actually just be able to win straight up.
yeah, well, currently, not bad out of Driver. I mean, Poppy not the champion I typically expect to see in these 1v1s, but
She does have a very strong level 3, level 4.
yeah, for sure. And against melees, of course, utilizing grasps alongside that buckler is really, really annoying to deal with. Taco will go back and collect his health relic. Although, he's going to get ignited. He's going to...
Oh.
Wow.
He
All right.
ignites to reduce the healing from the health pack.
Yeah.
And Taco cleanses it.
Yeah, but the cleanse doesn't get rid of the Grievous, which is...
Oh, it doesn't?
No,
Oh,
it
okay.
gets rid of the burn, but not the Grievous wound. Taco flashes forward, he gets the heal,
Oh.
but he's going to be taken out. And so it is an honorable fight as Driver bests Taco, at least for the first kill. Giant's Belt will be picked up. Taco almost certainly once again going for the Anathema's chain. And, you know, I'm almost certain Driver was prepared for the Volibear pick because so far DCG have taken Volibear in both of their 1v1s.
Yeah,
First
so he's,
was
he's
Taco.
cooked something up for the...
Yeah. This guy is a bit of a chef. He has some dark techniques. I believe his teammate, when it was Mission, he was known for some dark technology when it came to the builds, and now he's followed suit.
This game he's picked up the Bramble. Makes
Yeah.
sense, reduce the healing from the Volibear.
Yeah, for sure. I'm certain that he would have known that Volibear almost certainly is coming because, again, Taco played it once, Orca played it the next game, trying to get that Volibear through. Obviously, DCG respecting it as a very strong champion.
Yeah, can't say I've seen the matchup. I'm really surprised Poppy is winning so hard.
Kind of just dominating, right?
Yeah.
It should get a little bit easier, though, for the Volibear as time goes on. But, of course, already going down once is a pretty decent start. Means he's permanently going to be struggling.
Those Poppy Qs are just
Yeah.
chunking him, and the Buckler with Grasp.
Yeah, this is kind of surprising. I mean, Driver, I feel like he's just going to wait for his Ignite and maybe go for a trade. Maybe try to just get that Volibear ultimate onto cooldown. Whoa.
the tower.
That is a dead Volibear.
Wow.
Wow, I mean-
too easy for Driver.
Yeah, didn't really expect that. I mean, I always knew Poppy was pretty strong in the isolated 1v1, but oh,
盖章，看到了吗？
what is this?
What has he got? Like a wooden block or something?
Pig or something?
人脚
He pegged him.
Yeah, something along those lines. Wow, I don't know what he had in his hands there, but he got it done. Driver again, very, very good as a laner and showing his prowess once more. We'll select blue side we saw on the screen there. So
Yep.
first team today to have picked the blue side. Taco is in absolute shambles. He's just reminiscing on the 1v1.
Yep. I mean, he won't be too upset about having the red side, though. Maybe get himself a counter pick.
Yeah, absolutely could. And
It's
See
usually
what
the bot lane that suffers.
yeah, that's right. He's on the opposite side of the map. He doesn't care about those dudes. That's not his problem. Might be though if there's anything like the Shun Lucian, it could
Yeah.
quickly become his problem. There, beyond on your screen, of course, Driver, Husha, 1116, Feng, and Stay True. I think so far, Husha and Feng are the two impressing me the most.
Yeah, 116 not really slacking either.
No, yeah, Solo killed Gory in one of their first games, and obviously not the easiest thing to do, going up against a big name like that, an international name even.
Yeah.
But absolutely got it done. Has been looking good so far. picked up the Azir, which he didn't really play last split, and looked fantastic on it. So
Yeah, it's a good champ to have in this meta.
yeah, for sure. Now we'll see what the sort of game produces here. Obviously, DCG kind of in the cusp of being one of the top teams, but not quite really proving they're clean enough for me to be so certain about it. It certainly is an angle for them to be.
Yeah, if they want to make a claim for top 4, top 3, this is the time to do it.
Beating BYG would be a massive game. Of course, on your screen there, Taco, 665, Cascada, Tide, and Orca.
Cascada being the standout. I mean,
Yeah.
just for the lane swap alone, role swap from ADC to mid.
Yeah, and he's looked really, really
amazingly.
good. I mean, how crazy is it that you go from AD carry to mid? Your first champion you play is Hui, and the second is Azir. It's like, well, those aren't very similar to AD carries. Now, admittedly, Azir does a little bit of kiting back and whatnot, but
yeah, and he followed it up with an Akali, and I can't remember the other champion. But I think he's played 4 unique champions, when usually when you see a role swap, it's the champion pool that's going to
suffer.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, starting off with Hui, it was already like, well, this guy can probably play whatever he wants. That's not the easiest champion to pick up. It's got like, what does it have? Like 12, 13 abilities, I think, in total. 3 on each ability.
Yeah, 3 on QWE,
maybe 10,
then just the ult.
Yeah. That's insane. Picks it up, though. Looks really good. And now, I guess we'll see their take on the red side draft once again. They did play a couple games of it, of course, in their last series against CFO.
665 going for the faker approach, maybe having a little nap in preparation, get in the zone. As, top lane's got to be the lane to look at.
Yeah, for sure.
2 really exciting players.
Equal on solo kills. Notably, though, Taco is probably first in the league for solo deaths. Did have an absolute shocker of a game on that Mordekaiser you see there in the champions played. But ultimately, I mean, all things considered, I think these guys they both have the capacity to absolutely carry a game. You see their driver sitting at first for damage per minute for top laners. Not very high in kill percentage, but kind of gets a lot done in his own isolated 1v1 a lot of the time, and then just joins the team when need be.
Yeah, low KP, high damage is interesting.
Yeah, I think it also is because a lot of their kills and a lot of the success they've found is from Hush's gank spot and also Cascada following up alongside it. So it doesn't really involve the top lane all that much. And now looking at the bot lane stats, Feng and Stay True, 3 kills in their lane. Looking to have better stats just all around, really. Damage does slightly favor Tide and Orca.
Yeah, but massive gold difference at 15 as well means that maybe Tide and Orca are going to be struggling to get through these laning phases. Might have a repeat of last series.
Yeah, perhaps. I do think that Tide and Orca are both fairly formidable players. Tide notably having pretty good game for himself on the Lucian, so we're looking at that to be one of the standout picks. Of course, we've already seen Feng use it against CFO to great effect. In fact, drawing out a ban on it in game number 3 of that series.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to just see it banned.
Yeah, I would almost suspect it would be.
Seems like the standout ADC.
Yeah.
Maybe you could trade the Callista. I'm not sure how the Lucian does into the Callista. I can't imagine very well, though.
Yeah, I think the lane should favor the Callista, assuming you get to pair with something like the Renata, but Lucian not typically the strongest in lane in general, so that's kind of the most surprising part about how dominant it's been over the Varus consistently, and a lot of that has to do with junglers, of course. Sejuani banned, Nico banned here. Nico should be a must ban almost against 116. Really, really good at the champ. Finds perfect teamfight ults. Really dominant in the lane, which, of course, Nico, bit of a cheat code in that regard.
Lucian taken out. So far, Callista and Ashe both open.
Yeah, we'll see.
As well
one of them, if BYG doesn't ban, well, either of them here, will ban Ashe, so will it be answered?
Yeah, you have to respond with the Callista ban.
Won't be. Does Feng want to pick himself up a Callista? He played 2 games of Callista, and notably, he didn't do an amazing job on it. He did fine, of course. He won the games, and it was a very dominating game for BYG, but he had a bit of a quiet one. I think he did the least damage in the game.
We'll see if DCG are going to take away the Renata, or they've got something planned for this Callista.
Yeah, could look for Renata Varus, I think, is the best combo remaining if you want to deny it, although Nyla currently hovered. That can be paired with many things. Senna typically one of the more predominant ones, although
there are champs we haven't seen like Draven. Draven is a really popular Callista counter, but we're just going with the Varus. Renata being left up.
Yeah, Vi makes sense. A lot of lockdown onto this Callista, and it's something that 665 has played very well on in the past. Game number 1 against West Point being the main reference there. Game number 2, there was a little bit of happy gaming going on, but got it done in the end. Rumble.
Rumble.
Oh,
Yeah, we almost
that's
forgot about Rumble.
Yeah, now, Driver, he will have counterpick, but what is there to pick, really, into this Rumble? It's a very, very scary champ to try and pick into.
Yeah, we've seen Cassante just go even, but yeah, you pick a tank into it, he's going to take first strike and he's going to be farming you. He might not kill you in lane,
Yeah.
but yeah, he will do very well. It's going to be Udyr, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Udyr, of course, has the option to just immediately rush into that Kanik Recurn, which obviously is a lot of magic resist, also offers you a shield, and then on top of the sustain as well as shielding that Udyr in itself offers. We'll see how it does.
Zyra would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be a strong lane. Of course, the Varus and Zyra paired. It will be locked in. Orca has had some pretty good mage support games in the past. I remember specifically some Heimerdinger being played.
Yeah, DCG decide to go for jungle bans. I was going to say jungle bans maybe feel a little bit bad when there's the Udyr that can always flex. So you're pretty limited how hard you can pinch the jungle pool.
Yeah, but then if the Udyr flexes, what do you pick into the Rumble, I think becomes the question.
Yeah.
Cassante might be the choice, but then you're faced with a very tanky sort of team, and if you get Vi, it makes the life of this Callista a lot harder.
The Yone ban is interesting.
Yeah, so taking that away from Criscata.
Maybe from Taco as well. Maybe they're worried about the Rumble flexing. It can flex. We've seen it in the jungle.
Yep, Jinjia has played at jungle. Can mid. Isn't quite as strong as it used to be mid, but absolutely can go there. Zia banned.
The Nocturne ban actually makes a lot of sense just because you've got a Zyra, Rumble, Varus on your team, all kind of sitting ducks for a Nocturne.
Bahusha, he's been pretty proficient on lots of things, the Viego being one of them. Sejuani, of course, they banned, but he looked very good on that as well.
Vi actually open.
Yeah, so I kind of expect DCG will pick it. They hovered it in their first sort of pick, but
The problem is you have to worry about the Poppy. I think you honestly just want Poppy if you're DCG right now. It's nice into the Callista, and it locks down the Vi pick.
Yeah, you could go Poppy, but I do think the lockdown that Poppy provides can be kind of stunted by the fact she has to get through an Udyr as well as a Renata, which isn't the easiest job, whereas Vi has a much easier time of just pressing R and going on in. Now, Corki's the pick here.
Yeah, a very suspicious blind pick, Corki, I think, especially with Azir banned.
Yeah.
Normally, Corki's a response to the Azir.
They do see BYG have banned Tristana, which makes it a lot safer than it perhaps would have been, but could absolutely get punished here. I don't think Jace is the hardest punish in the world, but certainly will be a favorable matchup for the Jace, and Maokai, the current hover, will be seeing that again, piloted this time by Husha.
We maybe need some physical damage.
Yeah, some Vi, some Xin. I kind of still like the Vi. Xin,
Yeah,
of course,
just shut
has
down the
more
Callista.
damage, just straight up, but... And it should be the lethality Varus, I believe, this game.
Yeah, you've got some value out of the on-hit, but lethality Varus just makes sense with the Zyra support.
It's
as
also
well.
just very hard for you to ever sit there and auto-attack when you are up against a Maokai. It feels a little bit scary. We'll see, though. Of course, the runes will give that one away. But we have our drafts now. At least for me, I kind of favor BYG, but that's very biased, and that's because I've hated almost every single Varus I've seen outside of Eminem and Kaiwing.
Yep. We'll see if Tide can put something together on the Varus here. I think this game is going to hinge a lot on how this mid matchup goes. Can they punish the Corki?
Yeah, obviously we saw earlier today what Gory was able to do in that Corki, just having a free time for himself. And I think this game as well, I'm hoping that Taco chooses to go first strike, because I feel like you're never killing the Udyr regardless. Like, obviously you're a strong laning champion, but killing Udyr seems a little bit out of the question, so...
Yeah, you're not really going to be poking Udyr much. He's just got the shield.
Yeah.
Off his W, sustain off his W as well.
Yeah.
But you can just, be making money with your first strike. Pretty happily scaling. Udyr is not something you're going to have to worry about late game.
For sure. Does fall off. has a very, very powerful early to mid stage of the game, of course. We'll see if Driver does similar to what RJ does and use that power to sort of hinder his own lane a little bit, but make the jungle a lot more worrying for the opposition. This time it will be 665. Yet to be seen, of course, as we load back onto Rift for our second series of the day, BYG versus DCG.
I could see a world where if Beyond falls behind early game here, it's going to be really hard to kill anything.
Yeah.
They're not particularly tanky on DCG, but it's maybe a low damage comp. Hard to get on targets as well.
Okay, it is the first strike for Taco. He's building up his heat bar, and I wonder if he knows that Driver's in that bush to try and trade on him early. Obviously, if you are able to overheat early and just auto attack against you there, you likely come out on top.
Yeah, I would imagine. Halo
Although
Blades
I've seen
on Varus.
crazier stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, like the level 2 Udyr beating a level 3 Lee Sin just walking into his jungle.
Yep, that does come to mind. All the level 3 Udyr surviving for about 30 seconds and giving Junji a double kill.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen this
Absurd,
Udyr do ridiculous things. You kind of just want to stay away from it in the early game.
And I think, yeah, first strike plays to that. And as you touched on, of course, Halo Blades on the Varus means we will have a lethality Varus here.
Yep. See if he can get through this lane.
He really has to. This should be a fairly good lane for the Varus and Xayah. Now, Driver's invaded the entirety of the top side and is very well aware that Xin Zhao started bottom. Now, they don't know which camp. Obviously, he did start on the Wolves.
Yeah, he's going to be back in time for XP at least.
Yeah.
And he's
Now,
looking to trade right away.
He just doesn't really care and jumps on in there. Trades early do go in favor of...
Our Driver got chunked.
Yeah.
It looks like Taco did overheat.
Yeah, it did absolutely, and just wailed on him. But now Turtle Stance is unlocked, so Driver's going to be feeling completely okay. Very cool champion.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone from, you know, like maybe 10% HP back up to half.
He's about to have another empowered Turtle Stance.
As Zyra is out of mana. Pops a biscuit. Should be okay.
Yeah. Do have to worry about that on some of these mage supports in the early stages of the game, but certainly as levels come through, it becomes less of a problem to the point where pretty much you never have to worry. Now, Xin Zhao, very strong early game. Is he going to find his way onto 116? No, it's played nice and safe there by the Jace. Get himself out of any potential danger.
Yeah.
Very important that you don't die, of course. You are the champion that should be, for the majority of the time, getting priority in the mid lane.
Yep. Yeah, he's actually going to help Corki get Prio, cross over into his red side jungle. I can imagine he's going to be going for a gank on Udyr. I think he's probably just going to full clear into Crab.
Ooh, Flash coming out of Tide now. Fing's also going to have to pop that cleanse as Ignite did come through there by Orca. And again, Orca is completely out of mana. Nice dodge on that empowered piercing arrow. Means that Fing won't take any excess damage there. But it was Flash lost and Husha in the area.
Yep, there's the Kalista Renata lane putting pressure on. Tide is doing pretty well though. He's full HP, just about. Going to be able to farm up. Not under too much pressure himself, but without the flash and Maokai on his side of the map, Xin, you know, nowhere to be seen for quite a while probably.
Ooh, Chris Carter, very, very low here. Should have to be going back and will. Likely has enough gold, definitely has enough gold to pick up a tier.
Yeah.
So not the worst back, but of course you will be significantly weaker. And here we see we are playing red side and we are on the bottom lane. It's going to be Husha coming round. It means that BYG are very comfortable to start playing far more aggressively. Flash forward, handshake into the first blood for Feng.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Orca maybe could have reacted with the flash immediately. Maybe just didn't respect it. Yeah, as we're going to see, Renata's going to flash onto Zyra here.
Red side bot lane.
Yeah. Actually, really smart path. He just goes the entire way around. Dodges all the wards. Stay true lands the Q, and yeah, there's not much. I don't think, even if Maokai's not here, I don't think Varus can trade back a kill ever.
Yeah, I think if Maokai's not there, Feng and Stay True just immediately take the kill and start pushing in the wave.
But Maokai shows up, grabs a cleanse. no cleanse, no flash on Varus, this pressure is not going to ease up anytime soon. And anytime he leaves his turret, he's going to need his jungler with him because Maokai will be behind him.
Yeah. At least for this time, though, it should be the Dragon picked up for the side of DCG. And for me personally, I think the Dragon is worth more. The first Dragon's worth more than these Void Grubs. I think Void Grubs only become worth it, really, if you are able to get to the 5 or 6. Where,
yeah, you got to grab both.
Yeah, where we are able to start getting those Void Mites spawning. But DCG, they might not be able to get this Dragon, actually.
No smite here.
The fight afterwards could be a little bit scary.
Taco's TP.
Yeah, Taco's teleported in, so they should be able to win the fight. Equalizer does come down, and there's going to be at least one quick kill here for BYG. Taco flashing forward. He's got that burn coming down.
Jace, yeah.
Is going to be able to pick up one. Hushin now going to get slowed up by that Electro Harpoon. Flash forward. Snare from Orca and a double kill now for Taco.
Oh, I was looking for a second there like he might TP and get nothing, but he gets 2 kills and Driver just TPs for nothing mid. Maybe just holds the wave.
Yeah, we'll be able to hold the wave, and means that doesn't go down to nothing. But yeah, massive play there for Taco. Would have been an absolute disaster if he wasn't there, and makes the game an even 2-2.
Yeah,
Dragon
Smite is not arriving in time here, so DCG know they can just burst it down. Really nice TP from Taco, honestly. I think a lot of players don't TP so early, but he knows they're going to try to do something. Xin Zhao goes immediately, and it's looking bad initially. But Jace flashes, Maokai has no flash, Taco's able to just flash and, I mean, just slowly...
just burn them down.
Yeah, just slowly take them out. Zyra flash for good measure. He maybe didn't even need to, but Maokai was going to get to the wave W away, so...
Yeah, and it's also scary because he has Phase Rush, so
yeah,
maybe Phase Rush comes off cooldown and he's able to proc it. It's very easy to proc, of course, on Maokai, so... Yeah, I like the flash, I think. Yeah, it's worth it.
Keep it clean. As... Yeah, bot lane's falling a little bit behind, but at least because we're the poke Varus, even from behind, you're going to be able to chuck a couple Qs, get a good ult off, and still feel useful.
Absolutely. Now, Cloth Armor was actually picked up here by Driver, so it might be a little bit of a jinkies. I feel like maybe he has a sustain, to just survive with the Merc Treads and Turtle form, but
yeah,
he's a braver man than I.
Swifty's on Taco. Yeah, I don't think Maokai wants any of this heat.
No. Oh my.
Wow.
Okay, Taco does live and has Equalizer, so could still be okay for him, actually. Obviously, it was a close call, but
yeah,
he should be fine to definitely collect this wave and even Equalizer the next wave, which would force Driver to lose out on more minions. See if he does
Looks
it.
like Driver's going to stay, though.
Yeah, he's lurking.
See if he can catch Taco greeting. No, Taco's not falling for it.
Taco might stay once he sees the Udyr. Does he choose not to?
Husha's level 6, he still doesn't win this fight. But Kallista's coming, so is Renata.
Okay. It's going to be Phase Rush procced, and the Nature's Grasp used. 665 will be flashing away. Should get nice and safe, but yeah, Orca with the nice snare. Ooh, the damage from Rend not quite there at this stage of the game, and the Chain of Corruption will go wide,
Just
which
misses.
means...
That was actually a kill on Maokai, probably, if he lands that.
Yeah. Well, it was not to be. So, a successful heist here of DCG's blue buff.
Really well played by Beyond. Xin not being 6th there just meant there was no hope of winning that fight. Grabs a blue buff for himself. On the Maokai, 20 CS lead and a kill on the Kalista. It is a champ that needs a lead, but you're going to need to do something to stop it accelerating, figure out a way to get through this lane. As Varus picks up more items, he's going to just be able to one-shot these waves, especially with Zyra's help. And I like the scaling of the lethality Varus and the Zyra over the Renata Kalista, but it's about if they can just survive.
For sure. Now, top has quieted down a little bit from, well, I guess what we saw before, and Taco narrowly avoiding death, but...
Yeah, as Taco picks up items, he's going to become unkillable. Udyr's not going to be building any damage, so as Taco just gets some levels and some HP on his items, he'll be perfectly fine in the top lane. He'll maybe lose trades, but he's never going to die.
Yeah, we'll see what he picks up first, too. I think it will be the Liandry's. Makes the most sense. Of course, Rallia did pick it up as well in that prior Rumble game, although Void Grubs for DCG here. So the first 3 picked up by BYG and Husha securing those, but it looks like at least these will remain uncontested.
Yeah.
Orca, though, does have to be careful because 3 Void Grubs certainly are not worth your bot lane dying. That is one thing I know for certain, and Nature's Grasp is going to lock down the whole lane. Also, the hostile takeover comes through. Flash away from Feng. He's able to dodge it out, but there's just so much TC. Feng going to secure himself the kill there as Orca kind of being herded in and away. Everything is connecting here for the side of BYG. Orca's narrowly avoiding death. Does connect, going to find himself 1 back. Might be able even to find 2. Sure. Does just survive.
Yeah, played it about as well as you could on DCG with only level 5 on the Zyra there, no Ignite up.
Yeah, they might be able to even claim themselves the second dragon here as won't be contestable by Husha or Feng as they only just able to survive that tower dive. Will be spotted out.
Yeah, here's the replay. They've just... Maybe you have to just not be on your tower. If you're doing the Void Grubs here, you just can't stay.
Yeah. Or maybe your Zyra just has to be there to instantly shove the wave.
Yeah.
Feels hard though, of course.
Yeah, if they knew they were behind them, maybe they could just play up on the wave.
Side here.
Just keeps her in place. Verisalt actually on the Renata, she ends up just getting ulted by Kalista and it's not very useful. Maybe, yeah, maybe could have gone for the Verisalt on a different target.
Ooh. I mean, Orca well played here to get that root and secure themselves at least 1 kill.
Yeah, almost gets a second, and because the dive is, you know, so messy, takes so long, they're able to pick up a second dragon, which means, you know, this Kalista Snowball, you have more time where you can turtle up in your base and sack objectives if you need to.
Sure, it will be to the tank Maokai this game.
Yeah, Sunfire Cape is interesting when there's a lot of AP on the enemy team.
Yeah, I guess just wanting to be able to duel the Lethality Varus as well as the Xin, of course. And oh, it's time for dive number 4. Tide going to even get stunned up there. Handshake comes through, and Orca will be able to survive thanks to Taco with the teleport. But in the meantime, forcing out that teleport means that Driver's getting a lot of alone time with a tower.
If your mindset is that this Udyr is going to be useless, you know,
well,
late game.
6-5, you've just walked into an Udyr. This is going to be okay. Now, no Nature's Grasp with a flash. Will connect. Strangleform comes out to try and keep himself alive, but the flash handshake will at least return 1. Piercing arrow also goes wide, so more and more gold getting funneled here onto the bot side for BYG.
Yeah, we kind of needed to be here with someone to protect our bot lane. It's kind of falling apart at this point.
Yeah. And I think the lead that bot lane is quickly accruing has meant that Taco's also finding himself struggling to sort of push the advantage that you often find with a Rumble. Although, Driver doesn't have Ghost, and he is just absolutely eliminated. We saw them tied for solo kills, but Taco now manages to get himself 1 up, taking out Driver.
Yeah, made it look easy, honestly. Looked like he was just ulting the wave to clear up, but he finds a kill on the Udyr, who is relatively immobile. Once he's overcommitted on the Rumble there, Rumble just overheats and punches him. I think he did have his Leandri's finished.
Yeah, and also, I think critically, Driver had used the Ghost. I'm not sure exactly why he used the Ghost. Maybe he was trying to stop Taco's teleport, but wasn't able to. And so, yeah, without the Ghost, and of course being so far up in the lane, Taco was able to just take out, find himself more kills. 3-0 now is this Rumble, and really, the game's starting to feel like it's very much up to Taco to at least bridge the early stages and get Corki as well as Varus to the items they need. Not easy.
Just gotta hang in there.
For sure. And it's not the easiest game for a Kalista as the fight is clearly breaking out. Nature's Grasp comes through. It's going to be Orca going down almost immediately. Teleport coming in now. It will be Driver who is going to arrive here. Taco is also around. There's a lot of spears in him, but the double flash means they will both be okay to just get on out of there. Package available also for Chris Carter. I don't know that with the disadvantage you find yourself with no Orca around that you're going to be able to look for the package angle.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful. Handshake's going to come through. There isn't the follow-up, though. Slaytrue actually taking a lot of damage. Now, Rift Shield will be going down. Do DCG choose to fight, or maybe it's going to be BYG as Husha twisted advances on forward. Package is going to be used defensively.
Zyra's actually back.
Yeah, Zyra's back. Stranglefold comes out. There is also an equalizer very, very soon. If Taco's able to get that out, there's a lot of low health bars. He does. It lands onto 3. Stay True is so low. Fing's going to have to flash out, and Husha is going to be going down. That's a shutdown picked up for your AD carry in Tide. Now 116 trades one back, but will also be going down as Chris Carter's able to land that one. And things turning around and DCG finding a way back into this game.
Orca gets picked off early, but he manages to... So this is Orca getting picked off. And I think it was a miracle that they only lost their Zyra here. Jace EQ onto 2, Maokai with a great engage. Chains of Corruption actually land on the Jace. He has to flash out. Yeah, I don't know how they... I guess double flashes and they managed to just lose the Zyra. She respawns, runs in, and yeah, Orca comes back with a vengeance. Manages to land a flash E into an ulti, and yeah, the fight's over at that point. Rumble's following up, Corki's following up.
For sure. Luckily, Package did have to be used defensively here, otherwise it would have been even more disastrous.
Yeah, this was a great package.
Yeah, making sure that 665 is able to stay in this fight. And I mean here, fantastic work by Orca, really nice ult, and then
and here
on
the
bar,
fight's over. It's just over once he lands that flash E, using the Zyra really well. Cascada manages to follow up, and I think Jace gets stuck in no man's land with no flash up the top here.
Yeah.
He does kill the Zyra.
For sure.
But yeah, you're always taking that trade. Rift Herald does go the way of
zooming that
Beyond
in.
as they charge it into mid. Don't manage to get the tower. You can see the team fight difference here. This is why Beyond needed this early game lead. This is a very strong team fighting comp.
For sure, and Feng
DCG.
is still very strong, but hasn't really found a way to utilize that strength. As third dragon now alive, it's DCG who are trying to find a way in, but there's a killer instinct. Sorry, the hostile takeover comes through, and Taco's in the middle of the fight. That's a massive shutdown, but a 3-man Stranglethorns might be enough for DCG to just look somewhere in this fight. Fate's Call is going to be used there onto Stay True, but he's going to quickly choose not to go anywhere near these 4 men of DCG. It is going to be the Dragon picked up, and a massive shutdown, I believe, was picked up by 116 on the Jace.
I'm really surprised DCG decided to contest that Dragon. There was really no need to. I think they got away with murder on the Rift Herald fight. They managed to stall out for their Zyra and win a big fight. Without flashes, and they have position on the drag, you kind of just can leave it. That was the point of getting these early dragons, is that you're free to scale, give some objectives, play the side lanes, and this Rumble and this Corki pick are going to be monstrous late game.
For sure.
As Corki's going to pick up this tower.
So that's more gold, of course, onto the Corki. He has his Mirror Mana now completed. I believe he is working towards his Malignance. Not often the second item for Corki. I think usually we do see the Eclipse. But
Yeah, I've seen a bit of a mix, and I'm not really sure which way around you want to do it. Probably the Eclipse just seems like a stronger item.
yeah,
You know,
I
get
think
some
so
more
too.
AD.
I think the immediate damage you can get off Eclipse is a little better. It's not the hardest to proc on Corki. Of course, the Malignance makes it even easier. But he does complete that Malignance now. So second item on this Corki. Obviously, two items available for this Jace as well. But we'll see who can land more of the poke. Taco, what is he building second? I'm trying to remember.
Is that Riftmaker?
I think it must be right. I think there's only the 2 items that Haunting Guys builds into.
Yeah, I don't love the Riftmaker. I don't think he's not really in these fights for a long time.
No. But I guess it does synergize somewhat with you getting a bit of health turns into the AP and vice versa. So that is all right.
And I learned today that the damage from the Haunting Guys actually stacks multiplicatively. So I assume Riftmaker and Leandres do something similar.
Hoocher has walked very far forward. Dangerous Grasp
think
will
he should
come out.
just be dead.
Stranglethorns also. Now double teleport will be committed here from the solo laners of BYG as 665 is stuck in a very bad position. Callista's going to be able to use that Ren, pick up that kill. Hostile takeover only connecting onto Orca means only 665 will go down, but certainly low health bars. Equalizer going to be dropped now to clear out this wave to try and save this mid tower. But being a cannon wave, not able to do so.
Good response from Beyond, but I don't know if DCG really have to go for these. They're committing really heavily on these fights. I think the Xin doesn't have to really go in. You know, they're landing the Zyra poke, the Varus poke, and Maybe he thought he could turn it into a kill on the Maokai. So we're going to see what happened. I think it was a Zyra route.
Yeah, I mean, Husha was already
No, Zyra route
looking
actually
for
misses.
something.
Watch the Jace. Yeah, Jace chunks tied for more than half of his HP. And yeah, he's just out of the fight instantly. Lands a good Q.
Sure. Stay True kind of wasting flash there, which we'll see if DCG are able to punish later on.
Hard when he's got the Callista.
For sure. Fate's Call making pretty much any support a whole lot safer.
Yeah.
Importantly, though, won't have that flash for this dragon and could result in something as Husha blast cones on in from outer space. And I mean, this is the hard part, I guess, is you are on 2 dragons for DCG, but it's very, very difficult for you to walk in if BYG establish control around either the top side jungle or bottom side jungle, because you have to continuously face check into these Maokai saplings, as well as the poke that comes through from 1116 on the Jace. And with opportunity available as well, it's just extra damage.
Yep.
Arguably more than he used to have even last split when he was a top tier pick.
Yeah, I wonder how quickly Beyond can do the Baron. Obviously with Callista you're going to have a good Baron, but the rest of the champs don't really bring that much DPS to the Baron. So DCG look really worried about this Baron vision. Maybe more than they have to be. I don't think if they go for Dragon, Beyond can just do the Baron.
Yeah, for sure. I also think it's pretty impossible for Beyond to ever do the Baron without first killing at least sort of Tide and Taco or Criscata and Taco. I think you need at least 2 of them dead.
Yeah. Just about every champion on DCG's team will make hitting Baron very miserable for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Varus, Zyra, Corki, Rumble. Yeah, they all punish.
Okay. Now, Dragon in 20 seconds, I believe there should be a package available for Criscata. I only remember him using that singular one over on the Rift Herald, and so...
Yeah, it should be up, definitely. I wonder if DCG... Yeah, there is.
Got it.
That probably means DCG will
Oh, he's just going to look onto 116 here, possibly. Lands a lot of damage, and... Wow, okay, 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
That's pretty good skill shotting there, although I have now cursed him.
He's running out of rockets.
For sure. Does have package still, and he's playing like he does.
He is completely out of rockets.
So essentially, until this pack... Oh, my...
Big one, yeah.
Yeah, that lands onto Feng, and Feng is sitting in the Malignance. Now, Equalizer coming down also makes us very miserable. Feng is so low. Hostile takeover comes through, but it will not connect onto anyone. But in the meantime, it is going to be at least a Dragon picked up, but a trade for Orca's life as Driver sits in the front of this team. 665 is going to go forward. It's a 4v5, remember. No Zyra alive. Flash away from that Fate's Call usage. Taco being the next target, but a lot of return damage coming through here from Criscata. The poke's landing. Driver is slowed, and here comes one more. Is going to be able to take down that Udyr. It's Taco who claims the rewards for that, but massive amounts of poke, fantastic kiting, and a big win for DCG.
Tide almost doing 4k damage that fight, justifying the Varus pick, I guess. He's very behind, but yeah, he top damaged that fight, did a great job. Criscata landing a lot of poke too, and you can just see how impossible it is. Once DCG are on the objective with all of these zone control champs, Zyra, Rumble, Corki, Varus too, there's just nothing they can do to get in. Like, Zyra goes down, sure, but she's got her ult off.
Yeah, got the 3-man strangle forms, and at that point, I mean, yes, there is continual damage that can come through from Zyra, but certainly did very well.
Xin actually doing such a good job just jumping in, popping his ult, and just wasting time for his poke champs to be able to get damage out. Yeah.
Ooh,
Tide, I don't know if he missed a Q that fight.
Yeah. Criscata barely missing any of his missile barrages too, so fantastic fight from all involved. Very close to the Eclipse now is Criscata on this Corki, and we saw Gory play it earlier today and what the damage looks like once that item is completed, so a very important sort of power spike for this Corki to reach. Of course, even before it, you certainly can't start up this Baron if you are BYG.
Yeah, honestly, I really like the look of the Malignant second that fight. He just was able to get out so many rockets with the ability haste on the item. Yeah. Not so much the little pools it spawns, but just the ability haste.
Yeah, and to be fair, the very first one he landed on Feng. Feng just decided to stand in it the whole time, so...
Yeah, there's always that.
That did find value from it there too. Although, possibly shouldn't have, to be fair.
Really big spikes coming up for DCG. If they can stall the Baron Beyond, maybe recognizing that and just hitting it.
Yeah, are hitting it, and this is getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah,
Teleport going to be
this is gonna
coming
come
through. They should be privy to the idea that it is going down, and
They can,
yeah, there comes the hostile takeover, and it is an absolute heist.
Wow.
BYG picking themselves up an absolutely free Baron.
Yeah, really decisive by Beyond, and
Wow.
they just get a Baron for
Yeah,
it.
that is insane.
You're not feeling lost if you're DCG, though. You're still feeling okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks to lose the Baron, but it's not really an objective you are going to be forcing anyway. You're probably just going to be playing around the Dragon, waiting for your power spikes. Eclipse about to come in, Miramana about to come in.
Yeah, even could possibly fight instead of giving over objectives or whatnot. You could always look for the angle of a fight.
Yeah.
A good engage, a nice strangle forms out of Orca like we've seen time and time again. Could just mean you win it and the Baron doesn't become too much of an issue. Although it's very hard to look for a fight, admittedly, against the Maokai. He can just walk up to a tower, press R, and you no longer can sit there and look for it.
Yeah, especially with Baron buff, that Maokai is just a give me this tower button.
Orca, ooh, a little bit scary.
Taco manages to clear most of that wave, not Baroned up.
Okay, I like Orca's itemization here. Picking up the Oblivion Orb means that a lot of the healing that comes through from Fing as well as Husha and Driver will be cut, and Zyra, of course, one of the best champions in the game at applying it.
Oh.
Yeah, Tide has been hit in the head by a shock blast.
Yeah. You were never really, you know, digging your heels in to defend that tower. So you're just showing some presence, hitting the wave, but probably need to go heal as 116 is landing a lot of these Jace EQs.
Oh. Fing has, yeah, he just got quick scoped.
Yeah, it is not fun to be squishy in this game.
No. Okay. See, I think Fing's health bar is what we need to look for, although Cascada cops a shock blast too, and he's not looking too hot. Taco will have equalizer available to him if he needs it. Ooh. I was looking for...
Hard to hit the Callista.
Yeah, very difficult. Unless it's my Callista, and then it gets hit by everything.
Jumps into everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big jobs.
Honestly, DCG getting through that Baron, got to be happy with that. They lose one tower. They don't even lose the bot tower.
Yeah, and they can contest this dragon.
Might be hard to. It's a lot better for them if they can be on the objective and they are being walked into.
Yeah, it also depends on package. If package is up and you can find a nice teleport into, say, the mid wards or something akin, then it can look very good. It looks like
There
package
it is.
will be up. So this could be sort of a game-winning fight for either team, in all honesty. Orca, unfortunately, taking a massive chunk of health.
I'd like to see DCG take this really slowly because you do not have to fight this.
Okay, 665 going to be at the front there. He's... Shock Blast misses, that's big. Cascada also, is he going to... He's getting scarily close to a Maokai.
Yeah. I mean, he's hoping the Maokai W's him probably so he can use the package.
Yeah, drag him in. Okay, 665.
Tide is frontline.
Yeah, Orca's trying to find sort of an angle to maintain health, but be able to use his ult at least. As will be the redemption to heal Driver back up, and through comes the Nature's Grasp. It's a good equalizer. It's not going to be the package till yet. It comes through. 1116 does go down. It's going to be 665 forced out of the pit as BYG do burn it down. Rend is going to secure that. Orca flashes forward. He gets the stuns. Fing even flashing over the wall. Does have the ability to revive if too much damage comes his way. Does go away now, though, as 665 still dealing with a lot of people here. Taco, hostile takeover connects onto him as Driver is going to be running forward. Looks like so far it's a 2-for-2. Dragon was picked up, of course, by BYG, sorry. But low health bars, and Cascada still wailing away. It's going to be the piercing arrow that secures that kill there. One more might come through. Taco's going to be taken down maybe by Fing. He's going to get the reset. Yes, he is. And eventually it's 2 kills found by Fing. Tide able to return 1. All things said and done, it's a 4-for-4. And what a massive turnaround there by the Callista.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure who's happy with the fight, with that 2-minute fight maybe. As the Varus Q just misses and 116 is looking for... Tide is in no man's land.
Yeah, Tide is going to be...
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
he gets out here. I think if you watch Feng that fight, you'll get a chance to hear. Watch how many quirky rockets he dodges this fight.
Okay.
Tide may be a bit impatient, just ulting the Udyr. They do get a lot of damage out on him, and the fight's looking really good for DCG. So they go on Tide, Beyond do, and then this package here just takes out the Jace, takes out the Maokai. Beyond decide to focus on the Dragon.
1.
And then DCG reckon they've got the fight. Orca, very ambitious flash.
2.
Just got a smart flash immediately.
Yeah. That's 3. 3 rockets dodged. Don't know if I count that one, but we will. That's 4. Oh my god. He actually...
Yeah,
He dodges those.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I want to point out that Tide was pretty much on 1 HP that entire fight too.
Yeah.
Both AD carries really playing to their limits. This was so insane.
Yeah, that's the power of the Varus though, right? It doesn't even matter that you get him to 1 health. He's still just shooting nukes from the backline.
Yeah, I think finally we're seeing the value in the Varus, and team fight damage is...
Man, what a ridiculous fight by Feng.
It's all coming up thing, really.
This is what he needs to do to be able to win this game, though. He played out of his mind that fight, and he's going to have to. Because if you get hit by the Corki Qs, as you can, or the Corki Rockets, as you can see, yeah, you go down pretty quick.
Yeah, Stay True does have to be careful.
The advantage of the Varus is if you get poked, you can still, you know, throw some back. But Kalista, if you take that damage, you're out of the fight.
Yeah, no doubt. Orca as well, I mean,
Actually
ambitious.
goes for Jack Show.
Yeah, I think that's what most Kalistas do currently. It synergizes well with the Terminus as well. 665 going to be looked at. Going to use that Crescent Sweep to get himself nice and safe. Fing as well is going to catch a stray Corki rocket there and gets himself a little bit low. Does have a bit of lifesteal in the kit.
And at this point in the game, any big poke landing...
Slay True's flash with the handshake, and the hostile takeover is huge, but Orca picking up the first kill there onto Husha, and it's 5v4. Fing is still alive. Stay True extremely low here. Going to get that Fate's call. It's going to be the lockup, but it's going to be Stay True going down immediately. Fing finds one in return. It's 4v3 still. Fing alive, Driver alive, and 1116 very, very much alive. Taco now running face first into this Udyr, into this Jace. It looks like we are going to go our separate ways here. It is a win for DCG, but maybe not as convincing as they perhaps would have hoped, as 116 still on the hunt for more.
Yeah, it is so hard for Kalista to get autos off in these fights when DCG are grouped up like that. And they can just stand on top of each other, and how can Kalista hit anyone? There's so much damage coming out. 10-1 Kalista doesn't seem to even matter. And I thought that fight might go a bit better for Beyond with a massive Renata ult landing. But just well played by DCG.
Yeah, and I want to point out, I think Orca's been playing pretty well this whole game, but his score would not suggest it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights, he's just the only person they can kill.
Yeah, and he's also been flashing in to land, you know, all of his CC, and it's been working every time he's done it. So it's kind of that you can kill me, and he'll set it up for his team, which, again, has been doing pretty well. So
Yeah, Beyond keep meeting them mid. I wonder if they need to try something in the side lane. This is just a really hard way to play against this comp. They have some poke themselves coming from the Jace. Lands on the Corki and Jin.
yeah, no teleport available for Corki here. Again, one of the key things about Corki is I just always want to know when his package is up. Now, Baron is being started. This time DCG are far closer, but 665 is getting chunked out so much by this Jace. Tide trying to find something to do here. He's actually going to be stuck in the pit. This Nature's Grasp will connect onto a lot of people. Cleanse comes out, Equalizer comes out, hostile takeover, all comes out, no one going down, but so many low health bars. One Jace Q could be all it takes, and here it comes. Susha comes through, Twisted Advance will come on through. Taco's finding a lot of damage as he goes golden, but 665 is going to be locked up. Fing finding himself that kill. It's all up to Tide and Orca now, as 5 still remain for BYG. Flash forward, but he will not connect on that accelerated shock blast, as Tide and Orca still run away with their lives. Maybe the health bars are too low to do this Baron, and BYG instead going to look to pick up themselves the soul point.
Yeah, maybe can't hit the Baron because one Varus Q lands on this Kalista and your Baron's over. So they decide to just grab their third dragon. Maybe not the most impactful soul. Chemtech thought of as maybe the least impactful soul.
This game would be crazy with Infernal or Ocean.
Yeah, a heroic flank from Maokai here. I don't know how he manages to not die once he gets this flank off. Beyond just have to hit the Baron. Feng is taking a bit of poke. Another Versal on the Udyr. Okay, finds 3. Nice handshake. This Udyr is actually tanking so much damage.
For sure.
A nice flash. This is probably what decides the fight, this flash. Onto the Corki. Taco gets a really nice Zhonya's for a lot of damage, and watch Feng has to flash the Varus Q here. But does it Feng playing out of his mind and continuing to do so all game?
Oh, this was so close.
Yeah. I wonder if it was really going to be a lot of benefit, as it's DCG hitting the Baron,
This
and they
team
do
doesn't
it quick.
even... Yeah. This is very surprising. Equalizer comes out. There's no way that BYG are getting into this pit in time. It's going to be picked up, but can they survive now? It's going to be Orca at least getting taken out very quickly. Look to see if he can get his abilities off first. Will be able to, and flash away from 665 means everyone else will survive. So only Orca going down. You've picked yourself up the Baron, which was BYG's main objective really left on the map. And now DCG find themselves pretty comfortably able to defend any pushes, even though it is 4v5. Of course, wave clear coming through from the Varus as well as the Corki.
Poor Orca, just a willing sacrifice all game. Hey.
Yeah. He truly has been, but I mean, it's been working, right?
Yeah.
He gets everything off, dies, and, well, job's done.
The fight they lost, he lived.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's right. Now, ooh. Okay, Cruscata, you Landos. Oh, there we are. Yep. And there's Jace's health being taken out quite low.
Out of rockets.
Hostile takeover is absolutely massive. Feng is diving into that tower. It's 2 going down. DCG just standing too far up. Feng still going forward. It's going to be the Fate's call. Is not going to use it to dive though, and so DCG will not go down just yet.
He actually lands the Varus ult on the Kalista, but doesn't have Q to follow it up. Zyra lands an E as well, but just no Q up on the Varus to follow it up. Otherwise, it would have been at least a massive chunk on the Kalista.
Feng realizing it too, not even using the cleanse. Once again, a braver man than I. Now Equalizer comes out. This will defend the tower.
Yeah, you're not, without Baron, you are not pushing into this comp. Varus, Corki, Rumble, even Zyra.
Yeah, you do have to look for the dives. And admittedly, Renata, Maokai are one way to look for a dive, as we're seeing here. Out comes the Nature's Grasp, forces you off that tower. Corki is still not alive, and he is so much of your team's damage. Stranglethorns, though, coming through and definitely very meaningful. Feng going forward. He's going to get caught by some damage. He's very, very low. Are they going to find the piercing arrow? Oh, just not going to reach. But Corki has the teleport. Does he have the package? This could be absolutely massive. Even game-winning, perhaps, for DCG. There is no package. Are they going to be able to find the poke on the right members? Driver's just running at this Corki. Going to force him away for the rest of the team.
Yeah, heroic by Driver.
Absolutely.
They end up getting an inhib off of DCG, just maybe a silly defend 4v5 on their top tier 2. If they have the Baron, so they can just wait for Zyra to respawn, give up a tier 2. And
even clear it with the Equalizer instead of standing there at the tower.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cruscata was trying to hit a pink ward.
Yeah, oh, he was throwing ours at, he was throwing his ult at 116 and then just got caught by Maokai ult and...
Yeah, got caught up in the poke mini game. Forgot about maybe the state of the game.
I'm actually so excited to see damages this game because it's going to be insane because there's just so much like...
I have no idea who's got it right now.
I would hazard a guess at Cruscata. Just the frequency of the pokes that can come out.
Somehow, I'm sure it's not the 12-in-1 Kalista though.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah. That's true, actually. I think that's like... Yeah. It'll be 4th, I think. I think Varus and Corki might be higher.
Yeah, Jace is no slouch either, right? Rumble, yeah. Very high damage comp from DCG.
Oh, there's the rocket landing. It's going to force out a redemption. Of course, 30 seconds now until it will be time for this Dragon Soul. Cruscata.
Show with another flank.
Yeah, okay. Nature's Grass coming out. A lot of flashes. Handshake will not connect, which is a massive. Cruscata being able to get away from that. 665 finding his way onto 116. Getting so low. Equalizer does come out, though, and will not find anything. Orca goes down. And through comes that Fate's call. It's going to find so much damage. Feng is running around this team fight, finding everything he needs. It's going to take a long time, but eventually BYG will find the clean fight. They'll find the engage they need. Feng will find the damage he needs, and they're going to be able to take the game as they march down mid lane.
I mean, Beyond were in a spot where they had to play better. They had to make the outplays, and they pulled it off. I think they're going to be able to end right now.
Yeah. Taco? I mean, he's going to go down, right? Oh, there we go, eventually. Lasted a while, but yeah.
Yeah, no distractions, just going straight for the end.
Will be eventually. It's a 40-minute game. It was very, very back and forth. There was a lot of skill shots going all over the place. But of course, it is BYG who pick up game number 1.
Yeah.
Big performance out of DCG though. I think seeing a game like that, it was almost more competitive than that of CFO. So good showing from DCG. BYG were just the better team eventually.
Yeah, and I mean, they did just play better. I think with the comps that they had, DCG were the favorites.
Yeah.
I think there were a couple of fights where they just got a little overzealous. They just fought when they didn't need to and got punished for it. In that last fight, it was looking bad for Beyond. The Maokai ult didn't achieve much. Jace got caught out of position and had to flash out. But yeah, I'd love to see the replay on that fight because...
Yeah, it was hectic.
Yeah, and Feng was getting hit by rockets before that fight too. He's a bit poked out.
Yeah, Redemption was used very early. But yeah, again, I think honestly, despite the fact that there was, I think it was 14-1 Callista. Maybe it was 13-1. Something like that anyway.
Yeah.
I think my MVP goes to Husha for that one. I think every engage he found was phenomenal. And honestly, without his engages, there's no way that Feng is ever auto-attacking anyone in that entire game. So
yeah, he had to pull off some heroic maneuvers. I still give it to Feng just because I'm an ADC too, and he played out of his mind that game.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
That is fair, but
he's Callista, but a lot of the time he wasn't even able to be autoing people to be dodging. He was just walking around, gliding around, just rockets whizzing past his head. Yeah,
staying
pretty
cool
amazing
and
game.
composed.
And Tide, no slouch either, played a really good game from behind as well on the Varus, able to put out an insane amount of damage.
Possibly the best Varus performance we've seen thus far.
Yeah.
Even maybe more than the M&M game, but man, I guess that's up to really your personal opinion. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it would still go to Husha. I think time and time again he found fantastic engages. Even that last one, while it didn't land onto anyone, it forced the entirety of DCG into a choke where they could finally be grouped up. Fate's Call landed on 2. Hostile Takeover was able to land, and from there it was kind of all she wrote.
Yeah.
Driver as well, I mean, he got solo killed, so a little bit disappointing in terms of his sort of showing, but it was Taco who teleported down bot, picked himself up 2 kills and started feeling.
Taco had a great game.
Yeah, Taco did it
in the early game.
I will say a few of those equalizers probably could have landed better. Namely the last one, he did use it immediately onto the Jace who just flashed out, and so they basically played that fight without the Rumble ult, which
that was a great Jace flash. They committed like the Corki Valkyrie, the Xin engaged on him, and the Rumble ulted, and he just flashed and
got rid of all of it. And so very well played really by the entirety of BYG. One thing I think it is important to note is we're seeing, I guess maybe not so much the Varus, I don't think, but the Zyra as a potential answer to the Callista, because while it's not the same as the likes of the Ashe where you're just slowing her constantly, stopping her auto attack. You do that with the Rylai's, of course. But you put down the Strangle Forms in a team fight and she can no longer or jump forward with her auto attack. So she has to wait the entirety of that out. It spawns a lot of plants which all slow you, and it makes the team fights very, very hard for the Callista to play.
Yeah, the problem was the lane phase though. They had a really rough go at it in the laning phase. I think going down, I mean 50 CS at one point, that was a bit after lane, but at least 30 CS down in lane. They managed to get through it with some heroic TPs from Taco. I'm not sure if you can rely on that often enough to say that, you know, we're going to let them have Callista and we're going to pick Zyra. Maybe they will. I mean, I think DCG put themselves in a spot to win that game with draft and with how they played the early game and mid game. Maybe just team fight execution, just not there for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a lot of dives that went down bot, of course. I think they got dove like 4 times. Taco being there to save them twice. But
so is this the final fight?
This I believe, is the final fight.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, they get the chunk out.
And here goes Husha. Actually on a ward. Finds an ulti and it splits up DCG a bit.
Yeah, even Handshake misses.
Yeah.
Strangleform's good.
Yeah, oh wow.
Everything, just everything whiffs after that flash. And on the other side of the fight, no one can do anything.
Oh.
Tide even turning around.
The Callista ulti into the Renata ulti.
Yeah.
As well. And Feng just finds Varus in no man's land, takes him out.
Taco's still almost killing Feng there by going golden with the Flame Spitter.
Oh, and the damage graph.
Okay, it was Varus. I'm surprised it was Varus.
He had some really good fights. He played very well that game.
Yeah, for sure. I just thought the consistency of sort of Corki just constantly throwing out Missile Barrage might have taken it, as well as sort of the item synergies. But it was, Tide who topped the damage. I think that's possibly the first time this split we've actually seen Varus top the damage charts. And
Yeah, and this is the kind of comp you want, this lethality Varus, and most of his team is doing magic damage.
yep.
He's just able to go lethality. A lot of zoning tools on his team as well. Makes his Qs easier to land. Lots of slows, lots of Rumble ults, Corki packages, Zyra ults.
Yeah.
Making it hard for the enemy team to walk around, and you can just nail them with Qs.
Certainly was doing that. As take a look at all the stats here. Damage taken, Husha really up there, so is 665. Obviously 665 being the only frontliner for the team, but most damage per death was Driver, tied with the most damage, and of course, kills and gold that go to Feng.
Yeah, this Udyr was actually very tanky. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, ended up actually being really hard for the DCG comp to take out. Like all this poke, you don't have the damage to really punish the Udyr. Tide tried in a few of those fights. He was just throwing his ult at the Udyr.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like Husha does get the MVP.
Based player of the game choice here.
Yeah,
I do think it's like Feng played phenomenally. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
but none of this sort of
Could have even happened. It couldn't have even happened.
It was not even
Yeah.
on the cards if Husha wasn't finding the
Yeah.
amount of fantastic flanks and engages he was.
Hey, Maokai, an under-contested pick, I would say, in the PCS, and Husha showing that it probably should be a little more prioritized.
I will say the second Maokai of the night looked a lot better than the first Maokai of the night. We saw it once before. It was which team was it? West Point. West Point picked it up.
Right.
Yeah. And it didn't look as good as this, but this
Yeah, well-
looked very good. Different build paths as well, of course, and different objectives. But yeah, Driver as well as Husha taking up a lot. And this was the big one.
Yeah, Tide
finds
opens
3
the
in
ball.
that tight little sort of crevice. Tide able to get out, but sort of the angle he found meant that the 3-man hostile takeover didn't even really result in a win until this. Yeah.
I mean, he's playing. Yeah, he is just playing his heart out to make these fights even remotely winnable for his team. The fights are still hard.
Yeah, look at Taco just burning everyone down.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just so close. And this was like, I mean, after that there was the Baron. It was kind of the fight happened around the Baron, and because of sort of how close that fight was, there were like 2 people, 3 people maybe that were one singular Varus Q off dying. It was like, well, we can't do the Baron, and they went to the Dragon. And I mean, that extended the game for another 5 minutes, which eventually allowed them to find the perfect fight pretty much.
Yeah.
Aside from the Maokai ult, in fairness, but outside of that, very good fight, and it just led to what was eventually the win. Finn got a final opportunity to actually auto-attack in a fight.
Yeah, he got to hit the Varus. I never thought I'd see it. He managed to get onto the Varus somehow. And just that last fight, just individual outplays.
Yeah,
You know, micro outplays.
Pretty much around the entire team fight, it was a lot of outplays. But that does us for game number 1. A very tightly contested game number 1, so I'm very excited. And you should stick around for game number 2.
Dangerous games we're playing Dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. 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 Dangerous games.
Here's personal Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle.
And we have a series on our hands here, and it's going into game number 2, of course, very shortly. Game number 1, if you did miss it, was an absolute banger. It was poke comp pretty much versus poke comp, although one of the poke comps had a Maokai who was just finding the most outrageous engages from the most outrageous angles.
Yeah, without Husha, I don't think Kalista would have been able to find any impact that game, even though Feng on the Kalista was able to, I think he was 12-1 at one point and barely able to get an auto off against 3 poke champions and a rumble. It was really difficult for Beyond to execute that game, but they managed to do it. And yeah, kudos to them. We'll see if DCG can pull off another crazy draft and get a crazy comp together. They played to their comp pretty well, apart from maybe just over-engaging a bit, fighting when they don't have to. They got the 2 early dragons, which could have afforded them some time to scale and hit their power spikes. We'll see if they can. They actually picked the red side.
Yeah, once again. So a lot of red side picks here today, and it means that Beyond will once again get the blue side, which they selected in game number 1. So see if we just throw back the draft. I actually wouldn't mind it. I think one thing that I noticed was that there wasn't a whole lot of team fighting around the Corki package. Yeah. And when there was a team fight around the Corki package, it tended to go a lot better. I mean, naturally, right? It's such a powerful ability and a powerful part of Corki's kit. So,
yeah. Even with Beyond playing around it really well.
Yeah. I mean, it just cuts off so much place for, I guess, Feng mainly to play around.
This is a game where I wouldn't hate running back the draft. It's just, you got to see how strong the Kalista was last game. It punishes you in lane, makes you suffer the entire time. Actually, the Corki ban comes out, and the Kalista is still useful late game. She was able to chuck in the Renata for a 2-3 man knock-up into the Renata ulti, which just ended that final fight and won them the game.
Yeah, pretty much immediately. Lucian will be banned once again, taking that away from Feng, who, again, has shown quite a lot of prowess on the champ. Now Ashe will be the final ban. Do DCG want to ban out the Kalista? They banned Orianna here last game, and it's going to be the Orianna once more. So likely to see once again Feng picking this up first pick. Has done it 3 times so far in the spring split, and I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised to see it for a 4th time.
Yeah, otherwise it's the Rumble, but I think the Kalista is just too strong, especially since DCG have shown they're willing to let you have the Renata too.
Yeah. See though, what will now be the pick? Is Taco just going to go back to playing the Rumble up top? I honestly wouldn't mind a run back. You can also find maybe another champion in the mid lane. Something I was about to say, something like the Karma, which currently is very, very, very strong with the Malignance build.
I like the Renata takeaway.
Yeah, do pair with the Varus.
And then maybe we can see like an on-hit Varus type of build. You maybe don't have as good of a poke comp without the Corki this time.
Yeah. We'll see. Okay, Rumble for now.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I believe you will pick up your choice of AD carry in the 3rd pick. Obviously, the Rumble was the answer to... Oh, sorry, the Udyr was the answer to Rumble last game. And it didn't do too poorly, but it didn't do very well, of course.
Yeah.
Getting solo killed by Taco in the top lane.
Yeah, not even just the solo kill. Taco was TPing for his team constantly and not really getting punished because you let the Udyr have plates and it's not too big of a deal. He did get very tanky in the late game, but you'd expect more with how much Taco was investing to just help his team. You know, you wouldn't expect him to just come back to lane and solo kill you.
Keep on keeping on.
Yeah.
Now, what will they pick here? Maokai was, I believe, their 3rd pick last game. No, actually, it was the Udyr. It was Renata 2nd, so maybe we'll see their support now.
Maybe a jungle pick. I don't think you're not going to get any great support. There's no support that stands out. Oh, LB.
Yeah, 116 was pretty much the best split-pushing LB player last split, so I do expect him to be able to play it now, coming into the split.
DCG banning the Nico as well, which is usually the response into the LB.
Yeah, quite oftentimes is. Of course, we have seen some Azir come out every now and then. Varus was the lock-in, and I think because you have the Renata, it's more likely than not the on-hit, but can still go for the poke. It just doesn't synergize quite as well.
They're still going to get plenty of value out of the Renata. Her ultimate can win team fights on its own.
Yeah, absolutely. And also importantly, if you connect your Renata ult onto the Kalista somehow, she can't really use Rend until it wears off on her teammates, otherwise she could risk just taking them out.
So Lee Sin banned away. They're trying to stop this early game comp from Beyond just snowballing out of control with a strong early game jungler. Maybe they'll go for a Viego next ban as well. And I think Beyond are trying to figure out what they're going to take mid, I guess. And I'd be wondering what they're going to take in the jungle on DCG's side too. Maybe something like a Vi. I could see Vi being very good at, you know, it'll lock down the Kalista, lock down the LeBlanc. Kalista doesn't have the Renata to save her this time. Maybe a Poppy ban into... Well, you let them have the Vi if you ban... Oh no, you get first pick, right? DCG does, so
but
you could...
Yeah, I think Poppy would be fine, but I would prefer the Vi. I don't think you really care about Poppy if you're the side of DCG. Currently, you sit with literally 0 dashes. Obviously, she doesn't need to necessarily only be picked into dash champions, but...
I mean, Poppy's looking pretty good for DCG.
Yeah, but I still would prefer the Vi. I think it offers you...
Yeah, it synergizes super well with the Rumble.
I honestly would still be fine with the Xin Zhao, to be fair.
Yeah.
Looked pretty fine last game. It separated Feng from being able to really auto-attack anyone, but Vi will be the lock-in. I think it makes a lot of sense. A lot harder to play around when you have the don't have the Renata, sorry. Now, you could lock in something like the Tahm Kench or something akin to it. Blitzcrank even. This is something that we've seen with Kalistas before, and Stay True has been a bit of a Blitzcrank player in the past. Maokai, though, is what it's been swapped to, and I mean, after game number 1, as the side of BYG, you should be pretty happy to see.
I like that. Hover the Blitzcrank, make them sweat a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
No one
it still
likes
might be
playing
locked in,
against it.
to be fair.
Yeah, they have a lot of options. Nautilus, Blitzcrank. You're assuming some melee engage / hook champ.
Yeah, what else? I mean, I think the Blitzcrank makes a lot of sense. A lot of immobility here. Everyone so far can kind of just get burst down. See now what it is that Cascada wants to take in this mid lane. Azir notably is still open, and I believe we now have a Kai'Sa mid.
Yeah, maybe he forgot he was playing mid lane back to his ADCs. Goes for Kai'Sa, I guess? An AP Kai'Sa?
Yeah, it'll be AP Kai'Sa, I believe. Doesn't do too badly with, obviously the Nash is quite strong now. Can go Storm Surge.
Yep.
Can pick up the Mirror Mana as well to also get that Q Evolve started. Guinsoo's will help with that.
I wonder if with the AP Kai'Sa if they'll just go for a poke comp again with the Varus.
They absolutely are. It's pretty much, very much a repeat of last game, except this time they also have a pretty strong engage tool in the Xin Zhao with the Renata follow-up. Last time it was kind of just Orca who had to do it all. And obviously his death column certainly proved that.
Yeah.
Though I think most of his deaths were actually fairly okay deaths. They weren't like him just getting caught out most of the time. It was him going in, flashing in even half the time, finding multiple man roots, multiple man strangle thorns.
Yeah, he had massive impact in spite of, you know, all his deaths. They were good deaths.
That's right. They were great deaths. Now, heading into game number 2, of course. Whose comp do I favor? Bit of a question mark because of the Kai'Sa, of course, but I actually do think, once again, I kind of do favor DCG's draft.
Yeah.
Beyond, they don't have the same poke potential with the LeBlanc as they did with the Jace. Now, admittedly, it's a little bit more consistent, slightly lower in terms of damage, and also provides a bit more of a split side lane threat.
Looks like it's going to be the AD LeBlanc with Fleet Footwear.
Yeah, and most likely will be the AP Kai'Sa with the Hail of Blades, of course. On hit Varus, being that the lethal tempo has been picked up. So do have poke, of course. in the Kai'Sa. Even the Varus without
Yep.
the lethality will still provide a bit of poke.
He's not necessarily locked into the AP Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it could be AD, but I think you'll most certainly, or most likely, I guess, go.
Yeah. I feel like Beyond probably have to get a lead again.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And I think after seeing how Game 1 played out, DCG should be able to play better around Husha's Maokai, trying to avoid so many dives in the bot side. Blitzcrank already going to be losing Flash. He's also going to be hit
Gotta
by
be
this
careful
Vault
for Hook,
Breaker.
though.
Uh-oh.
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 Oh, just out of tower
Yeah,
range.
that was kind of lucky. Now Cascada starting lane, missing quite a bit of health, but I think importantly this means bot lane is going to be very, very difficult for Fing now.
Oh.
Taco privy to the idea that Driver's going to be looking for something.
Yeah, he was
Ghost
ready
will be
for it.
popped. I don't... Okay, I think 665 will be able to pick up this Raptor camp and should be feeling okay about his state of affairs.
Yeah, did have to start Q, but he will be all right.
Ooh.
Taco got a pretty bad trade and lost XP on 3 of those creeps.
Yeah, I think Driver might have missed 1 creep of XP. Maybe not, though. It was very close.
Yeah, he must have, because you get halfway, right?
I think you get just below halfway. Maybe you do get halfway. I'm not sure about it.
I'm curious to see how this mid lane is going to go.
Yeah, I think traditionally these AD carry type champions actually do pretty well into the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
If LeBlanc ever dashes forward, especially into the Kai'Sa, her Q, if you can isolate it, actually does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Even early on into the game.
Yeah, easy to land a W while LB is Wing onto you, jumping onto you.
Yeah.
And here is the blue side classic, or I guess red side bot lane classic.
Yeah, now it is a little bit more dangerous simply because it is the on-hit
Yeah.
Varus. It actually does provide a little bit more potential to look for.
Yeah, with the Renata too.
Yeah.
No flash on the blitz is going to make these plays really hard as well. Or harder than they could
Orca's
be.
coming to support his mid laner. He doesn't know there's a Husha in the bush. Will know now. Flash. So his advance comes through. The flash will come through from Orca too. Lands a nice shield there onto Cascada as it's going to be 116, getting very low. Handshake comes through and it's going to hit the double stun, but not quite the damage.
Very close.
Yeah, but lane state in favor of Cascada as it's slowly pushing towards him.
Yeah. Great roam by Orca.
Yeah, very, very good timing.
Driver gets a proxy, pulling ahead in CS a bit, but Rumble will get another 6 under the tower.
Yeah, I think this is largely because of what happened level 1. Taco losing out on his lane pressure a little bit because he was defending 665, which will be better for the long run, but certainly for the immediate start of the game doesn't feel so good. Now, Null Magic Mantle picked up by Driver on his first recall.
He hasn't gone for the cloth armor this time.
Yeah, he did go Mercs first, so we'll see if he does the same thing again, but I was a little bit curious for sure. I mean, he got solo killed almost immediately after I mentioned it.
Yeah, DCG bot lane just have to avoid a hook here and they'll be able to catch a giant wave. Yeah, it looks like Beyond are just going to recall.
Get the reset in. Maybe Feng has enough gold for boots, but
He's going to get an invade, but Vi's going to be here.
he might be able to do it in time. Maokai destroys the Raptor camp.
Oh wow, little heist.
What does
that's
come through
great.
and sees him, so Husha being able to get that, but maybe 665 could answer with the other team's Raptors. Won't look for it though, as Taco actually trading fairly decently. Driver though will be going forward as well.
CS up on the Callista. LB probably catching some under tower.
Yeah, and opting for the Vamp Scepter, most of the time Callistas do like rushing those boots as it just synergizes so incredibly well with the kit. Now, it will be these Void Grubs picked up for BYG.
And maybe it will be the AD Callista with a longsword picked up. I imagine if he was going Nashers, he'd have a dagger instead.
Yeah, and also it would be Tier.
Yeah, it could go for the tier. I could understand not going for the tier, though it feels like he wants to keep pressure up on his lane.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. There could even be just going into Static Shiv to match the sort of wave pressure. Not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Kai'Sa's one of those champs that can kind of get away with building whatever she wants.
Yeah. Yeah, with a bunch of new items, there's bound to be some Kai'Sa build that is ridiculous. She likes just about every stat, every offensive stat in the game.
Yeah. Now, things are a bit quieter now after the shenanigans that happened level 1 as well as obviously level 3 in the mid lane.
Husha no flash.
Yeah, Husha will be spotted out by 665 here, and it's, oh, is he? They'll know now. They don't care. Oh, fantastic dodge, and that's going to be Blitzcrank without flash. Handshake will miss though, and so he'll be okay to just scurry away with his life. But again, a lot of pressure gone with that missing flash on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're feeling pretty good about the state of the game, I imagine, if you're DCG.
Should be scaling nicely, of course.
Yeah, first 10 minutes of the game, Blitzcrank no flash, essentially, without anything for it.
Slight lead, though, in gold here for BYG. Nothing really to harp on about, though, of course. And as the game progresses, if things remain even, it likely will be DCG that end up taking control just by the nature of first strike and how easy it is for Taco to proc that on the Udyr.
I wonder where 665 will look to use his ult. That's a big spike on buy once you hit level 6. A lot of times just a kill, but it's hard to tell where he's going to use it. I'm thinking maybe mid.
Yeah.
He's not 6 yet, though.
Could be mid, but if Distortion's off cooldown, it feels really, really difficult because you see the Vi ult and you just immediately, oh, stay true. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. It's a nice handshake, but it should just be stay true going down.
Oh.
Going to be able to get that revive as Hook will land on the Cascada, but Killer Instinct gets him to safety as well as that flash. Good timing found. Stay true, unfortunately, the one that picks up the kill. Not ideal, but still relieving pressure on the map.
Yeah, Husha found level 6 first and
now
got a good play.
Tide has flash, he has cleanse. He's going to likely have to burn at least one of them. Oh.
Nice flash.
Yeah, that was almost looked like he was going to get hit by it anyway, but yeah, well played by Tide. Does lose his flash. Now
another devious Maokai ult angle. Cascada just has to flash immediately, still gets hooked. Maokai root lasting so long when it's near the end.
Yeah. It was kind of lucky that the handshake did connect onto Maokai. I don't know, I didn't see if Cascada landed an auto attack on him, but I believe it was just the CC from handshake that allowed the Killer Instinct proc to get Kai'Sa out of harm's way. Now, Serrated Dirk is the pickup for Cascada. It still can be AP. You can, one of the AP builds for Kai'Sa was the Serrated Dirk, double lethality items into just the AP build. We'll see though.
Just go for 3 evolves, or 2, I guess.
Yeah, you do also, because you go Nashes, you do get all 3.
Probably going to be a Yomu's, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Could be the opportunity, perhaps, but doesn't know how you find the most value out of opportunity on Kai'Sa. Of course, landing the W's from afar, and I guess if you jump in with someone else's CC, and then immediately you'll find value there. Taco is going to note that this is being done, firing a few harpoons, but
I think that's 6 Void Grubs.
Yeah, it is going to be 6 Void Grubs. Now, importantly, though, that only matters if you're actively hitting towers, which LeBlanc, for the most part, should be in this game.
Yeah.
But if you are able to secure 2 dragons for the side of DCG, that'll feel pretty good anyway. Feng now, no flash, is going to get that Fate's Call land on him. He's going to have the revive available, though, as Rend will not find the damage. And
wow.
Very, very near miss.
Yeah, really scary. But, yeah, with Maokai topside, maybe Tide felt like he was a lot safer than he was. He didn't end up blowing anything and just got to walk out. Actually took Feng's cleanse.
Yeah, Cascada gets connected with by the chain. Doesn't have distortion. 665 is going to go forward now, but Husha is in the area. Killer Instinct comes through, but the distortion back. 665 though is trying to find the damage here. One Volt Breaker might be enough to do it. We'll find it in the backside. Cryscada dodges out of the Bramble Smash. He's actually stayed along for way longer than he had the right to. 665 now though being looked at by Stay True. Orca will be in the area. Can he get the revive? He will. So now they're just trying to get the reset. One auto. Is he going to be able to do it? They do. No, they don't.
Oh, disaster.
Oh, that was so close. But it's going to be
Disaster.
BYG coming out on top.
Yeah, and 665 had a chance to just get out there. But, yeah, goes for the kill. Goes for the kill on Husha and doesn't quite get it. Pretty happy with that if you're Beyond. It is just 2 kills on the Maokai, as we're going to see. So 665 waits for 116 to use his W, and he waits for the W to time out, and then he goes with his ulti. And it was looking pretty good here, but the flash from 116 was really good. Gets him away from everyone. And then Husha is just punishing Kaisa in the really nice flash. And then, yeah, Cryscada playing out of his mind, but still goes down. Stay True a little faster on the rotation, but honestly, I'm surprised how much damage they did to this Vi in the first place.
Yeah,
Flash from Orca saves her. He could back out. Maybe he goes down to Ignite, though. Maybe he didn't have a choice.
He ordered...
Ignite goes down on Blitz and an auto. At least one auto. Wow. Just
that was the difference maker.
Misplay. Yeah.
That really was the difference maker. Wow. It was obviously very hard to click the correct person there. Blitzcrank and Maokai standing on top of each other.
Yeah.
And now the pressure that has afforded the side of DCG, sorry, BYG, means they do pick up the Dragon. A lot of damage being traded bot here. Orca getting quite low, but Fing also taking a lot of damage in response.
Yeah, Varus, this lethality, not lethality, this on-hit Varus looking like he stands his own.
Okay, he gets away. Chain will connect, but should be far enough away to remain safe. And it was the Yomu's completed now for Cryscada.
Looking into another AD item.
I think it's going to be another lethality item. Ooh!
Nice flash. I think that was just the Hex flash from Stay True, so you're going to take those.
Yeah, this guy's getting pretty crazy with it.
Yeah, it was
True
looking
will
like a
come
rough
the season
start.
assist. Killer Instinct as well to the follow-up, and there's a lot of damage coming down, but can they find the auto attacks? Not quite, as Husha will arrive. There is no Nature's Grasp. Hook does land, though. Now they need to find a reset for 665. They're not going to be able to, and it's 116 who picks himself up. Yet another kill. Cryscada will be out of mana now and having to run away.
One auto, just another fight mid where they're just one auto attack off of getting the kill. And yes, Stay True switched it on. Now he had a rough start to this game, but he's having massive impact as this just starts with a Vi ult into the Kaisa ult. And I guess this is the idea of the lethality Kaisa, but yeah, one more Vi auto, he's dead there.
For sure. Very, very close.
Great hook into tower. Not much they can do to get the res. Kill even going over to LB. A few of the earlier kills went to Maokai, so it's nice to get a kill on your LB. And this LB, this AD LeBlanc can really run away with games.
Yeah. Still, it's important you do have to play around it correctly, as something we haven't really talked about is top lane. It is the Kaedic Recurn completed for Driver.
Yeah.
Taco picking himself up the Leandres. Now actually laning up against the LeBlanc, so we'll have a harder time for himself, but Driver's being dove on the bot side. All that MR is not doing a whole lot against this lethality Kaisa, although he is able to run away, and Cryscada is just one auto from death.
Really nice Renata ult.
Yeah.
Stops disaster there.
Does save the play. Tide being
Tide might
looked
have
at
to
by
flash.
Fing. That is going to be the rend down. It's going to cool down now. Nice handshake. Being Slater is getting very, very low. Driver does join the play, but Cryscada going to find himself the first kill. Traded back. Fing also able to pick up one for himself.
Yeah. Ends up being a 1-for-1. You know, sucks to lose your jungler for the Blitzcrank, but could have gone a lot worse for DCG, I think, with the dive on an Udyr. No Vi ult up. They just ran out of damage to kill him.
For sure. Now, with that, maybe even BYG picking up this mid tower without really having to commit much to it at all. 6 Void Grubs.
Yeah, it means anytime they're hitting a tower with 6 Void Grubs, with the 6 buff, spawning two of the little dudes.
Yeah, each. Now, Red is being invaded by the side of BYG.
Varus actually had items.
That was kind of scary. 665, I don't know if you know what's waiting for you here, pal, and he's just going to get absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank causing havoc all over the map. Mostly 665 suffering.
Yeah.
You're not, you know, it's not doomed. It's not doomed if you're DCG. You still do outscale.
For sure, and Vi notably doesn't require the most amount of gold to function.
Yeah.
Always it can just be an R button, which can be enough. Obviously, if you find a good ult there onto Fing, can just mean he goes down. Not as much defenses.
You've got the Rumble and the Kai'Sa follow up too. So he's just going to be looking for an ult on a priority target. He's got 2 really good targets, LB or Kai'Sa. And yeah, it's going to be a one-way trip on these Vi ults.
Certainly does feel that way. Of course, we have seen that out of 665 already once against West Point. I think he ended the game with something like 12 deaths. Just constantly going in, and they managed to win that one.
Yeah, so he's in his comfort zone.
That's right. Waiting for that 10-death power spike, perhaps. And he is just going full utility as well. He's got the Black Cleaver. He has now got some healing reduction. Of course, the only real person you're too concerned about making sure their healing's not too high is Fing, and almost certainly every fight, 665 will be able to hit Fing at least once.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Maokai's doing a bit of healing. Udyr's doing a bit of healing.
Yeah.
Maybe even fleet footwork on LB. You're getting a bit of value out of it. And yeah, I completely understand building utility on the 1 and 4 Vi at this point. Anything to help you just be useful.
Ooh. So, Cascada's actually building Voltaic Cyclo Sword second. Oh, okay. 116 is going to be absolutely eliminated. Yeah, it goes down straight away. That's a shutdown. It's given over to Cascada now. It will importantly be a trade onto that jungler as Tide and Taco, as well as Orca, trying to do what they can in this fight. But Cascada's damage noticeably lacking as he was trying to find his way back in. And with that, it's just a quick 3 going down despite the early pick onto 1116. The collapse is good.
Yeah, it looked like a great fight. But yeah, I didn't see the other side of the fight. I was watching Kai'Sa run for her life. I think they maybe got split off once they... Kudos to 665 for just finding a play, not deterred at all by having a rough start to this game. Finds a really good pick on a high priority target, but it may be just a little bit too behind.
Yeah, it feels a little bit hard for sure. Now, this is a good matchup for DCG, of course. Driver does have a chain vest, but mostly magic resist to talk of. His tower is very, very low.
Yeah, I'm surprised
all Vi's here.
I'm surprised he didn't just go for the auto on it, but I guess he'll get it in time, so...
Maybe worried about a surprise Maokai out from behind him. Bit of PTSD. It's been happening for 2 series now, or 2 games, shall I say.
Yeah, and Stay True is also a bit omnipresent this game. And we're going to see the replay. I'm curious what happens on the other side of this fight. It didn't look like Tide got to hit at all. Stay True's cooking something. As yeah, great engage. Really decisive. Insta-flash handshake follow-up. Vi goes down here, that's to be expected. They immediately kill the Renata.
Yeah, Taco a bit late too.
Yeah, Taco late and just walks in. Doesn't really read the fight very well and just walks in. Dies.
Oh, back to live. No one's dead, but there is a Blitzcrank noticeably deep
in the enemy jungle.
Yeah. Will be another tower picked up. And all things considered, I mean, you're at a 3k gold disadvantage, but you still do have avenues in this game if you're able to hold on. Stay True might be finding someone, or maybe found himself. Hook will connect onto 665, and we might be finding our 6th death of the game, although Equalizer is amazing, as is the hostile takeover. Tide's finding a lot of damage onto Husha, who's not the ideal target, but a target nonetheless. The arrow will not connect as we see 2 people now down from DCG, Taco, as well as 665, 116 down, and Driver 1v3ing up here. Is he going to have the damage? He definitely does not, and the piercing arrow is fantastic. We've got a Drifter. We have a Drifter. It's going to be Feng, though, finding the damage. Fantastic driving from Husha and fantastic kiting from Feng means that they are able to eventually come out on top of that team fight. Now, Cascada is still hanging around in the area. Noticeably is higher health than both of that of BYG, but will just come in, claim himself this CS. A very close fight.
Yeah.
But a very well played one by BYG.
Yeah. I mean, Husha Husha's just playing out of his mind, hops into the Rift Herald mid-fight. As the fight starts with what looks like a free pick on the Vi.
This hostile takeover was insane.
Yep.
1, 2,
I think, and
3.
it gets followed by the Rumble ult. Taco going down.
Yeah, that flash from Tide.
Just living.
Actually, wow, he actually puts the Herald down as well. I didn't even notice that. I know he got in it.
Yeah, he's low, has no way back into this fight unless he hops in the Herald.
Unless, pause champ.
And Orca just doesn't even know what hit him.
Yeah.
Wow, such a well-played fight by Feng again. He's a menace on this Kalista.
Some smiles.
Yeah, gotta be happy
I
with
think
that fight.
if I was on BYG, I might just be smiling as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Cascada, Nature's Grasp's going to connect on him, and so
a lot
does...
of damage.
Yeah, teleport coming in from Taco. Should be able to maybe find 116. He does go back to that distortion.
Nice
Equalizer is fantastic. Feng is going to get absolutely annihilated. Ooh. 2 kills very quickly here for the side of DCG. Voidseeker not connecting onto 116, but this should be the Dragon going down on hit Varus as well as the Kai'Sa. Means your damage is very, very high. Driver, though, full on HP. Husha as well.
Husha alive, no smite, though.
Yeah.
And this Udyr will die quickly. He will die very quickly if he tries to.
Taco, right now.
That's Baron down. It's about if they can get anything, and I don't think they can after.
Ooh. Okay. That Baron went down to 167 health and was sitting there for a little while, but was eventually picked up.
Yeah,
and
no smite on the Maokai.
Yeah. DCG now in a good position.
Watch LB try to jump on this Kai'Sa and just get absolutely chunked. Dodges the chain.
Yeah, that is insane.
That's without the... He's just dead if he can proc passive on him. Yeah, look at the handshake into the equalizer.
Yeah, this isolated Acathian Rain does an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, this Kai'Sa build.
Oh, stay true. He's just speeding up. Oh, no, he's not. All right, that's a dead Blitzcrank. This Kai'Sa will be absolutely claiming another one.
Felt like a little bit of a spite flash ult maybe from 665. Statrue's been giving him a hard time this game.
Yeah, but it is a good one, obviously. Now, Statrue will be dead for this dragon. Does spawn slightly after the dragon spawns, and there is ways that they can try and hold off it. Equalizer comes down. It's not the greatest. Finger staying completely safe. Orca likely to be going down. Redemption! But eventually does go down there to the tower shot. There's going to be a 4v4 right now. Driver, though, is getting absolutely wailed on, and Chris Garda.
Yeah. Scott kind of taking over the game.
Yeah, but on the other side, though, 116 is claiming himself an inner tower. It's a lot of gold. Will be able to turn around and join the rest of the team to try and defend off this dragon. It's a 4v4, of course, as Orca will remain dead. No driver, though, means that the tankiness of BYG is a lot lower.
They might be looking to contest this.
They are just doing objectives so fast. And now Husha's got himself a flank. 665 will be hooked up, but importantly, that is not exactly the target you want. Fate's call landed. Feng is trying to kite. Feng is kiting. And eventually they're finding 2. Only Taco remains, and he should not be able to get out of this. He found himself a double kill. Will eventually go down. And a back and forth game we do have as 116 picks himself up a triple.
Yeah, DCG will be happy to pick up that dragon. You don't want to be fighting against Soul Point. But really smart map play by 116. The Blitzcrank goes down and they're sieging mid. He's an AD LeBlanc. He's not going to be that useful there. Takes his 6 Void buff. Bot lane, grabs himself a tower and a triple kill. He's going to be massive now. As I was really surprised that they felt like they could contest this, but they've got everyone here. And 116 in great position this fight. Hook lands, interrupts by IQ. And this Maokai is kind of unkillable.
The Fate's call as well, last second.
Yeah. No one's hitting 116 all fight. He is massive. A triple kill and a tier 2 turret.
Yeah. Now that is a 3-item LeBlanc making his way towards picking up what I assume will be a Trinity Force. Terminus, though, is completed now for the Varus. If he gets any time at all to just throw some auto attacks into Husha, into Driver, will find himself being quite tanky. Same can be said for Feng, though, of course.
Could be Stormrazor on that LB, too.
Oh, these Ws are hitting now, of course. W upgrade, and Feng is going to be locked up. Is Cascada going to ult in? It's going to be 665 just getting annihilated once more, but Cascada, he sees the angle, he lands another one of the Void Seekers, and Feng now all on his lonesome. All it will take, well, another one. This guy has aim assist. 116 is going to run away. It's very, very hard for you to ever chase down this LeBlanc, but Cascada is finding everything he wants and more in these fights. Driver on the other side, though, getting to work on what looks to be the inhibitor tower. Taco backing 116. Maybe going down. Cascada with the flash. Husha does manage to get himself one on the backside. Of course, Tide will be going down there. Slow will not quite connect, but the W certainly will. Cascada not missing any of those today.
Yeah, Cascada is putting on a clinic this game on the Kai'Sa, justifying the Kai'Sa mid pick. Refusing to go down. I mean, he ults into 3 people, picks one off. Kallista's next.
Yeah, lands 2 Void Seekers to confirm that kill. Kalista now, importantly, though, picking up a Gwynsu, so very, very strong.
Yeah.
Not as easy for her to hit, of course.
Yeah, and it's hard to play Kalista into these burst builds from Kai'Sa. You saw that fight. He kind of just walked into her with her team there and just nearly one-shot her.
Yeah, Hextech Alternator now for Cascada. I think that'll turn into Storm Surge, but in theory it could also
Shadow Flame.
maybe be Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
Not likely to be the Ludens or anything like that.
Yeah, I doubt he needs the mana.
He did run out of mana last fight, but again, that was a very prolonged fight with a lot of abilities. Oh, okay, so it's going to be Shadow Flame. It is completed. That's a 4-item Kai'Sa now.
Yeah, he's going to be very scary in these fights.
Nada as well. Bit of protection there for Varus or Cascada, although Cascada really not needing the protection, just diving on into the back line after abilities have been used. Now,
What a good game from Husha as well. 5-0 and 14 on the Maokai.
yeah, just doing an honest day's work, this guy. Oh, 665. He's going to get hooked up. He's going to have to use that ult. Feng is right there, and he's going to be able to use it on an equalizer. Comes through. Feng has absolutely no sums. He's taken out completely immediately. Husha, though, finding a lot of CC as Cascada trying to find the remaining damage onto both Driver and 116. 116 is running away for now, distorting through, trying to clear out that minion wave. The Void Seeker. Did it land? I don't know.
It doesn't quite land. This Renata Rumble combo is destroying team fights. It seems so difficult to play into. 665 just cannonballing into the enemy team. They're grouped around him. Renata ult follows up, Rumble ult on top.
Now, this Baron should not be contested. Husha doesn't really have a way in. It's just going to go down very, very fast, Baron. And I'm beginning to think DCG have worked out the ways of the Varus.
Yeah, as it looked like more of the same. Just the usual 665 getting Blitzcrank hooked. But yeah, as you pointed out, the Kalista, it's his lucky day. Kalista's right there, and there's the Rumble Vi combo as well.
Even gets the revive off.
I mean, they just vanish. They just vanish.
Yeah, I think, I mean, that's definitely a lot of that's on Feng, right? Like, you can't, you see the Vi getting hooked, and it's not really up to you to do that damage straight away, because obviously as soon as she gets out, if you aren't able to just one-shot her, she's going to press R on you.
Yeah, but he's kind of in a bad spot, because who's doing the damage if not him, right? Blitz hook into the Maokai, and
yeah, but you can just disengage at that stage.
Yeah, it's. I think they were just. I think they're just too used to killing this 1 in 9 Vi for free, maybe.
Well, they did. They did kill that Vi, but they did not kill the 10 and 2 Kai'Sa, which you'd argue might just be more of a problem. Now, Baron Siege against. Wow. Trying to defend the Baron Siege up against Varus and the Kai'Sa, and there goes a hook. It does miss. 665. He's found Feng. Equalizer comes through. Cascada comes through. Feng is just annihilated off the face of the earth. Cascada, though, getting very, very low. He's going to have to look for the reset. Can they find the damage? They will not. It's a shutdown. Husha will pick that one up for himself. 6-0-16 now on the Maokai, but importantly, 3 still remain. Orca, Tide, and Taco are going to stay alive, sorry, to push down more.
Yeah, like clockwork, Feng is on screen. He's Vi ulted, he's Rumble ulted, he's dead. There is nothing he can do. He's not being allowed to play this game at all. And for good measure, we can follow up with the Kai'Sa ult.
Yeah, absolutely. Cascada, though, did give over a big shutdown, but importantly, for the side of DCG. It went on to Husha. Husha being at 4 items, very, very strong for sure, but not really having the damage as Feng is just getting completely annihilated.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary playing Maokai into these on-hit Varus builds. If you're out of position for a second, he will just shred you down. As you're going to see a really weird start to this fight. The hook's just grazing
everything
Tide.
misses.
Yeah, and then Varus ult too, for good measure. But then Vi ult, Rumble ult, Kai'Sa's in. Feng just can't play this game. And I don't think LB does enough consistent damage. He does take out Cascada, but he doesn't do enough consistent damage. Like, who's killing Rumble, who's killing Varus?
Yeah, very, very difficult game here for BYG.
Look at that Varus damage.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising, right?
No, I mean, that Cascada had to be focused, and he was just wailing on this Udyr and Maokai. It's a field day for an on-hit Varus against these, you know, not very threatening, but very tanky champions.
For sure. Gold Graph tells a story, of course. DCG really starting to find. Oh, alrighty. We have a LeBlanc on our hands now, ladies and gentlemen.
Storm Razor up now.
Yeah, all flash hook will miss onto Orca. Through comes the Nature's Grasp. 116 finds another auto attack here. Does get ulted. This time it will not be Feng. So Feng has a little bit of freedom. He's finding the damage. Is he going to have what it takes, though? It's going to take a lot out of him. Taco is getting low. Does go golden once more. Cascada flashes forward. He's on 1 HP, but he finds the triple kill. Only driver remains, and the Void Seeker will land. One more might just do it. Will it connect? Oh, he's out of range. But with that, it will absolutely be DCG who take game number 2, taking us to a 3rd game here. BYG, they had it in the bag, it looked like, but Cascada said no, stood up to the plate, and absolutely got the job done.
What a game from Cascada, just refusing to go down 2-0. Pretty much single-handedly dragging them through that game.
Yeah, fantastically well played. I mean, it must feel a little bit bad for Tide, of course. He's playing on the team. He's the AD carry, but ended up being the 2nd best AD carry in the game. You know, Cascada having an absolute flawless, really, performance from him. Surviving that early gank through his killer instinct, and then time and time again, following up on what 665 could provide. 665 just being the biggest pinata you'll ever see, ulting into Feng. Knows he's going to die, but absolutely, like, the follow-up as well from Taco. Every single equalizer landing.
And Cascada.
Cascada ulting in. It was just so much damage. Feng got himself the lead he needed.
We joked he was in his comfort zone. 1 and 12 on the vibe.
You may have joked that he was in his comfort zone, but I mean, he had the 10-death power spike at the end there, and I honestly thought that last fight I was a little bit iffy after the Vi ult was popped
it looked
onto
scary.
1116. I was like, well, Feng might have some freedom here, but everyone living on a minimal amount of HP, Redemption coming through, Locket coming through.
And Cascada, for good measure, just on 1 HP flashing forward to take out Feng.
Absolutely. It's just insane scenes here. And
Demon that game. Refused to go down.
After how it started, I mean, how many times 665 was just getting caught out and finding sort of engages, but they weren't very good.
After that first game, just a really hard game, losing a long, difficult game, into disastrous early game, for them to just hang in DCG and play so well and fight, really impressive. It's going to be a good game 3.
For sure. I mean, we had 3 2-0s in a row, and now we're finally getting the best of 3 come into play. And I mean, what teams to have, right? I wanted to come in here and see Taco versus Driver. To be fair, hasn't really been that. We've seen Driver on the Udyr, we've seen Taco on the Rumble, and just having his way up there in the top lane. But I mean, Cascada versus 1116 may quickly become the story, because game number 1, a lot of it felt like it was Jace poke against the Corki poke. Game number 2, I mean, LeBlanc, you saw at the end there, 1 auto attack onto, who was it? Tide, sorry. Tide. It was chunking him for large amounts of his HP.
I think half on one of them.
Yeah, it was insane. It was an unholy amount of damage, but Cascada was doing even more. So many isolated Qs, so many Void Seekers were landing, making the plays himself too. That one time around the top side blue buff,
that was
ulting in, finding 1 kill, finding 2 Void Seekers. Well, I mean, look, we're not at that point yet, but I'm saying player of the game is Cascada. I mean, it's just,
I mean, But
honestly,
Husha actually having a really good game.
Yeah, I feel bad for that guy.
Quietly, I think just like 6-0 and 14.
Yeah.
Not as amazing ults, but he wasn't exactly fighting a poke comp that game, so it's a different kind of game for him on the Maokai. Not feeling as useful against the hard engage comps.
Yeah, for sure. And I think maybe the Blitzcrank, I think, had a place, but at some point in that game, the only people that were getting hooked, or the only person that was getting hooked, was literally 665.
And then he was saying thank you very much and ulting the Callista.
Yeah, he's like, whatever, man, I'm just going to press R on your Callista that's right next to me. And that spelt the end of the fight pretty much immediately. And I wonder, sort of looking back at it, I actually think the Blitzcrank is a fine pick, but maybe you just hold your abilities, and then if Criscata ever goes in, he has to play around the fact Blitzcrank has a hook, has a knock-up, has whatever. And maybe it's a lot harder, because all we saw was Vi hooked, Vi ult, Feng get ulted by Criscata, and he dies. And then at that stage, you don't really have consistent damage, right? Your LeBlanc is more poke, trying to fight around the outskirts of a fight. And Callista did, there wasn't really a way for you to take the win.
Yeah, we've had criticism of the PCS teams in general not using the LB as well as they could have, and I have to wonder if that's what happened this game too, with so much gold on the LB, not being able to find a side lane. I mean, it is scary against the Vi, and yeah, in general, like whether it's the LB getting picked off or your team getting hard engaged on, it's kind of scary to split push against the Vi, but maybe he could have found something, as we're about to get some highlights.
Yeah, we'll see which one this one. Oh, this is just him deciding that BYG 1116 doesn't deserve to have a health bar.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a Criscata montage. I'm going to be trying this Kai'Sa build the moment I get home.
Yeah, it was a bit disgusting. I mean, the Voltaic works perfectly as well with
but the
setups.
Rumble ult. Yeah, the Rumble ult here. Taco with lots of really nice Rumble ults. Lots of setup for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the power of the Vi, right? That's part of why I just like to see the Vi. If you can set up for your Rumble, and we're seeing it there.
My God.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out of your Kai'Sa. Honestly, it's just a lot of damage all around. I think that's also maybe one of the most high damage Vi games I've ever seen. Despite, I think, what did he build? Black Cleaver, and then he built the heel cut 80 item, whatever that's called.
Chainsaw.
No, I don't even think he completed it. He did that and then built Kainic Recurn.
Oh.
So he just didn't even complete it. He just sat on the heel cut and then built the Kainic Recurn.
Yeah.
Still managed to do 14k damage. I mean, Orca also put out 14k damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder about the Blitzcrank pick. Maybe he had to just play it differently once it got into the fights. He had to. I think he struggled switching from
early game
from picks to team fights.
Yeah.
Because once it was in team fights, you kind of wish he just hung around. He knows the engage is coming. He knows this Kai'Sa's coming flying in. Flash auto or flash E.
Yeah,
on the
yeah, it is definitely a way to play, and it means that Criscata has to play safer than basically what he was, because he just had absolute freedom to do whatever he wanted in those team fights.
Yeah.
On your screen there, a lot of Criscata and Driver taking the most damage. I mean, he was Udyr.
Yeah.
Not particularly surprised, although Husha didn't. Most damages per death. By the way, Husha only died once, so Driver still managed to take more damage per death than the one death Maokai.
88.5% KP, 44,000 damage. Plenty of damage taken too. Great KDA. What a game.
And I think I only wish Shock was watching, because this is true proof that AD carries are in fact better than mid laners.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to let him know.
Yeah.
We'll have to remind him.
All this talk he's been giving me about how good mid laners are. They're the best players on the Rift. While Criscata just went mid, took an AD carry there and got it done.
And how ridiculous for an off-roll mid laner to just have a counter pick for LB and niche counter pick just ready for LB when we're not seeing that champ get countered. We're usually seeing Nico into it.
Yeah.
As this weird
This was
fight.
the most... Yeah, this was out of it.
Yeah. It's just... Yeah, here comes Criscata to Rumble ult on top of the...
Does actually go down, but...
Yeah, he goes down eventually, but like at this point, the damage was done.
Also, noticeably, he went down after Blitzcrank knocked him up, Husha knocked him into tower. So it was some sort of assistance required from that Blitzcrank to get it done. And I mean, that fight, by the way, was the most ridiculous start. It started with Vi Q missing, Blitz Q missing, Vi E-ing the little Callista ghoul.
Yeah, Varus ult missing.
Varus ult missing to Vi being like, what the hell, I've got an ult thing.
That's enough skill shots. Let's get back to work.
Yeah. Importantly, Taco landed his with the equalizer.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, I don't know how you ever play that game as Callista unless you have someone dedicated to peeling for you. And I think going into draft 3, if we see a run it back, because basically we saw much the same in both drafts. The main takeaway was no Renata, and I don't think you're getting Callista Renata ever again.
Yeah.
But I think you could still look for the Callista, but you need to take something like the Tahm Kench, like the Thresh, that can actually just get you out of harm's way and make you survive a bit longer.
I think more importantly, honestly, is you usually see Kallisto with something like an Azir, you need some damage. If they're going to tunnel on you that hard, you need some DPS coming out.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I said it before we started Game 2, but we certainly do have a series on our hands, and we'll be back after about 7 minutes for game number 3 between DCG and Beyond.
My mirror was invisible. 'Cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. come to a conclusion. It's the final lie. No turning back. There isn't all the confusion. We can't pretend. No time for goodbyes. So look in my eyes. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent. Been waiting for it to happen. Didn't think it would come. Nowhere to run.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our final game of the night. It will be between, of course, DCG and Beyond. And game number 1 was very back and forth. Game number 2 was very back and forth, and we had a different winner. So the whole series has been...
Yeah, banger after banger.
That's right.
I mean, especially that last game, Kriskata with inspired play
Yeah.
on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Just following up on the Vi ults, but also just on his own, being able to make plays and find picks and get an insane amount of damage off. Pretty incredible from... They've chosen
Yeah, blue side
not
again.
Beyond. Yeah, same sides every time.
Yeah.
I think DCG seem happy with the red side, so...
I mean, I'd say both teams really should feel fairly happy. I think now DCG have worked out the draft, but that doesn't mean BYG will go for the same one, right? You could leave the Callista open and they're like, oh, I'm taking the Varus now, and then what do you do as the side of DCG?
I'm
You could just
assuming-
take the Callista and the Renata immediately, but...
Yeah, I'm assuming DCG have no intentions of playing the Callista. It seems like they've come with 2 drafts that are just ready to shut the pick down. It gets what it wants in the early game. It does well in the lane phase, but we've seen in these team fights, both games, against the poke comp and against the hard engage of the Vi, Callista completely shut down. DCG, in my opinion, have a much better draft, both games.
Yeah, and I'm starting to feel like it's time for the Doctor up top to get himself an actual carry champ, because he's had to pick something to just survive the lane up against Rumble.
Yeah, maybe first pick the Rumble.
Yeah, you could always just take the first pick Rumble. Then what does Taco play? Does that change how your entire comp looks? Because I think if you don't have the Vi with the Rumble follow-up, it's a lot easier for the Callista play. So there is definitely ways to navigate this draft phase, and we'll see what Beyond's take is on it and what DCG can respond with. Because traditionally, I think DCG, their drafts have never been very bad. I think they're one of the better teams at drafting, but it's kind of maybe their first drafts of the series have looked a little weaker. I mean, we saw the improvement immediately from that Kai'Sa pick, just shutting down the LeBlanc entirely.
Yeah, the LeBlanc and the Callista to just shut down. Too much single target damage, too much backline access, and not enough DPS.
Oh boy, here we
on
go.
The team overall. Yeah, this will be interesting.
Let's see.
See how Beyond adapts.
So it was Sejuani followed by Nico. Okay.
Yeah.
Could we get a 3-peat? I actually want to see a 3-peat. These games are so exciting.
Yeah, both teams have made adjustments, but DCG adjusting a lot better in the second game.
Right. Okay. We exactly same draft those. Okay. Things are looking good. Will this be a Callista or perhaps a Rumble ban?
Yeah, maybe the Rumble ban. Last time it was Corki.
It was.
I have to imagine. I guess their best pick into the Rumble was Jace, and they didn't feel like it did enough.
Could it be the Kai'Sa? Oh, okay. Callista's banned.
Callista themselves.
All right. So we have a different game. Varus stocks are on an all-time high now.
Yeah, can't believe we'd be saying that.
No. I think I don't know about Feng. The stocks are high for Tide, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
He's the only one that's given me faith in the pick thus far.
Got to be the Rumble first pick, yeah. There it goes.
Okay, Taco, what will you answer with, my good friend?
Probably a Varus here.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. It could just be, yeah, Varus. Now, if there's lockdown coming onto Varus, it can be scary, so it almost feels like Varus Renata would make sense immediately.
What are some other power picks? Maybe get a LeBlanc in. Did see the Kaisa counter pick, but we're not sure. Oh yeah, there's the LB.
We have our next unique champion for Griscata. I think we're 6 from 6.
Zin. Zin would be interesting, just saying have the Varus.
Bit of brawling.
Just saying we don't believe you can play the Varus as well as we did.
And I would tend to agree based on prior Varus's.
Yeah, Tide has been the best Varus.
By a margin.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's gone from just looking like a horrible champ to, yeah, he's a monster, especially game 1.
Okay, Maokai ult, of course, has the lockdown that you'd like for the Rumble.
Yeah, no surprise with the Maokai.
They got the Tristana counter into the LeBlanc, though, so not the easiest lane for Griscata. Not the worst lane, of course. You shouldn't really be going down, but it is generally Tristana who will have pressure in that lane phase.
Good mix of damage to Rumble.
Yeah.
Rumble and Tristana. Rumble follow-ups on Maokai ults are going to be very hard to deal with, too.
Are you picking your top laner here, or are you perhaps just... Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
We go again. No, okay, so I think it was actually Taco versus Driver last year. I'm pretty sure that was the matchup. But Taco picked the Mordekaiser into the Rumble last year and went full AP. He went first item proto bout into... I can't even remember what else, but it was like... the most AP build without even health. Like, it wasn't even a demonic embrace or anything. It was just straight AP, and he died like 10 or 11 times. but when he did ult someone, they got absolutely annihilated. So it is exciting. I hope we see it again. I don't know if we will do it again after what we saw last split, but
different attempt to neutralize the Rumble, I guess. Trying to
steal his stats in the ult. If he ults you ever, you can ult him. And that obviously doesn't follow you to the death realm. It will stay in the regular team fight if you ult the Rumble after he's already used it, sort of, you know, for a zone or on your AD carry or what have you.
With the Varus ban, I really wonder what they're going to play bot lane for DCG, because Aphelios feels horrible into this Maokai Rumble. Yeah,
Aphelios is a little bit safe, of course. Does have the sort of extra range that a lot of AD carries don't have. There is the Caitlyn. Maokai as well with his ult, the Xin Zhao can just stand in front of it and then you do feel a little bit better. But of course always have to play very safe around Maokai's flash timings because flash twisted advance can just spell the end. Ooh.
They banned Rakan themselves.
Oh my god, lock it in. I don't even know if it's good, but I just want to see it.
Okay.
Okay, are we competing?
Go with Kaisa.
Alright, who is the better Kaisa on the team?
He's got his work cut out for him.
Look, I think I've already got my bets in. Not to count Tide out, but that was quite the performance we just saw. Samira, the current hover, obviously synergizes well with lethality items. Lethality being the predominant items of choice in the bottom lane. Xayah, I would be a little bit surprised.
Yeah, Xayah doesn't really fit.
Obviously,
the comp.
A completely fine lane phase for Xayah. The problem does come sort of later on. If DCG are able to play around this LeBlanc a little bit better than most other teams, her range doesn't really let her deal at all with the LeBlanc, and you're never really going to be able to find a route outside of sort of the follow-up, which can be enough, of course, and Nautilus will help with locking down this LeBlanc should you need to.
Yeah. Hovering Ali should be a decent pick, just handshake engage supports.
Yeah, I think the Alistair's fine here. You tend to want an engaged support when you have a Kaiser. Of course, it offers a lot of burst. The combo from Alistair followed up with that Void Seeker will just burst out pretty much anyone.
And this game, maybe DCG have their work cut out for them in the early game. They've got to get some kind of lead, some kind of advantage. I don't imagine this looking very good for them if it goes late.
Yeah, I don't even know if they have a particularly winning lane. I mean, bot lane feels pretty even, and if junglers are present, then it should go the way of the side that has the jungler present. And of course, BYG being on the blue side feels like they are more likely to have that control.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser vs Rumble, though, I must say, I have no idea how that matchup should go. I think at level 6, it probably should start feeling a little bit better for the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of the jungle attention up in the top lane.
Yeah.
Especially Mordekaiser is really easy to gank.
That's right. Except for when he's level 6, and he just...
Yeah, pre-6. Yeah, pre-6. They
We'll
are
see.
both AP, so he'll get value out of his MR runes.
Yeah.
So probably
They're
winning,
gone now.
Probably winning in 2v2, yeah.
Not in this patch, not in the
Yeah,
patch
next
we're on
patch.
in the PCS, but
Yeah, that'll
they're
be
gone where I
interesting.
play.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'll see if
how
it
it
changes
changes.
anything, right? I think like maybe supports are sort of winning from what's happened there. You can choose for move speed or sort of tenacity, slow resist.
Yeah, I think not having an armor rune is going to have quite a few implications in the bot lane.
Yeah, scaling health though and flat health available. I mean, it's interesting to see what will happen, but of course that's for next split. We're loading now onto game number 3. BYG falling in the second game after picking up the first win of the series.
BYG stacking here.
Yeah, and I don't really think DCG should ever be walking in. They have an Alistair who's possibly the biggest pinata at level 1.
Lethal tempo for Tide probably means he won't be going for the lethality build.
Yeah, I think it'll be... You can go Stormrazor or Kraken Slayer, and Kraken Slayer I think might be the choice here. Although Stormrazor does feel good against low-range AD carries like Xayah.
Yeah.
Because if you are able to sort of get that burst down, get the auto attack off, the extra movement speed just gives you that much sticking power. It's the same thing for Xayah there. She can go either the Stormrazor or the Kraken Slayer generally as her first item.
Yeah, I would imagine the Stormrazor this game. A lot of squishy targets. Not really too worried about building up damage with the Kraken Slayer.
Yeah. Okay. Now, level 1 should favor BYG if they start at the same time, and they're both bot laners are starting in lane. But just the fact that you have Nautilus versus Alistair means that generally the Alistair lane has to concede the pressure.
Yeah, we see a lot of Alistair start headbutt, as trades will be going 1-1-6's way all game. Taco getting a pretty good trade in.
Yeah, right. We take those. I'm excited to see the Mordekaiser. In solo queue, it has a bit of a reputation of being an absolute animal, but...
Yeah, it's got really good solo queue stats, but the one Mordekaiser game we have seen did not look too great.
He won.
Yeah,
He absolutely won those.
Yeah, he
Now,
got the job done.
Cascada is trying to trade back, and every time this bomb is down off 116, it feels a lot easier for the LeBlanc to lane. Fleet footwork as well, giving a little bit of sustain. Should help out. Well, this lane is not in a very good state, but...
Yeah, considering you're on red side.
Yeah, Husha is pathing up to his top side, though, so... Not sure that DCG are aware of it. They do have slight amounts of safety from that ward, but we've seen time and time again junglers are nowadays just able to completely ignore the fact it exists and still find the angle.
Yeah, in game 2, he actually went from his Raptors, wrapped all the way behind red side blue buff, and showed up behind them. So that's probably something they're worried about. There is cleanse on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I think that makes a bit of sense, of course. If you get locked up by the Twisted Advance coming through from Husha, it can just spell a death, and oftentimes that can lead to some really, really
Booklands,
bad
level 3.
trades. Fing, yeah, does have level 3. Honestly, though, trade not going all that well for him.
Yeah.
Not able to find a very good blade caller there, which would have sort of finalized the trade.
Cascada doing fine so far.
Yeah, and Driver is too. Has himself 24 CS. Has gone for the first strike, even though he is against the Mord. Now, admittedly, he can proc it. Assuming he can dodge some of those Mordekaiser Qs, he will be able to proc it fairly regularly.
Yeah. Yeah, should have a range advantage on the Mord. And I'm surprised he's actually up that much CS with how the lane started.
Yeah. Rumble, eh?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm not even sure who wins these trades here, but... Oh, 665 is looking for 116. Won't be able to find him. Oh! Back to bot. I'm not sure what's happened, but Tide's getting very, very low. He's going to be going down for first blood. That's Stay True who claims that one. Feng is going to be able to pick himself up one, though, as well.
Wow.
And so Be interesting to see the replay.
Yeah, disaster. It looked like DCG were the ones aggressing.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, Tide is just so far away, and
Yeah.
Zaya pops the ghost, and you know you're never getting in range.
And then he gets 1v1 by the support. Classic.
Yeah. Yeah, classic Leona Nautilus stuff, just hitting you. Yeah, a bit of an overreach by Orca on the alley, and flash follow up by Tide doesn't get the kill. He actually cleanses too early. Cleanses before the ignite comes out.
Yeah, was unfortunate. But we've seen this before. Feng getting himself an advantage, and still DCG did a fine job at dealing with it. Oh my goodness, that is a very, very low Mordekaiser, and Void Grubs are being done here from Husha, so...
Yeah, he likes to do these early with the top prio.
Oh, 6-5. Not going to find the knockout. Taco isn't recalling. This could be really, really dangerous. Yeah, this is terrible. He didn't recall. He's going to lose out on the minion wave anyway. Oh, Orca also getting punished.
Orca still has his flash. Maybe they can do something on the bot lane here with Feng both sums down. Flash up for Ali. But he'll have to reset first. Xin Zhao can clear Gromp and Wolves, and maybe they'll look for something. Oh, he might just have to...
He does have flash. He will be able to get out of this, but does he even have to flash? Yes, he absolutely does. Stay true, but does he land the hook? Actually, not even going to go for it.
Ends up trading flashes.
Yeah,
with
not the
Mappa.
worst.
Yeah.
Does lose a camp, though.
Takes pressure off Tide on this Kai'Sa, who doesn't have cleanse up. It's nice to not have to worry about a Maokai showing up behind you, flashing on you.
For sure. Now, not great up top, of course. Taco having to recall and teleport back to pick up his minion wave, while as Driver able to just walk back up there. So teleport advantage for Driver. If he were to want to join this fight, of course, he would have to teleport to a tower, which isn't ideal, but the range on the equalizer is certainly long enough for it to be doable. Should just be the dragon given over, though. First dragon, no biggie.
Yeah, advantage bot lane, and Xin forced out of his jungle means they're just going to be able to pick up the drag and
Oh, 116. Good
wins
job.
the trade and gets out.
Yeah. It's got the Vamp Scepter. I don't think that'll be upgraded into anything. I do believe he'll just sit on that.
So you see Orca just getting chunked out here.
Just strolling on in.
Yeah. Yeah, and once he's chunked, I mean, 665 just had to get off the dragon, went for his Gromp, and found 3 people showing up in his jungle.
Yeah, now, Sork Boots and Amp Tome to just the Null Magic Mantle means this topside trading should heavily favor that of BYG's top laner Driver. Orca once again getting chunked down bot side as well.
Level 6 on Zaya.
Yeah, are they going to look for a dive? I mean, possibly. Orca's quite low. Does feel a little risky, though, of course. Don't want to give over any of that gold you made for yourself back.
Yeah, with Tide hitting 6 as well, probably just not worth it. No sums up on Zaya. Just the Ghost. Mid lane slowly going Tristana's way.
Yeah, that's to be expected. But every lane's going the way of BYG, and I think they're really set up now to just pretty much take this win if they want it. Taco's going to actually go in on Driver here. Equalizer will come out. Death Realm, and once Driver comes out, does have flash available for him. Is going to use it early. 665 trying to find the damage, won't be able to. But good pressure. Now, importantly, Driver did keep... Oh, hold up. Cascada. Okay, is going to be able to get out.
Yeah, nice.
Is he going to be pressured off this wave, though? Actually feeling confident enough to just jump on in.
No W, though. Triss can maybe look for an E on him.
Okay. Good damage. Oh, that was so close.
Trades
I like the
flashes.
try. Yeah, I definitely like that.
Yep.
Tristana now a little bit more vulnerable in this lane, of course, with Rocket Jump available. Should still, for the most part, be safe. But I like Orca's proactivity, looking for that. If that knock-up does land, 1116 likely to just go down immediately.
Yeah, maybe next time Mordekaiser ultas up, we can look for a play on the Rumble with no flash. I don't see Xin LB killing this Tristana, even without her flash. Rocket Jump is just going to be too good.
Yeah. Importantly, though, it is once again item advantage for Driver, just first strike as well as the CS lead. Haunting Guys will also be completed. That's a lot of extra damage for the Rumble.
Kraken already on the Xayah.
Oh, yeah. It will be Kraken being built by Tide, obviously a little bit behind after the kill and assist picked up by Feng.
Tristana ult comes out. Ali is not 6 for this fight.
Yeah. Now, one of these grubs is picked up, although Stay True looking for 665, going to get that Crescent Sweep out very, very early, and he is still getting damage down by 116 quite happily. 3-man knock up from that headbutt pulverizes. Taco stacking up his passive a little bit, but now the rest of the team going down means that this play is very much over for the side of DCG. In fact, still Driver going forward, flash forward from Husha as well. Taco will be going down, finds a bit of damage, but nothing really to speak of.
Yeah, we've seen this a bit from DCG where they're taking fights they don't really have any business taking.
Yeah.
Maybe they feel pressured because they are the early game comp to fight these Void Grubs, but I mean, last game, Beyond got the 6 Void Grubs and it honestly wasn't that impactful. He's going to see if he can steal one here on 6-6.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. It got the shield as he went for the smite.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's going to go down. He's looking for the fight, though.
Husha phase rushes out of there. Tristana's coming.
Yeah, Cascada's here, but so is 116. Chain will land there onto the Tristana.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy from DCG. I mean, with the Ali 6, and your Kai'Sa's not moving, your Ali's not 6, you don't really have any business going for this.
Yep, absolutely not. I mean, it is just a clean team fight.
Yeah.
665 pops the Xin out, but everyone's able to actually stand within it.
Yeah, he just gets blown up as soon as the Xin ult fades as well.
Taco also doesn't have first move, of course, is just kind of losing down bot. Now, fight at least a slight trade down bot side here, as Stay True is going to have to pop his ultimate at least.
Meanwhile,
yeah.
Tristana
DCG really are just losing around the map. I mean, again, we're seeing another game where we're fighting early fights when we are the team that have the LeBlanc mid.
Yeah.
If you were the AP LeBlanc, maybe you can find something there, but the AD LeBlanc really does not have that same skirmish potential.
Yeah. W lands.
Yeah, well, Rocket Jump will not get cancelled.
Uh-oh.
Here comes Marikyle. Now, 665 has used Crescent Sweep, but 116 feeling okay to just stand in it. In fact, he's actually auto-attacked a minion. We'll see if that matters.
Yeah. I mean, you're seeing the difference between the Tristana and the OB in these early game fights.
Yeah.
It's just not even close in terms of impact.
Ult's down here on bot side as well, as BYG feeling pretty good about themselves. Pretty much the entire map winning, of course. 5k gold lead for BYG.
Tristana might just be taking a tower here.
There is teleport, but
Cascada feels like he has to stay.
I feel like Taco has to try and somehow make something happen. He's really the wild card in this game with the Mordekaiser pick, but
yeah,
so far at least not really proving it to be worthwhile.
He's trying to get a freeze.
Yeah, does get the overheat out, but I mean, it's not that hard to stack that back up.
Yeah. He's got the freeze, but Xin isn't anywhere near coming top. On his Gromp, probably looking to contest the dragon. And I think you honestly do just contest this dragon. The items are about as close as they're going to be.
Yeah.
And you are the comp that needs to be fighting at this point, as 665 is actually out of position.
Yeah, he is going to get caught out, but Orca's found his way onto 116. Getting that rocket jump out early is going to be able to get that reset, though, of course, with that bomb sitting atop Orca's head. Tide is finding a lot of damage, though, as trades are coming through. Killer Instinct not available, though, so this will mean just another clean fight. 10-0 is the kill score.
Meanwhile, Taco actually went down to Driver in the top lane.
Oh, yeah. All right, this game is looking a bit doomed. I mean...
Yeah. I mean, look at the scores on Beyond. It's not one lane losing.
Yeah.
It's just across the board.
And I think...
Oh, we're going to get the replay of the 1v1 here. Does he just ult onto Taco's head, or does Taco go for the fight himself?
Oh, well, that lands and Driver decides, you know what? I'm going to sit here and kill him.
Yeah, Taco goes for it. And, I mean, Rumble just stands on top of his equalizer. Taco can't even get on him. And yeah, we're seeing why Rumble is a first pick.
Yeah.
First pick worthy champion. You know, no pick really. The Udyr's kind of neutralized it as 665 is just out of position here. They find their way onto Orca, but just no follow-up damage.
Yeah.
And Tide is free hitting, but he just doesn't have enough damage at this point in the game. Very close to killing Husha. Hook lands onto Tide, who didn't have his ult that fight. Maybe a different fight if he has ult to follow up onto the Tristana.
Yeah, may have found 2 kills for himself. I think
Orca
they still
is
lose.
Caught.
Yeah, it does.
Definitely going down.
He is. Driver going to claim himself a 3rd, breaking the deadlock that was everyone having 2 kills.
Yeah, I have to wonder what your way back as DCG into this game is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hope the game goes for a long time and LeBlanc can start finding things, but it does feel like BYG have the tools to just run away with it. Nautilus, Maokai, we're seeing it here. They can just sort of run at you. And when you're this far behind, there's not a whole lot you can truly do about it. And the same regard, does LeBlanc ever truly win on the side lane? I mean, we're seeing it here, right?
I'm assuming not. She's just been solo killed under her turret. Driver
Right, we
finds
go
Taco.
again. In comes the equalizer.
Jeez.
Taco is alive for now.
Yeah, he's going to live, at least.
Okay. Driver does feel okay about it, though,
See
I
what
think.
happened bot.
No way he just jumps on his head, right?
Yeah, is this really just a kill from full HP?
Oh, wow. Criscata trading very, very aggressively. And
Oh, he jumps back. Oh, no. Uses the flash and dies. What even kills him?
Oh,
Flash?
static shiv. Oh, no.
Flash.
No, it was just a flash. Oh, there's not even a static shiv on Tristana. My bad.
Yeah, it is going from bad to worse for DCG.
Yeah, 10k gold lead at 16 minutes is quite the number.
And it just feels like Stay True. Repeat of last game in the mid game anyway. He's just running around. He's on a hook champ. He's just running around the map. Being a nuisance pretty much everywhere he goes is a free kill as long as he's got a teammate or 2 of them.
Yeah, now, I mean, I've said it about the Varus, but I'll also say it about the LeBlanc. I really don't like seeing the PCS LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it did actually get nerfed. Obviously, this is on 14.1B. And the AD LeBlanc build did get nerfed in this patch. So
yeah, it's not really having much impact in these games.
Yeah. Husha just driving around.
Yeah, we even saw 1116 get about 2k gold off of one sequence in the last game and still just, you know, he landed a bit of poke as...
yeah, that's a tower down. Actually, 2 towers down.
665 is dead.
Yeah, 665 is in fact dead, and now jungle will be claimed by BYG. They can't look at Baron simply because it has not yet spawned. But certainly they have everything they need to be able to take this game. They are also currently sitting at a perfect game, by the way.
Really?
Yet to be a tower picked up against them. They didn't lose any of the Void Grubs.
Oh, yeah, he almost got the Void Grub.
Yeah, he smited too early. Driver might go down, though. He used his overheat. This might be it. If there's ever a time,
yeah, it looks like
Driver might be losing that perfect game. He does not have flash available for him. Taco, is he going to use that World Ender? It feels like you kind of have to. Oh, they do manage to find it. Oh, wow. The Buster shot was incredible there, getting Orca away from him. But Tide might be able to find the damage. World Ender does come out. It should be Taco winning this.
Nice.
Does claim himself yet another. So a bit of gold being returned here. Featherstorm going to be used. Claims that kill back onto Taco, who just picked himself up 2 very much needed kills for DCG if they're ever to find themselves any hope in this game. Same time.
Nice flash from 665 to get him out there.
Yeah, and an objective bounty as well from LeBlanc up on the top side there of your map.
Yeah, there we go. Using the LeBlanc in a side lane. She's not going to be that useful in these fights. She's just got a static shiv. Not putting out DPS, not really putting out burst either. And that's about as good as you can hope for.
Yeah, but Taco,
DCG.
much needed gold. I mean, I didn't see the shutdowns, but I imagine they would have been pretty high.
I saw he got 900 off Tristana.
Okay.
Not sure how much he got off of Rumble.
No, I'm not sure either.
Not enough to get him to a second item, unfortunately. Rumble's still going to be ahead on items, as third dragon is almost certainly going to be on.
Yeah, I wonder I mean, DCG are all positioning up on this top side. Lots of pings coming down, so BYG certainly are aware of that.
Yeah, DCG taking over the enemy blue buff jungle around the Baron.
It's something.
Yeah.
You've got to look for really anything.
But they
at this
have
stage.
left mid lane empty. And Tristana is, anytime you leave her with a tower, it is not going to last very long.
Yeah, that is, I mean, that's something we can be certain of.
Yeah, I mean, it barely even matters that she's got the 6 forage grubs. It's just, Tristana is very good at taking out these towers.
Right, what pit do we get? Oh, just the regular one.
Boring, normal one.
Oh, okay, that is a flash, that is a lockdown, and that is Chris Carter.
Dead.
Not going to get out. I thought he might have, but then I saw...
Yeah, bomb on him.
Yeah, he was going to go down no matter what.
And that's going to be Baron started for Beyond.
Yeah, now, one thing that's interesting is if Taco's here, he can press ultimate on the jungler and take him out of the fight. Or actually, Slater getting very, very low. 665 does have that crescent sweep active as he's trying to get away. Husha being altered. All the Q missing should mean that there is no way he goes down. Oh my, the perfect timing. Almost finds himself a kill, finds himself a lot of damage.
Yeah, Beyond do not give them a chance to go for a miracle.
Teleport
Smite
available
steal.
for Chris Carter here. And Tide is importantly remaining pretty high in health. 665 also has Smite available. Stay true. Everyone very, very low. This could be the angle that they need, but it's going to be Fing finding 2 immediate kills. 1 shutdown is found for Chris Carter on the LeBlanc, but Baron going down.
Yeah.
More gold onto the Xayah, and I think we are very, very near to the end of this series.
Yeah, Tide doesn't get a chance to ulti or flash during that fight, just goes down. And yeah, Chris Carter, his score looks okay, but maybe his impact is very low this game. I mean, I don't know how much he can do really.
For sure.
As Baron started, but Beyond have no interest in flipping the Baron at all.
And Tide can't play because the feather's just sitting there in front of him.
Yeah, he just can't walk up and hit. There's no one even to really set up an ulti for him. I mean, Ali.
Yeah. Very, very difficult, of course.
Yeah.
And even here, I want to see what happens to Tide.
Yeah, he has ulti and flash. Does he just get hooked?
I think 665 got hooked, right? Yeah, gets hooked. Oh,
Yeah, oh, wow.
He just walks in front of a feather.
Yeah, he just gets one shot.
I mean, this is the nature of being a Zinsao when you're this far ahead. You have one button and that's go in, and
Yeah, 665, not a KDA player.
that's right. That's my go. Now, Proto Bout is completed for Taco.
Yeah, he is looking like he's going for the full AP build.
Yeah, love it. Cascada is getting those autos in, but it's not really doing much to talk about. We'll dodge out of at least the depth. Sorry, the dredge line. Now, can Taco actually kill anyone in his ult?
Yeah,
Being
I wonder.
ult, maybe 116 if that rocket jump is used and ulted immediately. Oh,
Orca's
it's a
in.
3-man engage. The hook
Yeah.
will land there for Taco. Ult comes through. Stay true. Maybe we'll be able to go down. In comes the Proto Bout. He
You
does
got
manage
him.
to pick himself up one, but it's Feng in the meanwhile at the front of the base just doing everything he needs. Buster Shot will come through, hit these 3 members back to their base. Cascada getting locked up. You've just jumped into the face of Maokai. Twisted Advance, 665 going to go down. That's his 8th death of the game, and now only Tide left. Certainly nothing he can do as 116 even looking for yet another kill. With a flash, Killer Instinct will keep him safe. Or will it? Oh, he is just going to live.
And somehow the fastest game of the night.
Yeah. I mean, we went from 2 very, very back and forth games between these 2 teams, and then I think Beyond just switched it up. They realized, well, the game 1 we won. We may not have... We probably shouldn't have, to be fair. I think DCG's comp should have eventually been taking over and win.
Yeah.
Game 2, they saw that in full effect. Game 3,
They
didn't even
realized-
bother. Oh, here we
yeah.
go. We got the meme. It's Chris Carter.
Kudos to them for recognizing that the Kalista pick was just playing into DCG's hands. They clearly were very prepared for the Kalista pick, even picking red side. And they just said, okay, we're not going to play that game. We're
Yeah.
not even going to let you have it. We will just ban it.
Yeah.
And yeah, there didn't seem to be another draft in the tank for DCG. That draft, very suspicious. And not played particularly well either. Taking fights they just probably didn't need to take, especially the Void Grub.
For sure. Yeah, the Void Grub was questionable. I mean, there's just so many fights, right, where... And it happens every single time we see a LeBlanc, because there's a lot of fights that happen around just before you get the static shiv or just after you get the static shiv, and neither one of those are a particularly good sort of spike for the LeBlanc. It means what static shiv means is basically when you're in the side lane, you have some pushing potential. It makes it a lot easier for you to just get to those towers, get that CS. It speeds up your timing to get to that Voltaic, to get to the Storm Razor, but it doesn't mean you have a lot of damage. And so when these fights are happening, you much prefer to have the Tristana and the Maokai than the Xin and the LeBlanc. And admittedly, Xin, a very good dueling champion, but when you have the LeBlanc as the other side, you're not going to be able to find the damage that you truly need to be able to win those engagements. So the CC provided by Maokai is just far more valuable than the dueling that can be provided from the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, when he's holding people down for Tristana to just kill them. Same with Nautilus. Nautilus is just holding people down. And yeah, we saw some comps earlier in the series from Beyond that were lacking damage. This comp, definitely not. I think as soon as you lock in the Rumble, you're never lacking damage. So they were able to pick these CC champs that they really like. And yeah, there wasn't a lot going on for DCG that game. The LeBlanc blind was punished. The Mordekaiser counterpick
didn't seem
not
like a
getting anything
counterpick.
done.
Yeah.
Not
Level
getting
1 it
anything
did.
done at all. Yeah, level 1 was great. He got a great trade in level 1, but then
and then we look back 2 minutes later and he's down 15 CS. So.
Yeah, I don't really know what even happened, but yeah, the Mordekaiser pick not looking very good at all. They actually first rotationed it and ended up dropping the Varus to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that proving definitely not worth it, and having to pick Kai'Sa, which is
I think it's fine.
Second-rate ADC.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, the 2v2 down bot was really impactful, of course, because I think the lane between Kai'Sa, Alistair, and Xayah Nautilus is pretty much just a 50-50. I don't think any one team is particularly favored in that matchup, but when you mess up a 2v2 and Xayah is able to pick up a kill and assist, push in the wave, you then lose that wave. That is a massive, massive swing.
Story of the game was just unforced errors, including that play bot from DCG. After 2 really good games, 2 really close games, they just made mistakes with a comp that didn't really have much going on.
Yeah, for sure. And now, I want to ask you, player of the game for that game, I think that's a bit harder to tell. Feng, 116, Husha, I think they all, Driver even, I think everyone played fairly well, even Stay True.
Yeah, maybe give it to Stay True.
Yeah.
A good game.
Yeah, I mean, they all played pretty well. I'm struggling to pick, so that's why I made you do it. Here we go. What was this fight? Oh, yeah, this was the...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not
They
when
had
you
no
fight.
business being here. Ali is not even 6. He doesn't look like he even wants to go in.
Yeah, you never win this. Your top laner does not have first move. Your LeBlanc has no item. No level 6 on your Alistair.
Your AD isn't moving even, so it's just bizarre to contest, to try walk in. Especially when it's nice to get the 6 Void Grubs, but it's not the end of the world, as we saw last game.
Yeah, for sure. It really is not that detrimental. I mean, you're better off just leaving at that stage tied in the bot lane so he can just pick up some farm, pick up maybe a plate, maybe even 2. But that was not what happened. And again, we're just seeing the faults in sort of how these teams are playing around the LeBlanc, I think. And admittedly, obviously, the Rumble being on the side of Driver this time instead of Taco was a big difference maker, because it meant Taco had to try and find an answer to it. Maybe he's not comfortable on the Udyr, or maybe he thought the Mordekaiser would be a surprise pick that he could make work. Wasn't to be. And then, I mean, every lane, 3 lanes of prio means your jungler never gets to play the game.
Yeah, and he's on Xin, so he's on a clock to do something, get some kind of lead.
Yeah, that's sort of the problem, right? He couldn't play the game really, because anywhere he goes past his jungle can just be collapsed on from any direction. And he still tried to, because you kind of have to, because you're Xin Zhao. And then at that stage, you're just losing more and more. And I kind of feel bad for 665 in a few of these games, because like the Vi, he was instrumental in that win. And unfortunately, it just didn't really matter. And wow, there we are, 116 getting it done. I mean, I'm not particularly surprised.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see him get the MVP.
Yeah, neither. I think you could make an argument for pretty much anyone on this team.
Yeah, just well played all around. Yeah, for most of the game, everyone deathless. Yeah, and he does pick up the MVP.
Yeah.
72% KP. Pretty impressive. Top damage in the game. Yeah, probably a lot of, we don't see it here, but probably a lot of structure damage.
True.
As well.
That's my favorite stat when I play Tristana.
Yeah.
I just do no champion damage, sit in the side lane, and then I say, look how many towers I took, fellas.
Yeah.
But to be fair, he was at pretty much every single team fight, 72% kill participation, as you said. And I mean, just...
And with
the
a
thing
solo
is,
kill.
yeah, I mean, yeah, true. But
A pretty bizarre solo kill, admittedly.
Very bizarre solo kill. But a solo kill nonetheless.
Maybe just a misclick or something. Or
Yeah.
maybe he thought his team was coming.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he thought he could, if he timed it with the bomb, he might have thought he could time it with the bomb, at which point
Oh, Tristana
would've-
gets tower aggro while the chain
but
hits.
unfortunately the bomb took him to literally 1 HP, so it wouldn't have mattered either way. He would have just died regardless. But yeah, I don't know. I can see why he tried it, but maybe on the AP LeBlanc could have happened.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm also interested at why none of these teams go for the AP LeBlanc.
Yeah,
right?
it's not like it's only ever AD.
Yeah.
We saw Showmaker earlier today on an AP LeBlanc dropping something like, 14 kills, as I think we're about to go into the interview.
Yeah, we are going to join the interview. It will be with, once again, Patty, as well as 1116 today, so please do enjoy, and we'll be right back afterwards.
1116 say hi to the audiences first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。来到今天赛后采访的是 BYG 的中路选手1116，请1116选手先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BYG 中路116。
Congratulations on winning your three winning strike with really close games today. How do you feel about the match you just played? 恭喜你们有惊无险的拿下今天的3连胜。请问你自己对于刚刚的比赛有什么样的感觉？觉得自己打得如何？
我觉得1-3把表现应该都算，我觉得还不错。但是我觉得第2把我可能玩的有些太急躁了。
I think the first and the third game I did pretty well, and our team also did pretty well. But in the second game, I was a little bit too nervous and too aggressive. So I think I didn't do so well in the second game. I have to talk to you about LeBlanc. It has 0 wins and 4 losses so far. What kind of magic do you think this champion has? 我必须跟你聊聊勒布朗。目前为止，他是0胜4败的战绩。请问这支角色到底有什么魔力？
我觉得这角色就是非常知道中后期的营运，而且这角色我觉得团战也不好玩，我觉得非常吃脑袋的一个角色，我觉得。
This champion, you really need to play it in mid and late game, and also this champion really needs a lot of brain. You have to think about it. So it's not really good with team fights. That's how you play this champion. Let's talk about your bottom duel. So Fang and Stage both had really great performances so far. What do you think of their performance? 来聊聊你们的下路双人线吧。种子跟 Stage 2位选手到目前表现都非常的亮眼。你怎么评价双人线的发挥？
我觉得我们这个双人线，我觉得在新人年底算表现的还可以，因为能比起跟顺还有跟蛇打线都能悟开的话，我觉得我们这双人线未来可期。
I think our bottom duel is very good. They're both rookies, but when playing against CFO's Sword Art and Shen, they perform pretty well. So I think they have really good potential in the future. Driver said he wants to go to MSI. Is there a goal you have and you want to bring BYG to this year? Driver 先前采访说希望能打到 MSI。你今年想要带领 BYG 达到什么样的目标呢？
我觉得还是先是以进世界赛为主吧，毕竟至于 NSI 一定要进，感觉。
I think I really want to bring the team to internationals, and we really need to. I think we have to make it to MSI this year. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for a win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢1116选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Wow. I think my favorite takeaway from that interview was, what kind of magic does LeBlanc have? The immediate answer, not good at team fighting. Every single PCS team, including BYG this series, used her to try team fight.
Yeah, there must be some kind of magic to that champ because we are not seeing the results that maybe people are getting in scrims with the champion. We were saying the same thing about Varus though until we saw some great Varus games today.
Finally saw some great Varus games today. It took a long time, but we did finally get there. And I think importantly there, from the interview too, bit of a fact check. He called his bot lane rookies, but they did in fact play in spring of 2023. I was watching and casting those games. Yep, today's results, CFO 2-0 West Point, pretty clean.
Yep.
Honestly, one of the cleanest series I think we've yet to see.
What you want to see from CFO after their kind of shaky start, dropping a series to Beyond.
For sure. And then, of course, the second series we just watched. 2 very exciting first games and a stomp in the third.
Yep.
Standings as they are currently. Beyond will be sitting up there currently with a 3-win streak with 4 points. Although noticeably behind them with 1 less game played, it is Frank and PSG.
And we're getting that game tomorrow, right?
We are, I believe. Yeah, we do get to see those guys go up against each other, so that will be broken up. And then the bottom trailing the group is, of course, West Point, J-Team and Halpigs. J-Team and Halpigs yet to play a game. Again, I think they're playing each other as well. Yeah, there we are. Look at that. So we're going to have 2 breaks. Either J-Team are able to win or Halpigs are able to win, and Frank versus PSG. So we're going to have a clear first or second and a clear last
clashes
last.
Clashes at either end of the at either end of the table.
That's right. That's right. The battle of the top and the battle of the bottom. It's a classic. It's a timeless classic. We actually often get those sort of at the end of the season, and it's always a bit of fun. You see some crazy stuff come out sometimes. So I'm kind of hoping for that, especially from Halpigs. I'm sick of seeing the Varus.
Yep. Frank gonna get a shot. Gonna be the first of the top teams to really take a shot at PSG. It'll be really interesting to see if they can stop their momentum, because PSG have not even stumbled, not even slowed down. They've just run through every team they've been against. Yeah. And not really made it look close at all.
Awesome. Well, that does us now for day number 2, of course, of week 2 here at the PCS. We will be back tomorrow. You saw the games on your screen. The first one is an absolute banger, so please do join us tomorrow.
Now we're running out of time. Before we put this up